Welcome to the global deep-sea survival game. The old world has sunk. Land, sunlight, fresh air, things you once took for granted have now become luxuries. From this moment on, your only reliance is your submersible. It could be a military submarine, a deep-sea probe, or merely a rusted metal can, but it does not matter. In this game, your starting point means nothing. The finish line is all that counts. Listen closely to the rules. Abyssal contamination is spreading outwards. At regular intervals, the safe sea zone will shrink. Any player trapped within the contaminated zone, no matter how tough their submarine, no matter how ample their supplies, will be consumed by the corruption. Driven mad, stripped of their identity, and turned into monsters. You must forge ahead. You must dive deeper. You have to venture into deeper, far more dangerous waters. Explore sunken urban ruins that have rested beneath the waves for a century, and enter abyssal regions where humanity has never set foot. Food, fresh water, and materials to upgrade your vessel await down there. But there also dwell monsters with fangs longer than a shark's. Abyssal leviathans capable of swallowing an entire submarine in one gulp, and fellow survivors willing to attack you for half a tank of oxygen. Yet you will not back down, will you? Because you are human. You belong to the most resilient, intelligent, and unyielding species on this planet. So grip your controls and fire up your engines. The safe zone has already begun contracting. There is only one thing you need to do. Stay alive. Survive until the final circle. Outlive everyone else sinking into the ocean, and keep breathing when all others perish. This abyss belongs to you. Conquer it. The frigid synthetic voice faded from his mind. When Suhai opened his eyes, the violent sensation of free fall came to an abrupt halt. He was strapped tightly to a metal seat by safety harnesses. Rows upon rows of dense instrument panels stretched out before him. Pale green fluorescent light tracing the outline of the submarine cockpit amid the darkness. Beyond the circular viewport, deep blue seawater enveloped the vessel like an endless slab of amber. Oppressive, a suffocating weight pressed upon everything. Lingering dizziness clouded Suhai's mind. He remembered scrolling on his phone inside his rental apartment, catching sight of a notification, warning of abnormal global sea level rise, and then everything went black. Ding, global deployment complete. The global deep-sea survival game commences now. Before Suhai could fully process what was happening, a cold mechanical tone boomed directly inside his head. This is no drill. The old world is gone, swallowed by the sea. From this moment onward, your nation is the submersible beneath your seat. Heed these ironclad rules. I will state them only once. Rule 1. Your vessel is your territory. Your submersible is your absolute safe zone. No one may board without your permission. Within this cabin, you hold absolute authority. Rule 2. Gifts of the deep sea. In this world, even ordinary mutated fish can tear through steel plating, yet every creature you slay drops generous resources. Risk always goes hand in hand with reward. If you wish to grow stronger, pilot your submarine out to hunt. If you choose to wait for death, drift in place and conserve power. Rule 3. Evolve or sink. Your submarine requires constant enhancement. Hull plating, engines, weaponry, sonar, oxygen generation modules. Every component can be upgraded. Every sheet of steel, every strip of rubber, every evolution fragment carved from mutated creatures forms the rungs of your ladder upward. Anyone who remains stationary will eventually become a heap of scrap metal resting on the seabed. Rule 4. Resources are your only bargaining chip. Resource caches have been scattered randomly among sunken city ruins, underwater caverns, and shipwreck debris. Inside, you may find fresh water, food, weapon blueprints, rare materials, even direct evolution fragments. But remember, if you can spot a resource crate, others can too. Every salvage operation carries the risk of an ambush. Rule 5. All data has been digitized. Mentally utter status panel to bring up your interface, where you can view submarine conditions, equipment attributes, stored supplies, and map data. It is your most dependable tool in the deep sea, second only to yourself. The icy mechanical voice fell silent. After a brief pause, one final alert echoed, heavier than all prior announcements. As if delivering an irreversible verdict, we wish all survivors the best of luck. The deep sea holds no fondness for cowards, yet it always welcomes corpses. Now, let the game begin. Suhai possessed remarkable adaptability and did not panic. In his mind, he whispered, "Status panel." A translucent light screen unfolded before his eyes. His personal attribute panel appeared first. Player, Suhai. Stamina, 12. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Spirit, 14. Superpower, unawakened. Awakening progress, 0. Evaluation, average physical fitness, slightly above baseline spirit stat. Your willpower might let you hold your breath a little longer before death, yet that is all. Do not imagine you can fight mutated fish with your bare body. You are not capable. Suhai scanned the lines and frowned faintly. His stamina and strength fell within the range of an average adult male, agility marginally higher, likely a leftover from years of practicing parkour, leaving him with decent physical conditioning. The spirit stat of 14 came as a surprise. He suspected this attribute related to mental fortitude and willpower. If that held true, 14 points was far from trivial. Superpower, unawakened. Awakening progress, 0. These two lines were shaded gray, meaning they were irrelevant to him for now. He closed the personal panel and pulled up the vehicle interface. This would ultimately decide how long he could survive. Vessel name, rusted military submarine. Grade, Tier 1 vessel. Hull durability, 200/200. Maximum dive depth, 800 meters current depth, 1023 meters, depth exceeded warning. Maximum speed, 50 knots. Power system, conventional diesel-electric engine remaining fuel, 48. Weapon system, forward quad torpedo tubes remaining ordnance, 2 torpedoes. Oxygen generation equipment, not equipped oxygen concentration will drop to dangerous threshold in 50 minutes. Sonar system, basic model detection range, 500 meters. Storage capacity, 15 cubic meters. Upgraded components, none level 0. Evaluation, a worn-out military submarine long overdue for scrapping. Operating beyond design limits, nearly out of fuel, with only 2 torpedoes left. Its sole merit is its military origin. While others wait for death, trapped inside fragile, transparent pods, you at least have a steel hull to shield you as you sink. Suhai's expression darkened after reading the panel. No oxygen generation equipment. Survivors without oxygen systems would suffocate slowly within their metal pods, just like fish deprived of air. This was a deadly crisis. At that moment, the world channel erupted. Before Suhai could work out a solution for his oxygen shortage, a flood of notification prompts popped up in the upper right of his vision, pouring forth like rain hammering against metal. World channel activated. Regional channel activated. Trade channel activated. 3 alerts flashed simultaneously. Immediately afterward, the message bar in the lower left corner began scrolling frantically like a breached dam. What the hell is this place? Why am I swimming underwater with no vessel at all? I'm stuck inside a diving suit. Just a suit, not even a helmet. I can breathe underwater, but I'm freezing and terrified. I'm trapped in a sightseeing sub. It's completely transparent. Huge black fish are swimming all around me. I'm losing my mind. Suhai skimmed through the messages, his expression shifting from tension to disbelief. Some players were exposed directly to seawater, others confined inside basic diving suits, and many trembled within transparent sightseeing spheres. One player's predicament was even more absurd. He claimed he had spawned with nothing but a compact underwater thruster, strapped to a single oxygen tank, without any space to sit down. Suhai glanced toward his cockpit. The metal seat was hard, yet fully enclosed. The aged instrument dials still displayed active readings. The indicator lights for the quad torpedo tubes glowed green. A military submarine. Rusted as it was still military grade. I suppose I got fairly lucky, he muttered to himself. A new message appeared on the world channel at this time, posted by a player named Lin Dong, marked as a paid pinned message visible to everyone. Everyone, I command a medium research submarine. My vessel requires a minimum crew of 3 to operate, and I am all alone in the cockpit. Its engines cannot be activated. If any survivors are near my coordinates, come join me. I possess blueprints and basic weaponry. No one can survive alone. Cooperation is our only hope. Dozens of replies followed. Some wanted to head toward his location. Others claimed they could not find the coordinates, while many voiced sharp skepticism, arguing no one dared leave their vessel to pick up strangers, fearful of traps. Suhai did not join the discussion. His gaze lingered on the line, requires a minimum crew of 3, before reopening his vessel panel. Vessel name, rusted military submarine. Type, compact tactical submarine. Rated crew, 1 to 2 people. It could be operated by a single person. Suhai had earned a civilian submersible operator's license back in university. While his certification covered small sightseeing craft and bore little similarity to military submarines, he still retained familiarity with basic instrument readings, ballast tank adjustments, and rudder control. Though the cockpit layout of this rusted military submarine was outdated, its core operational logic followed universal standards. He surveyed the controls carefully: joystick, depth gauge, speedometer, torpedo firing switch, sonar display. Every critical control sat within reach of a single pilot's seat, requiring no co-pilot. He could manage, barely. Then a bright red message cut through all other text on the world channel, impossible to ignore. System notification. Player Zhao Taizhu has been consumed by the contaminated zone and perished. All survivors, evacuate immediately. The world channel fell silent for several full seconds. Then chaos exploded once more. Someone died. This is real. What does it mean to be consumed by contamination? Where is the contaminated zone? Check your map panel. There's a countdown for contamination expansion. Oh no, a massive red zone is advancing toward me from behind. Suhai instantly opened his map panel. On the pale blue topographic chart of the seabed, his position was marked by a green triangle. Dozens of nautical miles behind him, a vast crimson region crept steadily forward, unstoppable. The boundary of spreading contamination resembled a writhing wave of blood, swallowing everything in its path. A glaring red countdown rested at the bottom of the map. Time until contamination reaches current coordinates. 44 minutes and 58 seconds. 44 minutes. Suhai's heart skipped a beat. He began searching the cockpit. Inside a storage compartment behind the seat, he found a water-wrinkled operations manual printed with the submarine's model designation, Seawolf 3 Compact Tactical Submarine. Compact. Single crew. Military. These three terms confirmed one truth. His starting advantage far surpassed that of nearly every other survivor. But before he could feel any relief, his breathing grew labored. It was no mere psychological effect. Oxygen levels were falling. On the environmental monitoring panel mounted to the cabin ceiling, oxygen concentration had dropped from the standard 21 to 17, the number continuing its slow yet steady decline. Carbon dioxide levels were climbing. No oxygen generation equipment. The oxygen concentration would hit dangerous thresholds in 50 minutes. Suhai engaged the submarine's engines and set course forward, putting distance between himself and the contamination zone. Yet after traveling only a short distance, he gasped for air, a heavy pressure weighing on his chest, each inhale growing more strenuous. Hypoxia was setting in. He forced himself to stay calm and opened the trade channel. Trade channel. Anyone selling oxygen. Name your price. Does anyone have an oxygen generation module? I'll trade 5 spear guns for it. Buying fresh water. Fresh water needed. The feed was flooded with purchase requests. Not a single listing offered supplies for sale. Suhai typed out a message, seeking any oxygen generation equipment. Private message coordinates. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No replies. Either no other players possessed such equipment, or those who did had no intention of trading. At the start of this game, oxygen was more precious than gold. Who would willingly part with it? Suhai closed the trade channel and turned toward the viewport. Deep blue seawater stretched outside, visibility limited to less than 10 meters. Faint silhouettes of wrecked hulls loomed in the distance, beyond which lay pitch-black abyss. He appeared to be positioned on the outer edge of a graveyard of sunken vessels. Within these wrecks, resting on the seabed for decades or centuries, resource crates might await, and mutated fish as well. Yet he did not even know what a resource crate looked like. Loot inside was randomized. Even if he risked leaving the submarine to search, there was no guarantee he would find spare oxygen tanks. But time was running out. Suhai gritted his teeth and began removing his outer jacket. He recalled that emergency storage lockers were typically fitted behind submarine seats, stocked with basic diving gear. No matter how run down this military vessel was, standard emergency equipment would remain intact. Sure enough, inside the emergency locker sat an aged diving suit, one compressed air tank, a pair of swim fins, and a headlamp. The suit's rubber had stiffened with age, yet no visible tears marked its surface. The pressure gauge on the air tank read 60 remaining capacity, enough for 15 to 20 minutes. It will suffice, Suhai murmured, slipping into the diving gear. He would head out to search. An oxygen generation module, resource crates, spare oxygen canisters, anything was better than suffocating trapped within the submarine. He pulled the diving suit zipper up to his chest and reached for the hatch drainage valve to open the exit. At that moment, a cold, ethereal mechanical alert boomed inside his mind without warning. Ding! Host spirit threshold requirement met. Host survival will threshold requirement met. Daily intelligence system, commencing binding process, binding complete. Congratulations to the host. You have awakened the unique hidden talent, daily intelligence system. Suhai froze mid-motion. This was no hallucination. A faint golden glow rimmed the edges of his field of vision, as if a nanoscale film had coated the surface of his eyes. Moments later, a translucent ocean icon appeared in the upper right corner. Beneath the icon ran a line of text, Daily Intelligence Refreshed. Next refresh in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Current intelligence type, Resource Prospecting Map, duration, 30 minutes. Before he could process the development, a pale gold 3D holographic terrain map unfolded fully before him. Centered on his coordinates, seabed geography spanning 20 kilometers in every direction was rendered as translucent wireframe topography. Shipwrecked debris, reef formations, kelp forests, fractured overpasses, every terrain feature was clearly marked. Most striking of all were scattered faint crimson markers of varying sizes. Some stood isolated, half buried in silt. Others clustered densely together like dark red star clusters deep beneath the waves. Suhai focused his attention on the nearest dense concentration of markers. The map zoomed in instantly. Coordinates: x 2417, y 0183, depth 1023.4 meters. Location: underground supermarket ruins within a sunken commercial district. Resource density: extremely high, 47 recoverable items. Threat level: none. No mutated creature activity detected within a 20-meter radius. Preview of collectible resources: electrolyzer attribute card ×1, seawater purification attribute card ×1. 12 cartons of instant noodles, 8 cartons of compressed biscuits, 6 sets of self-heated rice meals, 15 cans of luncheon meat, 8 bottles of chili sauce, 30 cartons of bottled mineral water, 24 cans of cola. Suhai's breath caught. He barely paid attention to the food and beverages, tempting as they were. His gaze locked firmly onto the first 2 entries. Electrolyzer attribute card. Seawater purification attribute card. What was his submarine's most critical weakness right now? Oxygen generation. He would suffocate inside this steel hull before long. Combined, the electrolyzer and seawater purification cards formed a complete electrolytic oxygen generation system. As long as power held, oxygen supply would be endless. This equipment meant survival. Suhai wasted no time. He did not bother scrolling through the full list of previewed supplies. The map's active duration lasted merely 30 minutes, and glowing red markers dotted the landscape far beyond this single site. He shoved the submarine control lever fully forward. The rusted military submarine rumbled, its propellers churning seawater as it surged toward the cluster of crimson markers at maximum speed. The submarine hovered above the ruined supermarket. He picked the flattest stretch, lowered the vessel, cut the engines, and turned toward the hatch. Diving suit, oxygen tank, headlamp, locking pliers, waterproof backpack. Once his gear check was complete, he twisted open the drain valve. He waited for seawater to fill the airlock compartment before pushing open the outer hatch. Frigid seawater engulfed him instantly. The beam of his headlamp sliced through deep indigo darkness, illuminating the half-askew rolling shutter marking the supermarket entrance. Suhai kicked his flippers and swam inside. He began scavenging. Dozens of silver metal crates of varying sizes littered the supermarket floor, each draped in a translucent film of light. Suhai swam to the nearest crate and reached out to touch its lid. The moment his fingertips made contact with the luminous film, the crate dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. Suhai froze for a split second, then a notification popped up in the bottom right of his vision. Master Kong Instant Noodles ×12 cases automatically stored in inventory. Satiety +20, occupies 1 storage slot. Current load, 12/200. Everything had become digitized. Suhai twitched his mouth. He had planned to haul supplies manually, but the game's loot system worked just like an online RPG. One touch, and items were collected automatically. He glanced down at his waterproof backpack. Sure enough, it sat empty, though numbers had appeared beside the inventory icon on his system panel. That saved him a lot of trouble. No longer hesitating, he spun around and swam for the next crate. He grabbed left and right, touching every container within reach. Suhai moved faster and faster, his expression taut. Not out of displeasure, he simply could not afford distractions. These supplies were his ticket to survival, yet only if he lived through the next several dozen minutes. In less than 3 minutes, he cleared every red marker inside the supermarket, then swam back to the submarine and transferred all cargo to the vessel's warehouse with one tap. He did not pause. He immediately headed for the next coordinate. The second location lay behind a collapsed freezer. He confirmed its position via sonar, lowered the submarine, and suited up to exit once more. Light grew sparser here. His headlamp only reached 3 meters ahead. He weaved around toppled shelves and frozen lumps of rusted metal. He spotted 2 containers wedged between the freezer and the wall. His breath hitched inside his helmet. These were not ordinary silver resource crates. They were translucent metal caskets etched with flowing pale gold runes, sealed by some unknown force. Unlike anything he had found before, Suhai stretched out a hand and touched one. The lid slid open on its own, and two beams of light rose into the water. One blue, one green, rotating slowly. Words burned into the air as if etched by laser. Affix name, Electrolyzer. Rarity, rare. Attributes, grants the target the electrolytic oxygen generation trait. Must be paired with the seawater purifier affix. Otherwise, electrolysis efficiency drops by 90. Affix name, seawater purifier. Rarity, fine. Attributes, grants the target the autonomous seawater purification trait. Supplies water tanks and electrolyzers. Suhai's eyes lit up. Then he let out a long exhale. Bubbles streamed upward from the helmet exhaust valve, shimmering silver within the headlamp beam. The heavy pressure weighing on the back of his head eased at last. He clutched the two floating cards and selected Activate immediately. Streaks of blue and green light darted toward the submarine not far away. Low mechanical hums echoed from within the submarine, and two new indicator lights flickered to life on the dashboard. His oxygen production system was online. Suhai collected the remaining supplies, sealed the storage hold, and kept moving. He reopened the holographic map. Just over 10 minutes remained. Another red marker blinked southeast on the map, labeled as a sunken electronics mall warehouse. Let's go. The submarine ignited again. The electronics warehouse sat deep inside the mall's underground parking garage, its entrance half blocked by a rusted truck. Suhai parked the submarine at the garage entrance and squeezed through the narrow gap. His headlamp pierced the warehouse's blackness, revealing scattered electronic components, discarded industrial batteries, and a dust-covered metal casket tucked in the corner. He opened it. Blinding golden light erupted outward. Affix name, nuclear power engine. Rarity, legendary. Type, core module. Attributes, grants the target the nuclear propulsion trait. When applied to a submarine, the vessel gains unlimited electrical power, fully replacing conventional fuel. While the nuclear engine operates, all power-consuming modules have no energy restrictions. Note, legendary tier affix. No player has obtained this affix before you. Activate immediately. Elation surged through Suhai, yet he tapped the confirmation button with a blank expression. A blazing golden pillar shot upward from the card, piercing the warehouse concrete ceiling, passing through the steel frames of the underground garage and the mall ruins, before slamming straight into the submarine's engine compartment. The diesel engine was torn apart, restructured, and reforged by an irresistible force. Pistons and cylinders melted and reshaped. A nuclear reactor core materialized at the center of the engine bay, and cool pale blue-white Cherenkov radiation glowed beneath the seawater. The red low fuel warning light on the submarine's dashboard faded silently. In its place emerged a brand new icon, a radiation hazard symbol, with 3 words underneath, active. Immediately afterward, a flood of system notifications appeared. Detected affix combination, nuclear power engine plus electrolyzer plus seawater purifier. Affix chain effect triggered, perfect life support system activated. Effect description, the nuclear power engine provides unlimited electricity. The seawater purifier converts surrounding seawater into fresh water. The electrolyzer splits fresh water into oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen sustains respiration. Hydrogen is automatically vented. The system runs fully automatically with 0 consumption and 0 maintenance. Your submarine will never run out of oxygen. Suhai's heart raced with relief. He no longer needed to panic, yet he refused to slow down. He continued gathering resource crates, collecting and transporting supplies non-stop, clearing every remaining zone. Canned compressed biscuits, self-heated rice, tinned meat, seasonings, mineral water, cola, gold coins. Streaks of white light flashed continuously, system alerts scrolling across his vision like a waterfall. And his load bar fluctuated erratically like an electrocardiogram. Only when the 30-minute countdown on the holographic map ticked down to the final minute did he swim back to the submarine, seal the hatch, drain the airlock, and hang his diving suit on its hook. Silence filled the cabin. No engine roar. He stood still, listening. Only the low-frequency thrumming of the nuclear reactor rumbled on, like a slumbering leviathan snoring. The air carried a stronger whiff of ozone than outside, mixed with metallic and rubber scents. Not unpleasant, and strangely reassuring. Suhai walked to the pilot's seat and sat down. Then he did something he had been longing to do for a long time. He drew a deep breath. Not the rationed, survival-style shallow inhales he had taken before. It was the slow, full breath someone takes sinking onto a sofa at home. His rib cage expanded, his lungs filling completely. Oxygen flooded his bloodstream, charging every single cell in his body. He held it for several seconds before exhaling slowly, then breathed in once more. Every breath he took while wearing the helmet had felt timed, every inhalation carefully rationed. Things were different now. He could breathe whenever he wanted, pause whenever he liked. Take 3 deep breaths in a row or 10, no one would stop him. Nice. Suhai leaned back in his chair and stretched his shoulder blades. He transferred all supplies from his personal inventory into the submarine warehouse with a single command. A translucent light curtain unfolded before him, the supply list scrolling out like a long holiday grocery order. Instant staples section, 12 cases of instant noodles, 8 cases of compressed biscuits, 6 cases of self-heated rice. Canned prepared food section, 20 packs of ham sausages, 15 cans of luncheon meat, 10 cans of braised beef tins. Seasoning section, 8 jars of Leogama chili sauce, 6 packs of hot pot base. Drinks section, 30 cases of bottled mineral water, 24 cans of cola, 50 packets of concentrated coffee liquid. Miscellaneous section, bandages, rubbing alcohol, tool kits, spare batteries, submarine interior modification kit. Suhai spent half an hour sorting everything neatly. Instant meals stacked in the left locker, cans piled on the right storage rack. He reserved a separate compartment just for the Leogama. The system noted it would boost mood while eating, worthy of VIP placement. He set 2 cans of cola beside the helm and stowed the rest deep in the storage hold. He then opened the instruction manual for the submarine interior modification kit. Leather seats, constant temperature system, ambient light strips. He had no time for renovations right now, but these upgrades would come in handy eventually. Once inventory checks finished, he dismissed the panel and grabbed the cola sitting beside the controls. His finger pried open the pull tab. Carbonated bubbles hissed under pressure. He tilted his head and took a sip. The sharp fizz rushed from his tongue straight to his forehead, making him squint. Fantastic. For a moment, he could almost forget he lay thousands of meters beneath the ocean surface. Then movement outside the window caught his eye. Several submersibles approached from behind, moving at a moderate yet steady pace. Small civilian submarines, modified deep-sea jet skis, and even a fairly imposing medium research submarine. Twice the size of his weathered military submarine, its hull marked with faded white characters, Xiangyang. They advanced in a loose formation, like schools of fish fleeing a predator. Fleeing something. A thought clicked inside Suhai's mind. He set the cola down sharply and opened his map panel. On the cerulean seafloor topography, the boundary of the deep crimson contamination zone behind his green triangular marker crept forward visibly. A countdown ticked along the bottom of the map. Time until contamination zone reaches current coordinates, for minutes and 37 seconds. He had been so busy looting crates, equipping affixes, and drinking cola, that he nearly forgot the contamination zone pursued everyone relentlessly. He had lingered here far too long, and the other survivors had caught up. Yet Suhai felt no panic. His gaze fell to the pale blue-white glowing radiation symbol on the dashboard, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Nuclear power engine. Unlimited electricity. Others fled the contamination zone because they could not move fast enough, constrained by limited fuel. He faced no such restriction. He gripped the control stick and pushed power output to 80%. The rusted military submarine's nuclear engine let out a low rumble, not the strained, wheezing roar of the old diesel engine, but a steady, imposing thrumming. The propellers churned the seawater, kicking up a vortex of white foam at the stern. The submarine shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Acceleration pressed Suhai firmly against his seat. The depth gauge needle wavered slightly. Speed climbed from 18 knots to 30, then 35, then 40. Wreckage streaked past the viewport. The submersibles that had traveled alongside him shrank into tiny specks far behind. At the same time, the global chat channel flooded with non-stop messages. Help! My batteries are at 5. The contamination zone is 3 kilometers behind me. Anyone got spare batteries? I'll trade 3 cases of cans. I've switched to power saving mode. Speed dropped to 3 knots. I can't outrun the contamination zone. I'm going to die out here. Did anyone just see something shoot past? A submarine? A fish? It looked almost like a torpedo. I saw it too. A dark shape darted overhead. The current it stirred nearly flipped my fragile glass sub. Suhai read the messages, but said nothing. He pushed power output up another 5 percentage points. Speed hit 43 knots. The seawater outside blurred from deep blue to murky teal. Obstacles continuously pinged on his sonar screen. Holding the stick in one hand, he threaded precisely between sunken wreckage and jagged reefs. He stabilized his cruising speed at 45 knots, leaned back in his seat, resting one hand on the controls. With his free hand, he picked up the half-finished cola, sipping it steadily as he raced onward. As time slipped by, a cluster of faint signals appeared at the edge of the sonar display. He glanced over, sunken ship wreckage, reflecting metallic echoes, almost certainly resource crates. Suhai hesitated for a few seconds. The 30-minute validity window for his intelligence system had expired. No holographic markers would pinpoint every crate for him now. He checked the distance separating him from the contamination zone. He was safely far ahead, with ample time to spare. Besides, surviving in the deep sea meant learning to search for supplies on his own sooner or later. He slowed the submarine to hover above the wreck. Once again, he donned his diving suit, opened the hatch, submerged, and swam into the sunken vessel. Total darkness engulfed the wreck. His headlamp illuminated only a few meters ahead. Collapsed bulkheads, floating debris, and tangled cables filled every corridor. He spent more than 10 minutes searching the cargo hold, only uncovering ordinary resource crates holding compressed biscuits and mineral water. As he prepared to leave, his hand brushed a pale blue metallic casket tucked in the cargo hold corner. He opened it. Affix name, gas compression filling equipment. Rarity, bronze. Type, functional module. Attributes, grants the target the gas compression and filling trait. Automatically pressurizes excess internal gas into standard air tanks. Requires a stable gas source such as oxygen produced by an electrolyzer. Activate immediately. Suhai stared at the text for 2 seconds, then slapped his forehead. A compressor. The electrolyzer generated far more oxygen than he could ever consume alone inside the submarine. If surplus oxygen could be pressurized into tanks, he could sell them through the trade channel. It was a nearly zero-cost business opportunity. He swam straight back to the submarine, retrieved the affix card, and selected Activate immediately. The card dissolved into blue light. A faint mechanical assembly hum echoed inside the vessel. A system notification popped up, gas compression filling equipment activated. Stable oxygen source detected, electrolyzer. Available air tanks detected, 0. Please supply standard oxygen canisters. He still needed empty tanks. Suhai recalled 10 emergency oxygen canisters stored in the submarine's emergency locker. He fetched all of them and plugged them into the filling ports. The equipment hummed to life. Its status light shifted from red to green. A line of text appeared on the panel. Filling complete. Standard oxygen tank times 10. Current oxygen level, 100. Supports one person breathing for approximately 48 hours per tank. 10 tanks. Enough oxygen for a single survivor for 20 days. He would never use all of that by himself, yet countless survivors in the deep sea desperately needed oxygen. He opened the trade channel and typed oxygen tank into the search bar. The results made him pause. Empty standard oxygen tank. Listing price, 1 gold coin / 100 units. Empty canisters were worthless. Value lay in the oxygen inside. He had unlimited oxygen, but he lacked these cheap, empty containers. He checked his gold balance, 12 gold coins. He must have collected them while looting crates earlier. Without hesitation, he spent 1 gold coin purchasing 100 empty oxygen tanks and connected every single one to the filling equipment. The machine operated automatically. In less than 5 minutes, all 100 tanks were fully pressurized and neatly stacked in the storage hold. Then he opened the trade channel and listed his goods. Other players were already selling oxygen tanks, priced at 50 gold coins each. With the note, limited stock, first come first served. Suhai considered his pricing and set his at 48 gold coins per tank. His listing note read, unlimited supply, long-term stock available. Item barter also accepted. He had no intention of undercutting prices drastically. He was not running a charity, yet he had no desire to exploit desperate survivors. A slightly lower price than competitors would draw buyers, while leaving opportunities open for other traders. 48 gold coins per tank. He also accepted private offers, trading oxygen for evolution shards, blueprints, and rare materials. Less than 30 seconds after listing, the first private message arrived. Hey, I'm running critically low on oxygen. Could you spare 1 tank for free? I can stick with you and assist you long-term. Suhai blocked the sender without hesitation. His movements were swifter than yanking a torpedo launch lever. The apocalypse was no place for casual alliances built on favors. He had read this exact tactic hundreds of times in web novels. Strangers who received free supplies almost always betrayed or dragged down their benefactors later. Shortly afterward, legitimate buyers began sending requests. Boss, I want 2 tanks. I have the gold. 48 each, total 96. Let's complete the trade. Boss, can I trade a military assault rifle plus 5 magazines for 1 tank? I don't have enough gold, but the gear is top-tier military grade. Boss, I've got a submarine tier 1 evolution blueprint. Trade for 3 tanks. Suhai set his colo aside and began processing the trade requests carefully. He traded away 20 oxygen tanks, receiving 480 gold coins, 1 tier 1 submarine evolution blueprint, 1 assault rifle with 5 magazines, 2 pistols, a fire axe, and 4 spare torpedoes. The most valuable acquisition was the blueprint. Submarine tier 1 evolution blueprint. Evolution shard times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, tier 1 evolution energy, core times 1. Trading volume slowly began to taper off after 40 minutes. Leaning back in his chair, Suhai worked out the logic. Oxygen tanks were a one-time purchase. Once a player bought one, it would last them several days, so there was no immediate need to restock. It was an essential commodity, yet demand was not frequent. He shifted his gaze to another section of the trade channel. Fresh water. Players listed fresh water at wildly varying prices, but a stable benchmark had emerged. 1 gold coin for 5 500 milliliter bottles of mineral water. Suhai searched for empty bottles, and sure enough, they were available. 1 gold coin for 500 standard empty bottles. He purchased a batch of empty bottles, connected the freshwater outlet of his seawater purification unit to the bottling equipment, and began mass filling containers. Bottle after bottle slid out from the end of the production line. The system automatically generated a label bearing the product named Deep Sea Purified Water, with taste parameters reading 99.9 purity, free of impurities and odors. It was cleaner than the mineral water sold on land. He listed the bottled water on the trade channel at the market rate of 1 gold coin for 5 bottles. He was fully capable of starting a price war, but there was no point. His supply was limitless. He had no need to cut prices. All he needed to do was keep the listings active. When other sellers ran short of stock, buyers would naturally come to him. Sure enough, orders rolled in constantly once the mineral water went live. Unlike oxygen tanks, which were one-off transactions, water was something everyone needed every single day. Repeat customers far outnumbered those buying oxygen. Empty bottles streamed in and out of Suhai's storage compartment, and the constant ping of trade notifications echoed non-stop, like a small cash register. He also accepted several private trade offers, exchanging mineral water for a haul of rare supplies, 3 packs of fresh vegetable seeds, 1 hydroponic growing trough, 10 frozen steak portions, and even an unopened bottle of 1982 Lafite. The player who owned the wine claimed it served no practical purpose deep underwater and was willing to trade it for 3 crates of bottled water. Suhai happily agreed to the deal. Once all the business was sorted out, his stomach rumbled. He glanced down at his abdomen, realizing he had not eaten anything except a few sips of cola since waking up. Opening his storage compartment and staring at the mountain of supplies, he decided he deserved a proper meal. He tore open a self-heating rice pack and poured water into the heating pouch. 15 minutes later, a steaming bowl of rice was ready. He sliced open a can of luncheon meat and fried the slices on both sides until golden brown. The frying pan was a makeshift contraption, built by attaching a steel plate to the blade of a fire axe and set over the heat vent of the nuclear power engine, which maintained the perfect cooking temperature. He poured a can of braised beef into the pan to heat up, sprinkling in dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns obtained from trades. The rich aroma quickly filled the entire cockpit. He opened a jar of chili sauce and scooped a large spoonful straight into his rice. Red oil coated every grain of rice. The luncheon meat was crisp on the outside and tender within, while the beef was soft and savory. He picked up a slice of luncheon meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the chili oil on his rice, and took a bite. He closed his eyes and let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. This was not mere survival. It was a private feast in a deep sea. As he ate, he kept the world channel open as background noise. Messages scrolled upward on the screen like an endless tide. I'm starving. I'm truly starving. I haven't eaten for 2 days. The only thing I've had since waking up was a raw fish. It tasted so fishy I can still taste it when I burp. There was half a carton of braised beef instant noodles back in my old rental apartment. I used to think instant noodles were junk food. Right now, I'd trade anything for a single bowl. Stop talking about food. You're making it worse. My stomach burns and my mouth tastes bitter. I only have 2 packs of hardtack left in my submarine. I have to ration it, only eating half a piece a day. I chew slowly, afraid there won't be any left once I swallow. Through the screen, he could feel the exhaustion and despair of those players. This was doomsday survival. Oxygen, food, energy, every basic necessity was a struggle. But that reality applied to everyone else. Meanwhile, Suhai bit into another golden fried slice of luncheon meat, chewing slowly. On the right side of his screen, active trade listings for deep sea purified water and standard oxygen tanks remained visible. New orders popped up occasionally, triggering automatic delivery and payment, and the numbers in the background climbed steadily. Suhai's status panel now showed more than 600 gold coins, plus piles of traded supplies waiting to be sorted. He finished the last mouthful of rice, tidied his tableware, and poured himself half a glass of the 1982 Lafite. The wine swirled in the glass, leaving surprisingly elegant streaks down the sides. He tilted his seat back, propped his feet up on the dashboard, held the wine glass in one hand, and reviewed his trade logs with the other. He looked every bit like a wealthy lord vacationing on the ocean floor. Outside lay thousands of meters of seawater. Sunken cities rested silently in the darkness, and the contamination zone crept slowly far behind him. Yet within reach, he had chilly hot pot base and ice-cold cola. Full and relaxed, drowsiness washed over him. Hours of tense survival work, scavenging supplies, and negotiating trades had drained his mental energy. He yawned and checked his map panel. The contamination zone was nearly 200 nautical miles astern. At its current rate of spread, it would take more than 20 hours to reach him. He had plenty of time. He set an alarm for 6 hours later, flattened his seat, and pulled a compressed blanket out of storage to cover himself. The low hum of the nuclear reactor acted like white noise, and the constant temperature system kept the cabin steady at 24 degrees Celsius. He closed his eyes amid the constant flood of messages on the World Channel and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. 6 hours later, the alarm jolted him awake. He opened his eyes, tossed off the blanket, and sat up to stretch his neck. He had slept deeply, dreamlessly. Rows of trade records sat in the upper right corner of his panel. While he slept, the system had processed deliveries automatically. More than 60 bottles of mineral water and 5 oxygen tanks had been sold, netting him over 200 extra gold coins. Suhai's mood lifted. Earning money while sleeping deep underwater was arguably the most comfortable way to live. He even thought that, with steady sales of oxygen and fresh water, he could become a hidden tycoon once he reached a safe zone. He would rely on resource advantage rather than violence. Of course, that depended on fully arming his submarine first. Its hull durability was currently rather weak. He had no intention of attacking others, but he had to defend against anyone who might attack him. He pulled out the submarine primary evolution blueprint he had obtained in a trade and cross-referenced the upgrade requirements on his system panel. Submarine primary advancement requirements. Evolution shard times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, primary evolution energy core times 1. As he planned out his upgrade route, a system announcement suddenly flashed, bright crimson text glowing dead center in his vision. Regional announcement. A large-scale natural disaster is forming within region EC 7724, Deep Sea Maelstrom. Estimated formation time, 5 minutes from now. Projected impact radius, approximately 4.7 kilometers. All players are warned to exercise caution and avoid being pulled into the vortex core. Suhai's pupils narrowed. A deep sea maelstrom. He had watched documentaries about phenomena like this, massive circular ocean currents, stretching several kilometers or even tens of kilometers wide. The pull grew stronger closer to the center, capable of dragging any vessel or submarine down into the abyss. Underwater, such whirlpools were far deadlier than typhoons on the surface. There were no waves to ride. You would only be dragged downward layer by spiraling currents until water pressure crushed your submarine and everything inside. Suhai stared at the crimson regional announcement for 5 full seconds. Deep sea maelstrom forming in. For minutes, 42 seconds. He had no idea where the vortex would spawn. That was the most dangerous unknown. The announcement only stated within this region. But how large was the region? 5 kilometers across. 10. 50. If he rushed off blindly, he might sail straight into the vortex core, which would be no better than staying put to await death. He could not move recklessly. At the very least, he had to hold position until the maelstrom formed. Suhai forced himself to calm down. He reduced the submarine's power output to minimum, letting the propellers idle to hold his current position. Then he pulled up the submarine status panel, needing to take stock of every asset he had. Vehicle name, corroded military submarine, grade, Tier 1 vehicle, hull durability, 200 200ths, maximum diving depth, 800 meters current depth, 793 meters, maximum speed, 50 knots. Power system, legendary nuclear-powered engine, operational, unlimited electricity. Armament system, forward quad torpedo tubes remaining ordnance, 6 rounds, including 4 spare torpedoes acquired through trade. Life support, rare electrolyzer plus high-grade seawater purification unit plus bronze-grade gas compression bottling equipment, complete life support system active. Sonar system, Basic model detection range, 500 meters. Storage capacity, 15 cubic meters, approximately 40 occupied. Upgraded components, none level 0. Special traits, legendary nuclear-powered engine, rare electrolyzer, high-grade seawater purification unit, bronze-grade gas compression bottling equipment. Suhai's gaze lingered on one critical line of data. His biggest vulnerability was the hull durability of only 200 points. If caught in the maelstrom, drastic shifts in water pressure left him unsure how long this thin metal shell could hold. Suhai took a deep breath and closed the panel. All he could do was wait. Wait for the maelstrom to materialize, pinpoint its location, then flee at full speed in the opposite direction. The cockpit fell quiet, filled only by the low drone of the nuclear reactor and the soft hum of the air circulation system. Suhai rested both hands on the control levers, his thumbs brushing the rubber grips, eyes flicking repeatedly between the sonar screen and the viewport. Deep blue seawater stretched beyond the glass, unnervingly still. He knew the calm was deceptive. The deep sea never showed its dangers ahead of time. Deep sea maelstrom forming in 0 minutes, 58 seconds. Suhai flexed his fingers and tightened his grip on the controls. 0 minutes, 32 seconds. He glanced at the sonar. No abnormal signals within 500 meters. The seabed terrain was flat, and current velocity remained normal. 0 minutes, 15 seconds. His right foot hovered over the accelerator pedal, left foot braced against the anti-slip patterns on the cabin floor, and he leaned forward slightly. 0 minutes, 5 seconds. His heart clenched sharply. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The world channel erupted. Shit. The vortex. It's enormous, right beside me. Help. The message cut off mid-sentence. Suhai ignored the chat. His sonar blared a shrill alarm. A massive vortex signal, over 4 kilometers in diameter, materialized less than 800 meters off his starboard side. On the sonar display, the formation looked like a newly born black hole. Within fractions of a second, current speeds along its edge surged from normal levels to chaotic extremes, turning the echo readings into a jumbled mess. 800 meters. A chill ran down Suhai's spine. Less than a kilometer away, the maelstrom had spawned right next to him. Instinctively, he jammed the control lever all the way forward. The nuclear-powered engine rumbled deeply. It was not the strained roar of a diesel engine, but a steady, unsettling surge of raw power. Cavitation bubbles erupted behind the propellers, and the submarine lurched forward as if kicked hard from behind. Speed climbed from 5 knots to 15, then 25, then 35, hitting 42 knots in 3 seconds. It was not enough. Suhai could feel a powerful lateral force dragging the submarine toward his right. The hull tilted, objects inside the cockpit shifted with faint scraping noises, and the unfinished glass of Lafite tilted at an alarming angle. On the sonar screen, the maelstrom's perimeter expanded. The vortex itself was not moving. Its zone of suction was growing. Currents formed an anti-clockwise ring over 5 kilometers wide. The pull intensified toward the center, and surrounding seawater was continuously drawn inward. 45 knots. The hull's tilt worsened. Suhai could feel the irresistible current dragging the submarine rearward and to the right. The heading indicator fluctuated constantly. Though he was driving forward, his actual path curved toward the vortex. 50 knots. This was the theoretical maximum speed of the submarine. Yet the tilt did not stop. Suhai pressed his back firmly into the seat, gripping the controls so tightly his knuckles whitened. He could sense the nuclear engine pushing for more output. As a legendary grade power unit, its potential far exceeded 50 knots, but other components of this aging hull limited top speed. The propeller revolved past safe thresholds, and shrill metallic screeching echoed from the stern. Yet Suhai refused to ease the throttle. He could not afford to slow down. Being pulled into the vortex meant death. Faster, he gritted out. Just a little faster. Speed briefly crested 52 knots. It was the absolute limit. The drive shaft groaned, and seals around hull rivets began to hiss faintly. Operating at maximum depth and extreme speed, hull durability plummeted visibly. Hull durability, 187/200. Hull durability, 174/200. The maelstrom's pull never weakened. Suhai's submarine resembled an insect trapped in a spiderweb, thrashing desperately to break free as the silken threads dragged it slowly inward. The speed gauge fluctuated between 50 and 52 knots, yet his effective forward movement fell below 30 knots. Over a third of his engine power was counteracted by the lateral pull of the currents. His assessment was correct. He was losing ground. Behind him, that 5-kilometer-wide grinding disk of seawater rotated steadily, waiting to crush everything caught within it. This approach would not work. yet he had no other options. Just then, a cold mechanical notification echoed inside his mind. Ding! Daily Intelligence System. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Next refresh in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please select your intelligence type for this session. A translucent selection panel appeared floating before his eyes, 5 options arranged in a pentagram, each glowing with a distinct hue. Supply Intelligence White marks precise coordinates of all supply crates, trait cards, evolution shards, and rare materials within a 20-kilometer radius. Lasts 30 minutes. Survival Intelligence Green activates a 2-hour full holographic environmental scan centered on the host. Marks all threats, safe passageways, shelters, and escape routes, with real-time environmental data updates. Hunting Intelligence Red tracks all mutated creatures within 30 kilometers, displaying their locations, weaknesses, combat difficulty, and loot previews. Lasts 6 hours. Ruins Intelligence Gold provides exact coordinates, interior maps, trap layouts, and final treasure chest location of the nearest S-grade or higher ruin. Unavailable if no eligible ruin exists in current waters. Remains active until exploration concludes or the host cancels it. Special Intelligence Purple, random content. May include hidden quests, special events, hidden merchant coordinates, or rare information unlisted in standard intelligence systems. Active until the related event ends. The 5 options slowly rotated in front of him. Suhai's gaze swept the panel for less than half a second. His predicament was clear. A steadily expanding deep-sea maelstrom lurked behind him. His submarine was dragged sideways, its forward speed suppressed to the limit, and hull durability kept falling. He had no need for supplies. His storage compartment was overflowing with food and water. He had no need to hunt. This was no time to fight monsters. Ruins and special intelligence. He could not be certain either would save him, and he dared not gamble. What he needed was a way out. Suhai stretched out a finger and tapped firmly on the green option labeled Survival Intelligence. Soft green light burst outward from the panel, and the other 4 choices faded away instantly. In the next moment, Suhai's entire perception shifted. Centered on his position, a 3-dimensional holographic map of the seabed stretching several kilometers outward unfolded in his mind. Unlike the basic wireframe terrain map he had seen before, it was a fully detailed, layered overhead view, as if a slice of the ocean floor had been lifted away for him to observe. Current direction, flow speed, and pressure gradients were marked clearly with blue arrows of varying shades. The structure of the maelstrom was peeled open layer by layer: core vortex, secondary eddies, outer shear zones, counterbalancing return currents. Every movement pattern within each water layer unfolded before him, like a building schematic marking every available emergency exit. Along the edge of the map, a pale golden dashed line extended from Suhai's coordinates, threading through a field of sunken shipwrecks, skirting an underwater cliff, and terminating at a coordinate marked by a glowing green circle. A label hovered beside the circle, bearing 2 words: Vitality. The escape route provided by the survival intel did not require him to engage the massive whirlpool head-on. The odds of prevailing in a direct confrontation were vanishingly slim. No matter how powerful the output of the nuclear engine was, the submarine's hull could not endure prolonged, overloaded operation. If the drive shaft snapped or the hull ruptured, he and the vessel would be lost without a trace. The solution presented by the holographic anatomical map was a dynamic path: ride the currents instead of fighting against them. The water flow on the outer perimeter of the massive whirlpool was not a unidirectional pull, but concentric circular shear zones nested one within another. The direction and velocity of currents shifted drastically at different depths and angles. If he followed that golden dashed line, first dive to 1,120 meters to enter a reverse compensatory current on the whirlpool's periphery. He could harness the thrust of this compensatory current to cut sideways toward the whirlpool's flank, then engage full power at a weak point in the shear zone. This would let him break free from the pull from the rear flank with minimal power expenditure. It was not brute force. It was leveraging the current. Suhai finished processing the route in less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he carried out a maneuver any seasoned deep-sea sailor would brand sheer madness. He lifted his foot off the throttle. Speed plummeted sharply from 52 knots to 30 knots. The submarine instantly lost forward momentum. The lateral pull from the massive whirlpool, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment, dragged him hard toward the right rear. The hull tilted violently. Objects inside the cockpit clattered and crashed across the floor. A bottle of Lafite slid straight off the console and shattered into crimson shards on the deck. Yet Suhai remained calm. He gripped the control stick with his left hand and pushed the diving rudder down with his right. The submarine's bow dipped downward, and the numbers on the depth gauge began to tick upward. 1,025 meters. 1,030 meters. 1,040 meters. At the same time, he turned the rudder fully to the right, guiding the submarine along the tangent of the whirlpool to cut into the outer shear zone. The hull shuddered violently. Currents surrounding the massive whirlpool tore at the hull like countless invisible hands. The sealing gaskets around rivets emitted an unnerving, teeth-grinding squeal, and hull integrity depleted even faster. Hull integrity, 158/200. Hull integrity, 149/200. 1,050 meters. 1,060 meters. 1,070 meters. Suhai's gaze stayed locked firmly on the golden dashed line on the holographic anatomical chart. His current position was marked by a moving green light. The dashed line stretched ahead of the dot, winding past an underwater cliff, and leading into a blue region where water flowed counter to the whirlpool's suction. That was where the reverse compensatory current lay. The depth gauge hit 1,098 meters. Suhai felt a violent jolt, as if a force had rammed upward against the belly of the submarine. In the next instant, the entire vessel was caught in a powerful lateral current and surged sharply left. He had found the compensatory current. He had broken out of the whirlpool's outer suction zone and entered the reverse compensatory stream. Without any throttle input, the speedometer climbed to 35 knots, the natural velocity of the compensatory current. His submarine drifted like a leaf carried by a river, circling along the whirlpool's flank. The pole of the massive whirlpool was partially offset by the thrust of the compensatory current, and the vessel's steep tilt slowly eased back toward level. Now, Suhai pushed power output to maximum once more. The nuclear engine roared, pouring energy into the propellers. Speed stacked on top of the compensatory current's flow, rising from 35 knots to 45, 48, 51. This time the thrust was not counteracted. He was accelerating along the whirlpool's rotational tangent, moving with the vortex rather than straining against it. It was much like a bird flying through a hurricane. Flying into the wind would tear its wings apart, but riding the gale allowed it to escape the storm. The hull shuddered violently at the boundary between shear zones, and then, the world suddenly fell quiet. The vibrations faded. The vessel leveled out. The ominous red signal of the massive whirlpool on the sonar screen stopped expanding at last, settling into steady rotation in place. Suhai did not slow down. Following the safe passage marked on the survival intel, he sailed nearly 3 kilometers forward, fully escaping the whirlpool's sphere of influence. Only then did he cut speed to 30 knots, then 15 knots, before hovering above a relatively flat underwater plain. He shifted the controls to neutral and leaned back into his seat. His shirt clung cold and damp to his back, soaked through with cold sweat. His fingers trembled faintly after releasing the control stick, stiff from maintaining a tight grip for so long. He glanced down at his hands, then out the viewport at the calm dark blue seawater beyond. He let out a long breath that stretched on for nearly 10 seconds. After exhaling, he bent down and retrieved an unfinished soda can that had rolled into the corner. The can was dented on one side, but had not sprung a leak. Suhai pulled the tab, drained the last of the drink in one gulp, crumpled the empty can, and tossed it into the recycling compartment of storage hold. Right then, a system alert echoed inside Suhai's mind. It was not the usual cold mechanical tone. Deeper and heavier than normal, it rumbled like abyssal ocean currents resonating within his eardrums. System notification, congratulations. You are the first survivor across all regions to successfully escape the center of the deep-sea maelstrom. Reward granted. Title, Current Defire. Title effect, Unlock ability Current Perception. Within a 1-kilometer radius centered on you. All shifts in water flow, moving objects, and living creatures are projected into your senses in real time, similar to sonar echoes. Passive ability, consumes no mental energy and operates independent of sight or light sources. Note, this achievement and title are visible only to you. No global announcement will be issued. Suhai froze for a moment, then closed his eyes. He could feel it. It was not sight, it was perception. A gentle, clear sense rippled outward from his body. Within that 1-kilometer radius, the seawater was no longer an unknown dark abyss, but a transparent, 3-dimensional web. He sensed a small crustacean burrowing in sediment 3 meters beneath the submarine. He detected faint tremors as undercurrents washed against a reef cluster 500 meters to his left. He tracked a school of unidentified silvery fish gliding slowly 700 meters diagonally overhead. He could even feel the fading massive whirlpool behind him. Its vortex core had shrunk to several hundred meters wide. Yet the rotation speed, direction, and temperature difference of every layer of current unfolded clearly in his awareness. Like a nautical chart annotated with every minute detail. A full 1 kilometer radius, complete coverage in all directions. That meant even in pitch-black deep water, even if the submarine's sonar was destroyed, even if every light went dark, he would still know what surrounded him, where threats lay, where reefs lurked, and which way to flee. Suhai opened his eyes, and a slow smile tugged at his lips. Nice, he muttered to himself. Then opened the world channel. He wanted to see just how many casualties the massive whirlpool had caused. Messages scrolled across the world channel faster than usual, so dense it looked as if the chat system was overwhelmed. The whirlpool. I barely made it out alive. I watched a submarine get pulled straight in. It shattered to pieces. I saw it from my viewport. Less than 100 meters away. Dragged inside, and boom, gone. The pilot never got to eject. My brother logged into the game with me. We were chatting privately moments ago, and now his avatar is gray. Coordinates EC7724. Any survivors around here? I'm still alive. I was on the outer edge, lucky enough to be heading the opposite way when the whirlpool formed. But my batteries are only at 8. I can't go far. Suhai scrolled through the flood of messages, then pulled up regional population statistics. He had glimpsed this number when the game first launched, 10 million. Region EC7724 surviving players, 7,184,039. 7,184,000. Nearly 3 million people were gone. And this was only the second day. Suhai fell silent for several seconds before closing the panel and gripping the control stick once more. The massive whirlpool continued to drift slowly behind him and would not dissipate anytime soon. While his current position was safe, he remained too close. The true safety boundary lay at least 10 kilometers away. He had no intention of lingering here. He turned the submarine and steered away from the whirlpool. He set cruising speed at 30 knots, a moderate pace. Though his nuclear power meant he did not need to conserve energy, rushing blindly through deep water was a bad habit. His sonar only had a 500-meter detection range, and speeding greatly raised the risk of colliding with reefs or sunken wreckage. After traveling for several minutes, new signals appeared on the sonar display. These were not scattered small signals from resource crates. Instead, a cluster of moving life signatures, 50 to 60 in total. Each creature was relatively small, between half a meter and 1 meter long, swimming at astonishing speed, cutting across his intended course from 45 degrees to his left. Suhai's vigilance spiked instantly. A school of fish. Schools of fish in the deep sea were never harmless. He reduced speed to 10 knots and altered course, attempting to circle around behind the school. But the fish appeared to have sensed him. At roughly 300 meters distance, they collectively changed direction and charged straight toward his submarine. They moved blindingly fast. The 300-meter gap closed in less than 20 seconds. Suhai could no longer evade them. When the first fish slammed against the hull, he heard a dense, skin-crawling barrage of impacts. Tap, 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 like dozens of screwdrivers hammering metal all at once. A moment later, a fish's face pressed up against the cockpit viewport. It was a face straight out of a nightmare. The fish was roughly 80 centimeters long with an elongated body covered in sickly grayish-blue scales that glowed faintly cold in the darkness. Its most horrifying feature was its mouth. No lips, only exposed teeth. Each one a thin steel spike arranged in 4 or 5 dense rows along both jaws. It opened wide, revealing layers of overlapping fangs deep inside its maw, then bit down hard onto the viewport glass. Screech. The shrill scraping sound made Suhai flinch backward. A faint white mark scored the viewport. Fortunately, it could not pierce the glass for now. But there was more than just one. Hundreds more fish surged forward, nearly blocking all visibility outside the viewport as dozens of Fong's silvery scale fish bit, rammed, and gnawed at the submarine's hull. The sonar screen flooded with tiny overlapping blips, impossible to distinguish individually. At the same time, a creature information prompt popped into view. Mutated creature, Fong's silvery scale fish. Threat level, Tier 1. Behavior. Travel in schools to gnaw submarine hulls. They prioritize observation windows and external piping. Their teeth possess extreme hardness, capable of chewing through standard steel. Attack efficiency doubles when hunting collectively. They concentrate bites on a single spot until penetration. Weaknesses. Small size, low physical defense. Vulnerable to intense light and violent shockwaves. Individually easy to eliminate, yet large enough schools can overwhelm medium and small submarines. The instant Suhai finished reading the entry, a hull integrity warning flashed on his system panel. Hull integrity, 145/200. Hull integrity, 138/200. Hull integrity, 129/200. Integrity drained faster than it had while trapped in the massive whirlpool. Though each fish measured less than a meter long, their teeth acted like hundreds of miniature chainsaws working in tandem. Hull integrity dropped several points every second. Worse still, several fish focused their attacks on the viewport glass. They repeatedly rammed the same area. The white scratches deepened, widening from thin hairline marks into obvious abrasions. Suhai's first instinct was to accelerate and outrun them. He pushed power output to 70, boosting speed to 38 knots, and sharply changed direction, hoping turbulence would scatter the school. A few fish fell behind, but the rest pursued with even greater ferocity. They clung to the submarine like persistent parasites. No matter how Suhai turned, adjusted speed, or maneuvered, the school re-established contact without fail. Hull integrity, 118/200. Suhai gritted his teeth. His eyes swept across the illuminated sonar screen, and he noticed the survival intel countdown still ticking in the upper corner of his vision. Survival intel remaining duration, 14 minutes, 22 seconds. The intel was still active. He focused his attention on the holographic terrain map generated by the survival intel. A deep blue seafloor landscape unfolded in his mind. The submarine was marked as a green light, and dense red dots surrounding him represented the Fong's silvery scale fish. Current patterns, terrain contours, and temperature gradients were all clearly labeled. A new golden dashed line stretched from his current position, passing through a dense underwater kelp forest roughly 600 meters ahead, before winding into a narrow underwater rift valley. A label marked the end of the line, Safe Escape Zone. The route description contained only one line. Fong's silvery scale fish detest sulfide compounds released by kelp. They will not venture deeper than 50 meters into the forest. Traverse the kelp forest and enter the rift valley. The confined terrain prevents the school from mounting coordinated mass attacks, allowing full separation at the far end of the rift. Suhai did not hesitate. He jammed the throttle to full power, and the submarine charged toward the kelp forest at its maximum speed of 52 knots. The school pursued relentlessly. Hull integrity continued to fall. Hull integrity, 104/200. The kelp forest grew larger outside the viewport. Towering giant kelp stalks rose 10 meters or higher, packed tightly together, swaying slowly in deep-sea undercurrents like a sunken black woodland. The submarine plunged straight inside. Kelp fronds slapped against the hull with dull rustling sounds. Several stalks tangled around the periscope and communication antennae, but Suhai could not afford to pause. He focused entirely on navigation, weaving between the thickest stalks. Then a breakthrough came. After chasing roughly 30 meters into the kelp forest, the school halted abruptly. As if blocked by an invisible wall, the fish grew agitated, their formation breaking apart, and their biting slowed noticeably. After advancing another dozen meters, the leading fish suddenly turned tail as if burned, fleeing rapidly back out of the forest. The rest of the school followed. On the sonar screen, the dense cluster of red dots retreated rapidly behind the submarine, regrouping at the forest's outer edge. They circled for a time before abandoning the chase entirely. Hull integrity, 98/200. Nearly half the hull integrity was gone. Suhai kept moving. Following the path mapped by survival intel, he crossed the kelp forest and entered the underwater rift valley. He navigated between the rocky valley walls for roughly 5 minutes before emerging from the far side. The sonar display cleared. No life signatures appeared within 500 meters. He brought the submarine to a hover, released the controls, and rubbed his face hard with both hands. Those past dozen minutes felt like being trapped inside a washing machine. He had nearly been swallowed by the whirlpool, then hunted and gnawed by mutated fish for kilometers on end. He leaned back into his seat, chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. It was not oxygen deprivation. His body was still recovering from extreme stress. Yet Suhai's expression remained calm. After several deep breaths, his eyes burned brighter than before. He glanced out at the quiet seawater beyond the viewport, then opened the weapons system panel. His gaze settled on the entry reading forward 4-tube torpedo launcher, remaining ordnance, 6 torpedoes. Chased and gnawed for 10 minutes by fish less than a meter long. Nearly 100 points of hull integrity lost. He was not going to let this stand. He rotated his neck, reclaimed the control stick, and turned the submarine back along his previous path. He raced even faster than he had when fleeing. Suhai navigated back through the rift valley and crossed the kelp forest. The sonar once again picked up the Fong's silvery scale fish school. They had not traveled far, lingering at the edge of the kelp forest, seemingly waiting for the metal canister to emerge. They were correct. Only his method of return was nothing like they expected. Suhai hovered at the boundary of the kelp forest, roughly 400 meters away from the school. He switched the sonar to precision tracking mode, locking onto the densest cluster, then disengaged the safety locks on all torpedo tubes. 6 torpedoes remained. He kept 2 in reserve. The other 4 would be delivered straight to the school. You liked biting, huh? Suhai rested his thumb over the firing button, his expression blank. Now it's my turn. The first torpedo launched from its tube, trailing a pale wake as it streaked toward the densest center of the school. 3 seconds later, boom. Underwater explosions produced no flame, only a rapidly expanding sphere of white shockwave. A vacuum bubble more than 10 meters wide ripped open in the seawater before collapsing violently. The secondary blast tossed fish aside like toys. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 12. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 8. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 15. 30 fish perished from the first torpedo alone. The surviving school scattered in panic, abandoning formation and fleeing in all directions. Suhai gave them no chance to escape. The second torpedo launched immediately, aimed at the projected path of the fleeing swarm. Boom. Another shockwave burst outward. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 9. Fong silvery scale fish, slain times 11. Third torpedo. Fourth torpedo. Once all 4 torpedoes expended, silvery fish carcasses and glowing loot orbs drifted through the water for hundreds of meters. On the sonar screen, the school of Fong silvery scale fish dwindled from more than 50 to 7 or 8 stragglers. They fled toward deeper water without looking back, swimming faster than they had charged the submarine. Suhai chose not to pursue. For torpedoes were sufficient payback. He kept the remaining 2 for self-defense. He maneuvered the submarine above the explosion zone, exited the vessel, and began collecting loot. Fish carcasses sank slowly, each accompanied by floating colored orbs, the material rewards materialized by the system. Suhai snatched them one after another, and constant inventory alert chimes rang out, louder than when he traded bottled water previously. Evolution shard times 33. Steel times 45. Rubber times 22. Thermostatic vest fine times 1. Advanced diving suit rare times 1. Fong silvery scale fish flesh times 47 portions. Gold coins times 380. Suhai scanned the resource list top to bottom and raised an eyebrow slightly. 33 evolution shards. Combined with scattered fragments he obtained through earlier trades, he already held more than the 30 required for the submarine's Tier 1 evolution. He had 45 units of steel and 22 units of rubber. While he still fell short of the targets of 100 steel and 50 rubber, the gap was manageable. The 2 pieces of equipment that dropped were an unexpected bonus. The thermostatic vest was a fine-grade wearable item. Worn directly against the body, it automatically regulated surface temperature, outperforming any heavy-down jacket in the deep ocean. Suhai returned to the submarine and slipped the vest on right away. The moment the fabric touched his skin, a gentle stream of warmth spread from his spine out to his limbs. The cockpit's constant 24-degree temperature control system suddenly felt unnecessary. What surprised him most was the advanced diving suit. Advanced diving suit rare. Attributes: pressure resistance down to 1,500 meters. Built-in miniature oxygen circulation system supports 2 hours of breathing. Outer shell constructed from triple-layer composite nanomaterials, medium-high tear resistance. Evaluation: 1,000,000 times better than your current rubber suit. Once you put this on, you'll at least look like a proper deep-sea diver, instead of someone who just wandered out of a bathhouse. Suhai twitched the corner of his mouth. Whoever programmed the system's evaluation module certainly had a sharp tongue. Still, the advanced diving suit was undeniably valuable. Capable of withstanding pressure at 1,500 meters with its own oxygen supply, it outclassed the outdated rubber diving suit stored in his emergency locker by a massive margin. He folded the suit neatly and stowed it inside the storage compartment. He still held 47 portions of fish meat. Suhai picked one up to check its stats. Fanged silver scale fish meat common. Effect: permanently boosts stamina +1, strength +1 upon consumption, only effective on first consumption. Subsequent servings restore satiety. Note: fairly bland and slightly dry. Recommended to season with salt. Permanent attribute gains. Suhai instantly perked up. He set aside 5 portions for himself and planned to list the remaining 42 on the trade channel to exchange for other attribute-boosting food. This world clearly hosted far more varieties of mutated creatures besides this fish. Different fish meats were likely to enhance different stats. Only by sampling multiple types could he raise his overall stats. Suhai steered the submarine away from the blast-ravaged stretch of sea, maintaining a moderate speed. No new threats appeared on the sonar screen. Cruising forward at 20 knots, he sorted out his next moves. Evolving the submarine to Tier 1 required. Evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50, Tier 1 evolution energy core times 1. He already possessed enough evolution shards, but still lacked some steel and rubber. He searched the trade channel and found both materials available. Steel was priced at 3 gold coins per unit. He purchased 55 units for 165 gold coins. Rubber cost 2 gold coins per unit. He bought 28 units for 56 gold coins. Combined with the steel and rubber looted earlier from the fish swarm, he now met the requirement of 100 steel and 50 rubber. He also had all 30 evolution shards. Only one item remained missing, the Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core. He typed Evolution Energy Core into the search bar. Search results, 0 entries. Leaning back against his seat, he tapped his fingers on the armrest as his mind raced. It was not that no player owned the item, but that very few possessed it. Those who did were almost certainly preparing to upgrade their own submarines and would not sell it lightly. Tier 1 evolution was a universal priority for every player. Whoever upgraded their submarine first would gain a massive early advantage. He needed to change tactics. If he could not buy one directly, he would have to find it himself. The daily refresh of the intelligence system was his best lead via resource intelligence. There was another method available as well, hunting intelligence. Slaying mutated creatures dropped all kinds of supplies, including a chance for cores. Though the drop rate was low, even Tier 1 schools of fanged silver scale fish yielded plenty of loot. Higher tier mutated creatures should have better odds of dropping cores. He would wait. He would check again once the intelligence refreshed tomorrow. Suhai closed the trade panel and began organizing his weapons and gear. After being hunted by a swarm of fish for 10 agonizing minutes, he was acutely aware that firepower was insufficient. While the quadruple torpedo launch tubes were military grade, he only had 6 torpedoes in reserve. After expending 4, merely 2 remained. If another school of mutated fish attacked, he would have no choice but to rely on the hull. To withstand impacts, he needed more torpedoes. He also required backup personal weapons. Torpedoes were expensive on the trade channel. Standard torpedoes sold for 50 gold coins apiece, roughly equal to a canister of oxygen. After some thought, Suhai traded the equivalent value of 10 oxygen canisters for 10 torpedoes. The seller threw in 2 older second-hand torpedoes as a bonus. Their firepower was slightly weaker, yet more than enough to deal with Tier 1 fish swarms. 12 torpedoes added to his ammunition stockpile left him far better equipped. Next came personal armaments. Up to this point, Suhai only owned a fire axe, sufficient for close combat, yet leaving him completely unarmed at range. If he ever needed to exit the submarine to fight, he could not rely solely on an axe to fend off mutated fish. He traded 5 crates of mineral water plus 3 cans of luncheon meat to another player in exchange for underwater combat equipment. Micro torpedo pistol bronze times 1. Fires miniature torpedoes. Single shot power equals 1/10 of a standard torpedo, lethal to medium and small mutated fish. 5-round magazine, 50-meter effective range. Timed adhesive sea mine bronze times 3. Equipped with powerful permanent magnetic suction cups that firmly attach to warship hulls, submarine exteriors, dock pilings, and underwater oil pipelines. Timing adjustable from several seconds to multiple days. Suhai secured the micro-torpedo pistol to the left waist of his diving suit and stowed the timed adhesive mines inside his backpack. Once fully outfitted, he glanced down at himself. From a defenseless office worker, he had become something resembling a competent deep-sea combatant. With weapons prepared, it was time to cook. He retrieved the 5 reserved portions of fanged silver-scale fish meat and dug seasonings out of storage to prepare a stat-enhancing feast. He set the frying pan over the engine heat vent and poured in some plant oil acquired via the trade channel. Slicing the fish thin, he seared each side until lightly charred before sprinkling sea salt, black pepper, and a pinch of chili powder. The fish sizzled in the hot oil, its surface tightening quickly to a tempting golden shade. Suhai lifted a slice, blew on it gently, and took a bite. His first impression was that the meat was indeed dry, with coarse fibers requiring extra chewing. Still, seasoning greatly improved the flavor. A subtle seafood umami blended with charred aroma, infinitely better than compressed rations. After finishing the first slice, a system notification popped up: stamina +1 permanent, strength +1 permanent. First consumption of fanged silver scale fish meat. Stat boost activated. Further consumption will only restore satiety. Suhai opened his player panel to check. Player. Suhai. Title: Current of Rebellion. Stamina: 13. Strength: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 14. Ability: Unawakened. Awakening progress: 0. Evaluation: mediocre physical fitness, slightly above average spirit. You ate some fish and grew marginally stronger. Congratulations. Now larger fish will take a little longer to finish you off. Ignoring the taunting evaluation line, Suhai cooked and consumed the remaining 4 portions of fish. His satiety filled to maximum, yet no further stats rose. Just as suspected, bonuses only applied the first time he ate each type of meat. He purchased several other varieties of fish meat listed by different players on the trade channel. Some sold armored crab meat, others ghost head mackerel meat, and one listing advertised unknown fish meat, supposedly recovered from the abyss layer, priced exorbitantly at 200 gold coins. Suhai passed on the unknown meat and only bought 1 serving each of armored crab meat and ghost head mackerel meat. Armored crab meat granted agility +1 and stamina +1. Ghost head mackerel meat granted strength +2. After eating them, Suhai's updated stats appeared as follows: stamina 14, strength 12, agility 11, spirit 14. Stamina increased by 2 points, strength by 3, and agility by 1. His physical attributes remained fairly average overall, yet clearly improved compared to his blank starting values. The 14 points in stamina were especially noticeable. His endurance had grown markedly. Previously, swimming for more than 10 minutes through the supermarket ruins left him gasping for breath. But he could endure far longer now. Once everything was settled, Suhai opened his map panel. The massive whirlpool sat roughly 15 kilometers behind him, slowly drifting. Its diameter had shrunk from over 4 kilometers down to 2. Its suction weakened, yet it remained extremely hazardous. The contamination zone boundary lay even farther out, with over a dozen hours remaining until the safe window expired. His current position wedged itself between the whirlpool and contamination zone, like a tightrope walker trapped between 2 predators. This location also held an advantage. Most other players were either caught in the whirlpool or fleeing for their lives, so very few would traverse this stretch of sea. Peaceful, Suhai decided to remain here and lie low. He held the submarine stationary at his present coordinates and enabled automatic cruise to maintain depth. Next, he inspected the production lines. The electrolysis tanks, seawater purification units, and gas compression filling equipment all operated normally. Bottles of mineral water rolled off the assembly line one after another, while oxygen canisters filled steadily. Continuous order chimes echoed, and his gold coin balance climbed steadily. He leaned back in the pilot's chair, adjusted the temperature on his thermal vest to the most comfortable setting, and poured himself a glass of water. He had run out of cola, and the bottle of vintage red wine had shattered during the earlier turbulence, leaving only mineral water. Still, the purified seawater tasted fresh and sweet, so he had little reason to complain. The World Chat channel remained noisy. Some players struggled amid the whirlpool's aftershocks. Others cried out near the contamination zone's edge. Some haggled fiercely over half a bottle of fresh water, while others trembled in darkness, praying for daylight. There was no daylight beneath the ocean's surface. Leaning back in his seat wrapped in the thermal vest, Suhai watched the calm seabed terrain displayed on the sonar screen. Drowsiness washed over him, and his eyes slowly closed. He set an alarm for 6 hours later. Then, in these waters 15 kilometers from the fading whirlpool, and safely distant from the contamination boundary, he drifted off into a sound sleep. This marked his second day on the seabed. 6 hours later, the alarm rang, and Suhai woke promptly. He pushed the blanket aside and first checked the system panel. The trade channel had automatically sold over 80 bottles of mineral water and 7 oxygen canisters in the background, raising his gold coin balance to nearly 1,500. Production lines functioned without fault, and newly filled supplies lined the warehouse neatly. He stretched his neck before checking the map. The massive whirlpool had diminished to a tiny vortex less than 500 meters across. Its pull was nearly negligible, and it would vanish entirely before long. The contamination zone boundary advanced a short distance forward, yet it remained safely far from his position. Just then, the familiar cold notification tone echoed inside his mind. Ding, daily intelligence system. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Suhai straightened up, his attention sharpening. A translucent pentagonal selection panel floated before him. 5 colored intelligence options rotated slowly, each cursor glowing with its unique radiance. Resource intelligence white, survival intelligence green, hunting intelligence red, ruin intelligence gold, special intelligence purple. Suhai's gaze swept repeatedly over the 5 choices. Yesterday, he had selected survival intelligence. Because the massive whirlpool loomed directly behind him, survival came first. Circumstances differed today. The whirlpool was almost gone. More than a dozen safe hours remained before contamination reached him. Yet his submarine hull durability sat at only 98 points, less than half its maximum value. His top priority was upgrading the submarine, and he still lacked the Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core. Suhai extended a finger and tapped the white option marked Resource Intelligence. The remaining 4 light markers vanished simultaneously. The white light burst apart into silver streaks, and the familiar pale gold holographic map unfurled before his eyes. Centered on his submarine, the seabed terrain within a 20-kilometer radius rendered as translucent wireframes. Shipwrecked debris, reef clusters, kelp forests, fractured submarine mountain ranges, every landform was clearly labeled. Most thrilling of all were the dense clusters of faint crimson markers scattered across the map. Some isolated in silt, others gathered in swarms like reflected starlight on the seabed. There were far too many. Several times more resource nodes than yesterday. Suhai drew a deep breath, scanning quickly for the densest clusters of red markers. First location, roughly 3 kilometers northeast, deep within a dense kelp forest. Resource density marked high. Scattered signals of small creatures moved nearby, indicating active mutated life forms. No keywords mentioning energy cores appeared in the preview list. Second location, approximately 7 kilometers northwest, the heart of a shipwreck graveyard. Resource density marked extremely low. The preview list showed only one entry, the card labeled Eternal Durability, bearing a legendary tag. At the very bottom of the preview list sat a line of red warning text. Multiple mutated shark signals detected within region, threat Tier 1. Suhai lingered on that warning for 2 seconds before continuing to review the map. Third location, 11 kilometers due north, ruins of a sunken ancient city. Resource density marked extremely high. Dozens of entries crowded the preview list. Steel, rubber, evolution shards, food, fresh water, weapon parts, rare modifiers. And on the 12th line, for words caught his eye. Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core ×1. Suhai's pupils constricted slightly. He had found it. The Tier 1 Evolution Energy Core lay within the sunken ancient city ruins, mixed among dozens of other supply crates. The preview also noted active mutated creatures inside the ruins, yet the threat rating was moderate. Tier 1 Mutated Fish Swarm, Suspected Fanged Silverscale Fish Colony. Fanged Silverscale Fish. The same school he had obliterated with 4 torpedoes the previous day. His ammunition reserves were greater now. 12 standard torpedoes plus 2 older second-hand torpedoes. 5 magazines for his micro-torpedo pistol, and 3 timed adhesive sea mines. As long as he avoided being surrounded, dealing with a Tier 1 fish swarm should be manageable. What truly tempted him was the shipwreck graveyard. Eternal Durability. He could not miss the purple legendary modifier label at the top of that preview list. Legendary tier, on par with a nuclear power engine. Yet mutated sharks inhabited the shipwreck graveyard. Tier 1 threats were definitely stronger than fanged silverscale fish. With his submarine hull durability sitting at merely 98 points, it could not sustain many blows from shark attacks. Suhai closed his eyes to weigh his choices for roughly 10 seconds. When he opened them again, his decision was made. He would head to the ancient city ruins first to retrieve the energy core. Tier 1 evolution was non-negotiable. Once upgraded, his submarine's hull durability, cruising speed, and maximum diving depth would all improve drastically. Only then would he stand better odds against the mutated sharks in the shipwreck graveyard. He could circle back to claim eternal durability afterward. The resource intelligence remained valid for more than 20 minutes, leaving sufficient time. Plan finalized. Suhai gripped the control lever. The nuclear engine rumbled lowly as the submarine turned toward the north and accelerated forward. He passed the kelp forest resource node along the way without pausing, continuing north. The submarine traveled steadily at 35 knots. Occasional small creature signals flickered on sonar, yet all remained at safe distances. The 11-kilometer journey passed quickly beneath the waves. When the outline of the ancient city ruins appeared outside the viewport, Suhai gently reduced speed. It was a complete city, not a modern concrete metropolis, but an ancient stone settlement. Collapsed city walls, tilted towers, archways draped in seaweed, flagstone streets carpeted with shell fragments. The entire settlement appeared transported whole to the seabed, eerily intact. Its architecture reminded Suhai of ancient Greek or Roman ruins, blended with strange, unfamiliar elements. Certain stone pillars bore carvings not of common geometric patterns, but twisted, unsettling spiral symbols. that induced dizziness if stared at too long. The submarine slipped inside through a breach in the city wall. Small creature signals began appearing on sonar, consistent with the intelligence briefing. Roughly 30 to 40 individuals ranging from half a meter to 1 meter in length, patrolling along the inner walls. Fanged silver-scale fish. Suhai's jaw tightened, yet he did not immediately enter combat readiness. He selected a relatively concealed spot behind a partially collapsed stone tower and brought the submarine to a halt. The tower's shadow concealed the vessel's silhouette. Once the engine shut down, the low hum of the nuclear reactor became nearly undetectable in deep water. He donned his diving suit and inspected his equipment. Fully loaded micro-torpedo pistol. 3-timed adhesive sea mines hung at his waist as emergency backup and an empty waterproof backpack ready to carry supplies. Then he pushed open the hatch and slipped into the dim seawater of the ancient city. Headlamp beams sliced through darkness, illuminating silt-covered flagstone streets. The layout inside the city proved more intricate than he expected. Silver resource crates scattered inside stone buildings lining the roads. Some half buried under sediment, others tucked behind toppled stone pillars, and more wedged inside broken second-floor window frames. Suhai began collecting supplies one by one according to the coordinates marked by resource intelligence. Inside the first stone building stood 3 standard resource crates containing steel, rubber, and canned food. No energy core here. The second chamber, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Suhai moved faster and faster, his footsteps barely pausing on the flagstone path. The beam of his headlamp darted through the dark streets like a wandering little star. One supply crate after another popped open, flashes of white light flickering amid constant dings from the system notifications. Steel, rubber, evolution shards, rations, fresh water, gold coins. The numbers inside his storage space climbed steadily. Yet he still had not located the crate holding the evolution energy core. Supplies listed on the intelligence preview were sorted by spatial location, not priority. The core could be hidden inside any crate, deep within the ruins, atop the tallest tower, or tucked away in some unremarkable corner. Suhai remained calm. He followed each glowing marker on the supply intelligence one by one, advancing steadily like a sapper clearing a minefield. Time and again he expected the next crate to hold what he sought, only to be disappointed, but his expression never shifted. He cleared the 11th stone building, then the 12th. At the 13th, he knelt to pry open a crate wedged in a rock crevice. The headlamp swept across the contents, for torpedoes. Still no core. Suhai stood and stretched his knees, numb from squatting. His gaze drifted to the supply intelligence countdown. In the upper corner of his vision, 14 minutes remaining. There was enough time, but he could not afford further delays. He turned and swam toward the next dense cluster of supply markers to begin his third large-scale loot sweep. Just then, the water flow perception granted by the current surge tidal flashed a warning red inside his mind. It was not something he saw or heard, but a bone-deep vibration sense. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the seawater had abruptly grown unsettled. Roughly 200 meters behind his right side, countless tiny, synchronized water disturbances emerged, moving rapidly straight toward his position. A school of fish. Not 3 or 4 scattered sharp-fanged silver-scale fish, but a coordinated pack of more than 30. Suhai froze for less than half a second. 200 meters. At the sharp-fanged silver-scale fish's swimming speed, they would close the distance in under 30 seconds. He stood on the main street of the ancient underwater ruins with no sealed shelter nearby, around 80 meters away from his submarine. If he fled now, the school would most likely intercept him halfway. Running was not an option. Fighting was equally risky. His miniature torpedo pistol held only 5 rounds. It could handle 2 or 3 fish, but against 30 charging at once, the school would tear him to bones before he emptied a single magazine. Suhai's eyes raced to scan the surrounding terrain. His current search perception proved invaluable at this moment. He did not need to rely on sight. The contours of every landscape feature materialized clearly in his mind via reflected water currents. 5 meters to his left stood a stone building with a half-collapsed roof. Inside lay a semi-enclosed storage cellar, just large enough for one person to huddle inside. The cellar walls were thick stone. With only a narrow entrance the fish could not penetrate. He kicked hard, his fins slicing through seawater as he darted into the stone structure like a barracuda. The cellar entrance was mostly covered by a tilted stone slab. He squeezed sideways inside, dragged the slab back into place, leaving only a 2-finger-wide gap to observe outside. He shut off his headlamp and slowed his breathing. 30 seconds later, the school arrived. Through the crack in the slab, Suhai witnessed a deeply unsettling sight. More than 30 sharp-fanged silver-scale fish streaked across the main street like a storm of silvery gray lightning. Their scales glinted coldly in the dim seawater, rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth visible within their gaping jaws. The school wove rapidly through the street, constantly shifting formation as if searching for something. The crate he had pried open in the rock crevice still stood ajar. Faint light leaking from leftover loose supplies drew the school's attention. Several sharp-fanged silver-scale fish circled the crate. Finding nothing edible, they lashed their tails violently against its surface before rejoining the formation. The school lingered on the street for nearly 3 minutes. Suhai did not stir. His breathing stayed steady, heart rate held within normal range. The thermostatic vest maintained a comfortable body temperature. The silence inside the cellar felt almost oppressive. Eventually, the school lost interest. They regrouped and swam deeper into the ancient ruins. On Suhai's current surge sense, the dense signatures of water disturbance drifted farther away until vanishing at the edge of his detection range. Suhai waited another 30 seconds to confirm safety before pushing the slab aside and sliding out of the cellar. Instead of immediately resuming supply collection, he first checked his submarine's position and surveyed the surroundings. The school was long gone. No new creature signatures appeared within 200 meters. Safe. He returned to searching crates. 13th stone building cleared, no core. 14th. A ground floor shop inside a 2-story stone edifice. 3 crates filled entirely with provisions. 15th. A storage chamber beneath a tower holding 2 crates, still no core. The 16th structure. It was a relatively intact stone building at the end of the ancient city's main thoroughfare, appearing to have once served as a temple or municipal hall of great importance. Its massive doorway had rotted and collapsed long ago, yawning like a black maw. Suhai swam inside, his headlamp illuminating the vast interior. A spacious main hall rose before him, lined with stone pillars. The floor bore mosaic patterns, half buried under sediment. Yet hints of former splendor remained visible. Supply intelligence marked 7 crates here, the largest concentration of supplies within the entire ruined city. Suhai began gathering loot. The first crate rested on an altar-like stone platform at the hall's center, a standard silver container. When he opened it, evolution shards times 5, steel times 10. The second sat behind a toppled pillar, rubber times 8, gold coins times 60. The third was wedged in the corner for torpedoes. The fourth. The moment Suhai's hand touched the lid, a glow unlike any he had ever seen spread across the crate's surface. Not white, not blue, not purple. Gold. Pale golden light patterns rippled outward from the center of the lid like energized circuitry, blazing brightly amid the ocean darkness. The lid sprang open automatically. A fist-sized mass pulsing with icy blue-white luminescence slowly rose from the crate, suspended mid-water, resembling a miniature star shrunk countless times over. First tier evolution energy core. Quality, core material bound grade. Purpose, essential core material for first tier vehicle evolution. Once evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50 are collected, it can be used to upgrade a first tier vehicle to second tier, comprehensively boosting vehicle attributes and unlocking new functional modules. Note, it is not a heart, yet your submarine will be nothing but scrap metal without it. Treat it with care. Found. From the moment the supply intelligence refreshed, he had searched 16 buildings, opened dozens of crates, hidden inside a cellar for 3 minutes waiting for the fish school to pass. Countless times he believed the next crate would hold the core, only to watch that entry in the preview list get pushed aside by other materials. Now it floated right in front of him, glowing coldly, waiting for him to reach out. Suhai stretched his hand and closed his palm around the energy core. It felt slightly warmer than the surrounding seawater. Even through his gloves, he sensed gentle warmth, like clutching a coin freshly pulled from a pocket. First-tier evolution energy core acquired. Initiate vehicle evolution immediately. Evolution requires 3 minutes, during which the submarine will be immobile and all systems enter reconstruction. Hull durability will reset after regeneration. Current materials complete. Evolution shards times 30, steel times 100, rubber times 50. First-tier evolution energy core times 1. Suhai nearly pressed confirm at once. But one detail halted him. Evolution demanded 3 full minutes of immobility. The submarine's systems would undergo restructuring, its hull durability resetting upon completion. He could not evolve here. Fish schools patrolled the ancient ruins. 3 minutes of complete stillness carried far too much risk. He needed to return to his submarine and find a secure location before starting the evolution process. Suhai stowed the energy core and continued looting the remaining 2 crates in the hall. He had just slid down from the stone platform and turned to leave when his current search perception triggered a faint alert. Not a school of fish. 2 signatures, entirely distinct from mutated creatures. Their movement speed was moderate, their paths erratic yet clearly directed. Entering the ruins from the opposite side, they drew steadily closer to his location. Suhai switched off his headlamp, retreated into shadow behind a stone pillar, and drew his miniature torpedo pistol from his waist, gripping it firmly. Water flow perception sharpened the outlines of the 2 targets in his mind. Adult male figures clad in diving suits, oxygen tanks strapped to their backs, kicking flippers forward at a steady pace. They swam side by side, maintaining a 3-meter gap, clearly coordinating their advance. One carried a rifle-shaped weapon, while the other had equipment hanging from his belt. Not mutated beasts. Humans. Suhai's vigilance did not ease. Deep underwater, other humans could prove far more dangerous than predatory fish. The 2 men drew near the building where he hid. Then they stopped. Suhai sensed their water signatures hesitate at the entrance before they slowly, cautiously swam inside. Their headlamp beams swept across the main hall, illuminating the altar platform. Then the empty crates scattered on the floor, finally settling on the last few unlooted crates Suhai had not yet opened. Whoa, so many crates. One voice crackled through underwater comms, kept low yet brimming with barely contained excitement. Someone's already been here. Look at those open ones, a deeper, gruffer voice replied, belonging to an older man. Could it be fish that pried them open? Fish can't break these crates. Only players can. There's someone nearby, maybe still inside. 2 headlamp beams traversed the hall, gliding past the pillar concealing Suhai without catching sight of him. He huddled lower, holding his breath, fingers resting lightly on the trigger guard of his torpedo pistol. Look over there. The younger man's tone rose slightly. Both beams locked onto the altar platform, specifically, the empty crate Suhai had opened. Its lid hung open, still tinged with faint golden radiance, the lingering afterglow left behind after removing the energy core, slowly fading away. Gold light. The older man's voice turned low and dangerous. Golden glow means high-value loot. What could it be? Probably an energy core. I saw people talking on the global channel yesterday. They said opening a first-tier evolution energy core emits golden light. A brief silence followed. Suhai could feel both men's breathing shift. Not out of fear, but greed, the raw, unbridled avarice that easily took root in the deep ocean. Did you spot that submarine outside the city? Military grade, pretty sizable, the younger man said. What are you getting at? He's got the energy core, and we've got guns. The younger man paused. He's been looting crate after crate. Imagine all the supplies stockpiled on his vessel, energy cores, evolution shards, stat cards, food and fresh water filling his storage. The older man hesitated. Suhai sensed his headlamp sweeping slowly over the empty crates against the walls, across the altar, and finally landing on his companion. That's a military submarine, the older man warned, as if reminding himself as much as the other. So what if it's military? It's still just a metal hull. We don't even need to attack the submarine itself. He's out alone collecting supplies. 2 of us with underwater assault rifles. We can sneak up behind him and take him out before he reacts. A dead man can't launch torpedoes. Suhai heard every word transmitted through the underwater channel. His expression remained unchanged. No anger, no fear, not even revulsion. He simply calculated equipment disparities and tactical options in his mind with cold precision. 2 opponents armed with underwater assault rifles. Effective range appeared to be 30 to 50 meters, roughly matching his miniature torpedo pistol. However, his weapon dealt explosive damage capable of obliterating a person with a single shot, while their rifles relied on penetrating ballistics. Bullets lost velocity rapidly underwater, making accuracy poor beyond 50 meters. He held an advantage in firepower. Yet fighting 2 enemies one-on-one head-on carried enormous risk. Even if he killed one instantly, the second could land a fatal shot simultaneously. Direct confrontation was out of the question, but his advantages extended beyond firepower. With current surge perception, he tracked every movement of his targets within a kilometer in real time, while they remained completely unaware of his presence. It was equivalent to having full map awareness. He also carried 3 timed adhesive sea mines. Suhai's mind raced, finalizing a complete battle plan within seconds. He did not alert the 2 men. Staying silent, he used his perception to map the surrounding terrain. A school of fish patrolled near the western city wall, roughly 600 meters away. A sufficiently large explosion at this distance would draw them toward the noise. All he needed to do was lure the 2 men to the blast zone. Suhai slipped out from behind the pillar, pushed open an algae-covered side door set into the rear wall of the stone hall, and glided silently into a narrow alley. He kept his lamp off, navigating entirely by current surge perception through the pitch-black passage. At the same time, he unstrapped the first-timed adhesive C mine from his belt. He selected an ideal ambush site, a small plaza at the end of the main street. Collapsed ruins lined both sides, leaving only a 10-meter wide passage through the center. A toppled stone pillar jutted from the plaza's midpoint, half buried in sediment. Suhai armed the first mine and fixed it magnetically to the pillar's surface. Its permanent magnet clamped firmly to the stone as a red timer began its silent countdown. He attached the second mine to the inner archway of rubble on the plaza's left, and the third to the base of a thick stone wall on the right. The three mines formed a triangular formation covering the entire central plaza. All timers were set for remote detonation. Once the traps were laid, Suhai deliberately revealed a fleeting glimpse of himself to draw the pair toward the plaza center. He halted behind rubble roughly 50 meters from the plaza, a position offering clear observation of the open space, while staying close enough to his submarine to rush to its hatch within seconds once the mines detonated. He raised his miniature torpedo pistol to chest height, aiming toward the plaza, and tracked the two targets' live positions through his perception. The two men circled along the city wall, advancing steadily, and soon entered the plaza. Suhai's thumb hovered over the pistol trigger, but he held fire. The moment had not yet come. They stopped in the plaza's center. Something must have struck them as odd. The plaza was unnervingly quiet, the ruins on either side black as gaping jaws. Straight ahead, the military submarine sat motionless in the shadow of a stone tower, not a single light glowing from its cockpit. Something feels off, the older man said over comms, voice lowered even further. What's wrong? He can't have spotted us. If he hadn't, why keep all his lights off? It was a valid question, but it was already too late. Suhai confirmed their coordinates via perception. They stood dead center of the plaza, less than 3 meters from the fallen pillar. He pressed the detonation switch on his wrist control panel. At the exact same instant, he leaned out from behind the rubble and fired one miniature torpedo. He aimed not at the men, but at the seawater above the plaza. The torpedo detonated overhead, a shockwave churning up centuries of accumulated sediment. The water turned opaque, visibility dropping to zero. Immediately afterward, all three adhesive sea mines exploded simultaneously. Boom. The three blasts merged into one. Orange and white shock waves burst open underwater, tearing the seawater apart into raging pressure fronts. Stones, silt, and shredded seaweed scattered in every direction. The toppled pillar shattered into several chunks, flying debris sending rippling shock waves through the water. The explosions did not strike the two men directly. Suhai had timed the detonation to coincide with their arrival at the plaza center, yet they moved slightly faster than predicted. When the mines went off, they had reached the plaza's edge, several meters away from the nearest blast point. The shockwave threw them off balance, but failed to kill them instantly. That had never been his objective anyway. Suhai had no intention of relying solely on the mines to eliminate them. He wanted noise. The shockwaves generated by the simultaneous detonation of 3 underwater mines could travel dozens of kilometers beneath the waves, possibly farther. For the school of sharp-fong silver-scale fish circling 600 meters away, vibrations of this magnitude were akin to someone setting off 3 flashbangs right outside their den while banging gongs and shouting. Sure enough, within seconds, through wayfarer perception, the dense cluster of small signals west of the ancient city abruptly turned as one, accelerating straight toward the plaza. 30-odd sharp-fong silver-scale fish, starved, enraged, driven into a feral frenzy by the explosions. On the plaza, the two humans were left dazed and disoriented by the blast wave. The younger man's headlamp was half shattered, flickering erratically. He waved his assault rifle wildly amid the turbid, silt-choked water. The older man yelled frantically into his comms unit, most of his words swallowed by the explosion's aftershocks and underwater ambient noise, only fragmented phrases breaking through. Retreat. Pull back quickly. But escape was no longer possible. The fish had arrived. The sharp-fong silver-scale fish streaked into the murky silt cloud like silver lightning. Their eyes were not their primary sense. Underwater, their lateral line systems detected every faint tremor in the water. The panicked thrashing of 2 humans in diving suits registered to them as 2 slabs of wriggling prey. Screams crackled over the underwater comms. Not coherent speech, raw, agonized shrieks interspersed with frantic shouts of "Help me! It's biting me! Fire! Fire! Fire!" Then came gunfire. Shots from underwater assault rifles sounded dull beneath the surface, like someone beating a drum on the seabed. After several rounds, the gunfire ceased, leaving only screams. A few seconds more, and even the screams fell silent. Suhai swam swiftly back to the submarine, hauled himself briskly through the hatch, triggered ballast drainage, removed his breathing mask, and strode to the pilot's seat. He gripped the control lever, thumb flipping off the safety for the torpedo tubes. 4-tube torpedo launcher, remaining ordnance, 14 rounds, 12 standard torpedoes plus 2 older second-hand torpedoes. He locked his sonar onto the plaza. The fish clustered tightly as they fed. Suhai set speed to low, guiding the submarine slowly out from the shadow of the stone tower, bow aimed toward the plaza. He kept his distance. 400 meters was point-blank range for a torpedo. The first torpedo roared free. 5 seconds later, fireball bloomed at the plaza's center, the shockwave tearing the packed school of fish to shreds. Sharp-fong silver-scale fish, slain times 18. The second torpedo launched immediately after, targeting the stragglers fleeing along the plaza's edge. The blast fireball chased the fish, overturning several more. Sharp-fong silver-scale fish, slain times 7. The remaining few scattered and fled. Suhai spared the third torpedo. He needed his ammunition for other objectives. He confirmed via sonar that no living biological signatures remained on the plaza, then maneuvered the submarine to hover directly above it. Time to exit the sub. The seawater over the plaza stayed thick with suspended silt, forming an opaque fog. Suhai's headlamp had limited penetration, but he possessed wayfarer perception. Sight was unnecessary. Flow echoes mapped every inch of the plaza's floor inside his mind. He began gathering loot. First came the drops from the fish. Mutated creatures left behind glowing orbs upon death, the floating trophies persisting for a window of time before dissipating. Evolution shard times 27, steel plating times 35, rubber times 18, sharp fong silver scale fish, flesh times 31 portions, gold coins times 460, standard torpedo times 3. Next, he collected supplies scattered where the two men had fallen. A player's storage space emptied upon death, spilling a random portion of their belongings onto the ground. Suhai held little hope of finding high-value loot from them. Still, he uncovered useful supplies, rations, and fresh water. It was time to depart. Suhai turned and swam back into the submarine, sealing the hatch, draining ballast, and removing his mask and gloves before dropping into the pilot's seat. He first reviewed system status. Nuclear reactor operating nominally, life support functional, the mineral water production line on the trade channel running automatically. He pulled up the submarine status panel and drew a deep breath. Vehicle name, corroded military submarine, grade, Tier 1 vehicle, hull durability, 98/200. Everything was ready. He had all required materials and the core. Now was the moment. He pressed, initiate evolution. The entire submarine shuddered violently. It was not the vibration of an engine spooling up, but the sensation of every steel plate, weld, and rivet being disassembled and reconstructed simultaneously. All cabin lights cut out. Every gauge on the dash dropped to 0, and the low hum of the nuclear reactor faded completely. Then light ignited deep within the submarine's core. Evolution shards drifted out of storage as countless tiny glowing specks, swirling through the cabin like fireflies. Steel and rubber broke down into fundamental molecular structures, reshaped amid the radiance. The Tier 1 evolution energy core hovered at the center of the command cabin, its cool blue-white glow growing brighter and brighter until Suhai was forced to shut his eyes. He heard metal reforming, not the harsh clang of hammering and welding, but a fluid, organic murmur, akin to vines unfurling. Decaying rust sloughed away, new armor plating took shape, rivets replaced by seamless welds, pipes rerouted, cables spreading across bulkheads like neural networks. The command cabin expanded. When Suhai opened his eyes, he barely recognized the space. The cramped cockpit where he could barely turn around had transformed into a spacious, almost luxurious command center. Beside his original pilot seat sat a newly added co-pilot station. Instrument panels stretched across 3 walls instead of 1, dominated by a massive holographic tactical display, flanked by neatly arranged banks of status monitors. The submarine panel popped up automatically, data scrolling line by line. Vehicle name, Orca-class attack submarine, grade, Tier 2 vehicle, hull durability, 800/800. Maximum dive depth, 2,000 meters, maximum speed, 65 knots, power system, legendary nuclear engine, active, unlimited power. Weapon systems, forward 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher ordnance remaining, 16, rear dual vertical missile silos ordnance remaining, 4. For small torpedo tubes, flanking the hull ordnance remaining. 8. Oxygen equipment. Perfect life support system activated. Sonar system. Advanced tactical sonar detection range. 2,000 meters. Identifies threat levels and resource signatures. Storage capacity. 25 cubic meters expanded. Special traits. Legendary nuclear engine. Rare electrolysis tank. Fine-grade seawater purification unit. Bronze-grade gas compression and filling equipment. New module unlocked. Electronic galley can cook high-tier ingredients for enhanced attribute bonuses. Rated crew. 1 to 4 persons. Evaluation. You've upgraded a sluggish heap of scrap metal into a fast, heavily armed war machine. Congratulations, you now stand a fighting chance against serious threats in the deep sea. Suhai read the full report twice, nodding with each line. Hull durability quadrupled from 200 to 800. Top speed rose from 50 knots to 65. Maximum safe dive depth jumped from 800 meters to 2,000. Reinforced pressure hulls added a 20% buffer, pushing the practical limit to 2,400 meters. The weaponry had undergone a complete overhaul. 6 heavy torpedo tubes, vertical missile silos, for auxiliary torpedo tubes, firepower elevated from a miniature sub to destroyer class. Yet what drew his attention most was the crew rating, updated from 1 to 2 persons to 1 to 4 persons. Operating all these weapons and new modules alone would prove taxing, but for now, it would suffice. Suhai stood and circled the expansive command cabin. The co-pilot seat was upholstered in genuine leather, matching his own. The electronic galley was an embedded compact cooking station fitted with electromagnetic heating surfaces, a vacuum low-temperature cooking tank, and a full rack for seasoning storage. He sorted all accumulated supplies with one command. Ingredients moved to galley storage, weapons and ammunition organized onto ordnance racks, steel and rubber stacked in the material hold. Once finished, Suhai settled back into the pilot's seat and activated tactical sonar. Detection range expanded from 500 meters to 2 kilometers, capable of distinguishing threat tiers and resource signatures. The display marked friendly contacts, biological danger levels, and resource nodes in distinct hues. His gaze drifted through the viewport toward the northwest as he remembered the location. 7 kilometers away, the shipwreck graveyard. Eternal durability. That legendary trait waited there, guarded by packs of mutated sharks. His submarine now boasted 800 durability, a top speed of 65 knots, and an arsenal expanded from 4 torpedoes to 16 heavy torpedoes for missiles, plus 8 lightweight torpedoes. Times had changed. Still, the sharks were far stronger, vastly outclassing the sharp-fanged silver-scale fish. He needed further preparations. Suhai opened the trade channel and began purchasing. First, he posted a bulk buy order. Military-grade underwater demolition warheads. All models and conditions accepted. Unlimited quantity. Next, he browsed the weapon category. One player listed anti-submarine depth charges ×4, priced at 800 gold coins, noting they had been recovered from a military shipwreck, immensely powerful yet useless to the seller. Suhai bought them without hesitation. Another listing offered sonar decoy rounds ×6. Upon deployment, they mimicked a submarine's acoustic signature, luring mutated creatures away toward false targets. Suhai acquired those as well. In minutes, over 1,500 gold coins were spent, leaving fewer than 300 remaining. Suhai felt no regret. Gold was merely a number in the deep ocean. Torpedoes and depth charges were true hard currency. Shopping complete, the ordnance racks sat fully stocked. 16 heavy torpedoes, 4 depth charges, for vertical launch missiles, 8 lightweight torpedoes, 6 sonar decoys. Suhai stared at the rows of green-ready lights on the weapons panel and nodded in satisfaction. Everything was set. Suhai gripped the control lever. The nuclear engine rumbled to life, and the Orca-class attack submarine turned toward the shipwreck graveyard, speeding forward at full power. At 65 knots, the 7-kilometer stretch was crossed in mere moments. 2 kilometers out, the advanced tactical sonar began rendering the outline of the graveyard. A sprawling underwater necropolis spanning several kilometers, dozens of shipwrecks of varying eras and hull forms jumbled together. Masts, smokestacks, figureheads rose from the darkness to form an eerie steel forest. Within that forest, several large red signatures drifted slowly. Sharks. Suhai did not charge straight in. He deployed a full sonar sweep. The resulting readout made him catch his breath. It was not a handful of sharks, but more than a dozen. Every specimen dwarfed any shark he had encountered before. The smallest measured 3 meters long. The largest perched atop the bow of a cargo wreck, stretching at least 5 meters from snout to tail. Their skin lacked the typical gray of ordinary sharks, instead a sickly blue-black pockmarked with scars and bony spurs. Their eyes were not black, but deep crimson, glowing like lanterns drifting among the sunken hulls. Abyssal bone sharks. The tactical sonar's biological identification system pulled up analytical data. Mutated creature, abyssal bone shark. Threat tier, tier 1. Behavior, highly territorial, attacks any moving object entering its domain. Extremely tough hide. Direct hits from standard torpedoes only inflict minor wounds. Weak points lie in the gills and oral cavity. Only flanking or underbelly strikes targeting the gills deliver lethal damage. Special ability, spur charge. Abyssal bone sharks can launch the bony spines along their backs like harpoons. Projectiles carry tremendous penetration power and pose severe hull breach risk to submarines. Suhai studied the data, his expression growing grave. Direct torpedo impacts barely hurt them. Precision strikes to the gills were mandatory. Fortunately, his upgraded tactical sonar possessed sufficient resolution to distinguish heads, torsos, gill slits, and tails on the readout. He reviewed all weapon systems, switching every torpedo to precision guidance mode, locking targeting priority to abyssal bone shark, gill region. 16 heavy torpedoes, 8 lightweight torpedoes, for depth charges, for missiles. It would be enough. Take down the largest one first. Suhai's thumb hovered over the firing trigger. Sonar locked onto the 5-meter elite abyssal bone shark resting atop the cargo vessel's bow. The bony spines along its back stood erect, like a shield studded with short spears. The first heavy torpedo launched from the 6-tube launcher. A second followed 2 seconds later. The 2 warheads trailed pale wake, flanking the elite shark from left and right. The predator sensed danger at the final instant. It twisted its body to evade, but it was too late. The first torpedo struck its left gill, the blast tearing open a massive gash. Blood and flesh billowed into the water like ink. The second torpedo impacted the right side of its head, obliterating the entire lateral skull in the detonation. The elite bone shark convulsed violently, rolling uncontrollably to crash against the cargo wreck. A heavy thud rippled through the sunken hull. Its vital signature faded rapidly on sonar before vanishing entirely. Elite abyssal bone shark, slain ×1. Loot, evolution shard ×18, bone shark hide ×1, bone shark vertebra ×1, spine harpoon blueprint ×1, gold coins ×450. Suhai did not pause to collect drops. The remaining sharks had been alerted by the explosions. Over a dozen abyssal bone sharks surged out from hiding among the wrecks, crimson eyes blazing in the dark, emerging like fiends from the abyss. They accelerated rapidly, the red signatures on sonar hurtling toward the submarine at over 10 meters per second. Come to me. Suhai's fingers flew across the weapons panel. 2 sonar decoy rounds launched from side tubes, 1 port, 1 starboard. Upon entering the water, they immediately replicated the submarine's acoustic profile, propeller rotation, engine frequency, hull echo, an exact match for the Orca-class sub. 4 abyssal bone sharks were deceived, veering off to chase the decoys. The rest continued their advance. Hatches covering the vertical missile silos slid open. 4 missiles ignited simultaneously. Instead of racing straight toward the shark pack, they ascended above the formation before diving vertically, detonating together amid the densest cluster of predators. 4 overlapping fireballs blossomed underwater, the combined shockwave killing 3 sharks outright and gravely wounding 2 more. Abyssal bone shark, slain ×3. Severely wounded abyssal bone shark, slain ×2. The last few sharks closed to less than 100 meters from the submarine. Suhai could see them through the viewport now, massive blue-black shapes streaking through dark blue seawater, crimson eyes leaving streaks of bloody light. The 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher fired again. 2 heavy torpedoes raced forward to intercept the lead shark. It opened its jaws lined with fangs, attempting to bite the incoming ordnance, and the torpedo detonated inside its mouth. Boom. The blast tore the predator clean in two, from snout to tail. The 4 auxiliary lightweight torpedo tubes opened fire on the remaining 2 sharks. Light torpedoes lacked the power of heavy warheads, but the 4-round barrage left no room to dodge. One shark took 3 direct hits to the gills and died instantly. The last lost its dorsal spine to a torpedo strike, losing balance and slamming into a shipwreck mast. Suhai finished it off with 1 final heavy torpedo. The seawater thickened with shark blood, fractured spines and scales drifted through the blast zone like debris. Tactical sonar performed a fresh sweep. The 2 sharks tricked by the decoys were circling back, moving with evident hesitation. They were territorial creatures, Yet every other member of their pack had perished, a shock their instincts could not process. After lingering uncertainly at the edge of sonar range, they turned and retreated into the darkness beyond the shipwreck graveyard. All threats eliminated, Suhai wasted no time. He steered the submarine above the core zone of the shipwreck graveyard, donned his advanced diving suit, clipped a miniature torpedo pistol to his waist, and dove into the sea. At the heart of the shipwreck graveyard lay the wreck of a 10,000-ton cargo vessel. The hull had snapped into 3 sections. The deck of the middle hold had been torn open from within, revealing a pitch-black massive gash. According to the supply intel, the location marked for the eternal durability inscription was deep inside this cargo hold. Suhai swam through the gash in the deck. The cargo hold was a dark, chaotic realm. Overturned shipping containers, rusted bulkheads, entangled cables, and fishing nets cast twisted, flickering shadows beneath his headlamp. Guided by the navigation of his wanderer perception, Suhai wove through this steel labyrinth toward the deepest part of the hold. There, inside a titanium safe eroded by seawater for countless years, yet still intact, he found the crate. It was a modest-sized, silvery standard resource crate. But unprecedented light swirled across its lid, hues of purple, gold, and fleeting streaks of orange intertwined, flowing slowly underwater like liquid gemstones. Suhai reached out and touched the lid. The crate opened. There was no burst of golden radiance, no shockwave, not even a sound. Only a quiet, almost gentle glow rose from within. Floating at the center of the light was a fist-sized translucent crystal. Countless fine runes drifted slowly inside it, as if breathing. Inscription name, Eternal Durability. Rank, Legendary. Type, Vehicle Armor Enhancement Inscription. Attribute, grants the submarine hull the Eternal Durability trait. The hull is immune to all forms of wear, corrosion, scratches, and impact damage. Durability remains permanently maxed. Note, a slab of iron that never rusts, never fatigues, and never springs a leak. In this world where everything sinks, this is akin to a divine guarantee. You might not win a fight against an abyssal leviathan, but your hull won't get scuffed while you flee. Suhai's breath hitched. Legendary tier, on par with the nuclear engine. He gently lifted the crystal from the crate and held it in his palms. The crystal was neither cold nor warm to the touch, yet it carried an uncanny sensation, not physical smoothness, but something far more abstract, as if time and space around it had fallen silent. You're mine. He immediately activated it. The crystal dissolved into a colorless, transparent ripple that spread outward from his palms, piercing the steel plating of the hold, cutting through seawater, and sinking into the hull of the Orca-class attack submarine. Through his wanderer perception, Suhai sensed an invisible energy field envelop the submarine's hull. It was not growing harder or thicker, but stabilizing. Stress across every armor plate rebalanced in an instant, and microscopic flaws in every rivet and weld were mended. Hull durability locked at maximum, shielded from all degradation. He turned to head back to the submarine. Then his wanderer perception blared a violent alarm. Signals surged toward him from every direction around the shipwreck graveyard, not ahead, not off to the sides. Massive, dense swarms of rapidly moving life signatures, more numerous than any school of fish he had ever seen, greater than the shark pack he had obliterated. Not dozens, but hundreds. Suhai understood instantly. Shark blood. More than a dozen abyssal bone sharks had been blown apart, their blood spreading through the waters of the shipwreck graveyard and drawing every bloodthirsty hunter of the deep. Sharks, fish swarms, and unnamed mutated creatures all converged on this location. He sprinted toward the hold gash without looking back. Less than 100 meters separated the hold from the submarine's hatch, yet it was likely the fastest 100 meters Suhai would ever swim. His flippers blurred with motion, and his hydrodynamic perception traced mounting terrifying silhouettes behind him. The first wave of sharks had reached the outer edge of the graveyard, less than 2 kilometers away. He wrenched open the hatch, tumbled inside, slammed the drain valve, and charged into the cockpit before the hatch fully sealed. Sliding into the pilot's seat, he ignited the engines at full power. The Orca-class attack submarine's nuclear engine roared, channeling energy into the propellers. Speed surged to 40 knots in 3 seconds, 55 knots in 5. The hull shuddered violently, not from the engines, but impacts outside. Thud, thud, thud. Dense blows echoed across the hull, like rain hammering a tin roof. Every strike made the cockpit lights flicker faintly. On the tactical sonar screen, the submarine was surrounded by a dense mass of red signals, too tightly clustered to distinguish individual targets. At least 3 abyssal bone sharks had caught up, slamming their bony spurs and teeth relentlessly against the hull. Suhai glanced down at the hull durability readout. Hull durability, 800/800. No change. It did not drop. The bone spurs of the abyssal bone sharks stabbed the hull. Their teeth bit into the metal. Not a single white mark was left behind. Wait, it was no longer 800/800. The display shifted. Hull durability, infinity. Suhai stared at the sideways figure 8 symbol for a moment. Then a slow smile tugged at his lips. He eased off the throttle, lowered speed to cruising pace, and leaned back against his seat. Outside, the abyssal bone sharks kept striking. A nearly 6-meter giant bone shark lunged from the side, opening its maw lined with fangs and clamping down hard beside the submarine viewport. Its teeth, mutated fangs capable of piercing standard steel, snapped the instant they made contact with the hull. Several broken teeth swirled and sank in the seawater. The shark froze. It released its bite, stared confusedly at the submarine with its dark red eyes, then glanced at the broken stumps remaining in its jaws. A silent snarl rippled through the water, and it charged forward once more. Boom. The impact shook an unopened soda can inside the cockpit. Hull durability remained infinity. Suhai picked up the soda, pulled the tab, and took a sip. He pushed power output back up, carrying dozens of pursuing sharks towards safe waters. Nearly 20 minutes slipped by. Outside the window, the abyssal bone sharks continued their relentless chase. The lead giant shark seemed fixated on its broken teeth. Every few tens of seconds, it accelerated for a violent ram, each collision making the cockpit instrument panels flicker. Hull durability never wavered. Suhai finished the soda, tossed the empty can into the recycling compartment, and refocused on the tactical sonar screen. The shark swarm had not thinned. More individuals had joined. Shark blood spread faster through the deep sea than he anticipated, an ever-expanding scent beacon drawing every abyssal bone shark within a dozen kilometers. The dense red signals on the screen circled his submarine like moths swarming a street lamp, refusing to let go. He attempted to outrun them. Pushing speed to 60 knots, the submarine wove at high speed through reefs on the graveyard's perimeter, darting left and right, using sunken wreckages as obstacles to break the pursuit route. But abyssal bone sharks possessed far greater intelligence than sharp-finned silver-scaled fish. They did not chase in a straight line. Splitting into 3 groups, they flanked left and right and cut off his retreat. Every time he rounded a wreck, several sharks emerged from the sides to block his path. On the tactical sonar, their encirclement tightened, forming a net closing in. Suhai knew this could not last. Shark blood attracted more sharks. Every kill drew additional predators, an endless vicious cycle. Just then, a new terrain signature flickered at the edge of the sonar display. Not a wreck, not reef rock, a thin, straight artificial structure embedded amid low undersea mountains. Suhai adjusted sonar focus and zoomed in on the area. The image cleared. An undersea tunnel. The entrance was roughly 5 meters wide, an irregular oval, as if carved into bedrock by immense force. The tunnel stretched inward, its full length unknown, yet sonar echoes confirmed it ran through. Water flow signals at the far end proved an exit existed. The rocks surrounding the entrance bore smooth grooves carved by currents, and several severed underwater cables dangled from the rock walls, drifting slowly in the seawater. Suhai ordered the sonar to take precise width measurements. Narrowest point of entrance, 4.7 meters. Maximum beam of the Orca-class attack submarine, 4.3 meters. It would fit. A 40-centimeter margin, no more, no less. A faint smile crossed Suhai's face. He adjusted heading toward the tunnel entrance and cut power output to 30%. Speed plummeted from 60 knots to 25. The shark swarm closed the distance instantly. The lead giant bone shark believed its prey was slowing, surging forward excitedly. It opened its fong-lined maw right outside the viewport. Suhai ignored it. All his attention rested on the controls, his eyes locked on the magnified tunnel entrance on sonar. 25 knots was still too fast to navigate the narrow tunnel, yet slowing further would give the sharks time to block the entrance. He needed to strike an exact balance between deceleration and speed. 400 meters. 300 meters. The tunnel entrance came into sight through the viewport, a dark cavity embedded in black basalt rock. The surrounding stone bore layered rippled textures carved by erosion, resembling a slowly opening stone maw. Broken cables swayed above the opening, faint blue sparks of residual charge flickering occasionally from frayed ends. 200 meters. Suhai abruptly reduced power output to 10% and activated the powerful bow searchlights. 2 brilliant white beams cut through darkness, illuminating the tunnel walls. Damp, rough rock coated in pale gray seafloor sediment. The structure appeared stable overall with no signs of collapse. 100 meters. He made one final heading adjustment, aligning the bow with the tunnel center, and drew a deep breath. The Orca-class attack submarine slid into the tunnel entrance at 15 knots. Less than half a meter separated either side of the hull from the rock walls. Water churned by the propellers compressed within the confined space, generating a low resonant hum. The searchlights cast dancing shadows across uneven rock. Blue electric sparks from broken cables crackled as the submarine passed. Then, the impact stopped. Suhai checked the sonar screen. All the dense red signals were trapped outside the tunnel entrance, circling restlessly. Several attempted to squeeze inside, yet the passage only accommodated a medium-sized submarine. Most abyssal bone sharks measured over 3 meters long, far too wide. A smaller shark tried its luck. It twisted sideways to force entry, but its back spurs scraped against the rock, showering sparks and rubble. After struggling briefly, it retreated. Suhai halted the submarine midway through the tunnel. Via the rear camera, he watched 7 or 8 abyssal bone sharks patrol outside the entrance, their dark red eyes glowing in the darkness, as if furious at prey escaping into a narrow passage at the last moment. "Can't get in, huh?" Suhai spoke toward the screen. "Then stick around. I'll be back." He navigated the submarine to the tunnel's far exit. After confirming no threat signatures outside, he hovered just inside the opening. He then opened the trade channel and began purchasing supplies. Kills from the earlier shark engagement had earned him plenty of coins. Combined with steady sales of mineral water and oxygen, his account balance had climbed back above 2,000. Yet the recent battle came at a cost. 4 heavy torpedoes expended, all depth charges deployed, and numerous small torpedoes used. Ammunition reserves had fallen below the safety threshold. He posted a bulk purchase request on the trade channel, seeking all models of torpedoes, missiles, and depth charges, new or used, any quantity. Premium price, 120% of market rate. Less than 30 seconds after sending the message, the first private message popped up. "Boss, I've 6 standard torpedoes, 80% condition, military grade. Interested? Yes. Send the trade link via private chat." 6 standard torpedoes added to inventory. "Boss, I've 2 heavy anti-submarine torpedoes. Twice the power of standard models, a little worn, fuses may need adjustment. I'll sell cheap if you want." "I'll take them." 2 heavy anti-submarine torpedoes added to inventory. Suhai responded to over a dozen private messages in quick succession, buying nearly every torpedo and missile available on the market. His coin balance tumbled from over 2,000 to under 300, but rows of green indicator lights lit up across the ammunition rack once more. Heavy torpedoes, 24 small torpedoes, 16 vertical launch missiles, 8 depth charges. For anti-submarine torpedoes, 2. He filled every slot on the weapons panel before pausing to catch his breath. At that moment, another private message arrived. Sender ID, Xiaomei. The message was lengthy. "Boss, I saw you buying torpedoes and missiles. I've major stock available. 30 XM9 heavy torpedoes, 20 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 15 depth demolition charges, plus a stockpile of military underwater assault rifles and matching ammunition. All factory new, recovered from the wreck of a military supply ship. I don't want coins. I'm trading for oxygen, fresh water, food, steel, and rubber. Name your offer. Bulk discount applies." Suhai's eyes lit up. He replied immediately. "Video inspection required." Moments later, the video call connected. On screen, Xiaomei was a woman in her mid-20s, with sharp, distinct features, high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, a straight nose, and defined lips. She wore a stern expression, and the background showed a vast warehouse crammed full of weapon crates. Dozens of camouflage-painted torpedoes lined up neatly behind her. Beside them stood waist-high wooden crates printed with the white designation Sea Spear 3. Xiaomei panned the camera across the warehouse, opening several crates one by one to display serial numbers and factory seals. She did not waste words. "How did you find this cache?" Suhai asked. "Pure luck." Xiaomei wiped motor oil from her forehead. "My submarine spawned beside a sunken supply ship. When I went inside, I found an entire warehouse of this hardware. But I'm not a combat player. I pilot a beat-up research sub with no torpedo tubes. All this gear is useless to me. What I need to survive is food, drinking water, and oxygen-producing materials." Suhai did not hesitate and made his offer. 30 XM9 heavy torpedoes, 20 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 15 depth demolition charges in exchange for 200 standard oxygen canisters, 3,000 bottles of mineral water, 50 cases of self-heating rice meals, 100 units of steel, 50 units of rubber. "Do we have a deal?" Xiaomei's eyes widened. She had hoped to receive half that amount at most. Suhai's offer more than doubled her expectations. Deal, deal, deal. Boss, come straight to me if you need more ammunition later. I've several more warehouses yet to clear out. They completed the transaction through the trade channel. The weapons transferred remotely via the system to Suhai's ammunition depot, while oxygen and water were sent over simultaneously. Suhai's weapons panel refreshed with updated figures. Heavy torpedoes, 54 small torpedoes, 16 vertical launch missiles, 28 depth charges, 19 anti-submarine torpedoes. 2 The ammunition racks were overflowing. Suhai leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing at the dense rows of green indicator lights on the weapons panel, and drew a deep breath. 54 heavy torpedoes, 28 missiles, 19 depth charges. This firepower was far more than enough to deal with a pack of sharks. He could stand toe-to-toe against a destroyer. He activated the tactical sonar and scanned the shipwreck graveyard beyond the tunnel entrance again. The instant the sonar feed loaded, Suhai's pupils constricted. The shark swarm had not diminished. It had multiplied many times over. Earlier, merely dozens of abyssal bone sharks lingered outside the tunnel entrance. Now the entire shipwreck graveyard zone was blanketed in red signatures, as if someone spilled a bottle of red ink across his screen. The core gathering point remained a wreck of the 10,000-ton cargo vessel. Blood from the over dozen sharks he had destroyed had spread throughout the graveyard waters, drawing every abyssal bone shark within a dozen kilometers. A rough population estimate popped up in the bottom right corner of the tactical sonar screen. Approximately 300 to 500 individual abyssal bone sharks detected. Suhai stared at the number and fell silent for a full 10 seconds. 300 to 500 specimens. Every fully grown abyssal bone shark inhabiting this stretch of ocean had answered the call. They roamed and fought among the wreck graveyard, tearing apart the bodies of their own kind. Countless dark red eyes glimmered amid the darkness, resembling an entire blood-red sea of stars burning deep within the ocean. If he turned back now, the pack would remain entrenched here until the blood dispersed and food ran dry, before scattering in all directions. He could safely depart these waters, continue his exploration ahead, and conserve ammunition to confront far greater threats. But Suhai did not turn away. Staring at the dense cluster of red signals lighting up the sonar display, he ran a simple calculation through his mind. 300 to 500 abyssal bone sharks. What would be the total value of evolution shards, steel, rubber, coins, and rare materials dropped by each shark? He had slain more than a dozen sharks previously and reaped nearly 200 coins, 18 evolution shards, a blueprint for a spine harpoon, and piles of raw materials. Scaling those yields, the resources from 300 sharks would be enough to upgrade his submarine from Tier 2 to Tier 3, with plenty left over. As for the risks, he possessed an eternal durability hull, impervious to shark bites. He had a nuclear power engine, an endless source of motive force. He carried 54 heavy torpedoes, 28 missiles, and 19 depth charges. His firepower was more than enough to bombard the pack multiple times over. The sole hazard was running out of ordnance before eliminating every shark. Yet as long as he maintained steady combat tempo and reserved ample time to retreat, this risk could be fully contained. He flexed his fingers and tightened his grip on the control lever once more. All in, he said. The Orca-class attack submarine glided slowly out from the tunnel exit, its bow aimed toward the wreck graveyard. Searchlights shut down. Sonar switched to combat mode. All weapon systems unlocked, and rows of ammunition status indicators lit up green. Suhai made no attempt to sneak closer. He pushed his cruising speed all the way to 50 knots. When still 2 kilometers from the thickest concentration of sharks, he pressed the missile launch button. Hatches on the vertical missile silos flew open simultaneously. First volley. 8 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ignited at once. Beneath the waves, they trailed 8 boiling white wakes, arcing through the seawater before plunging vertically into the densest core of the shark swarm. 8 fireballs detonated simultaneously. Overlapping shockwaves carved a temporary vacuum zone nearly 100 meters wide at the heart of the wreck graveyard. Seawater ripped apart into raging pressure fronts. Dozens of abyssal bone sharks were torn to shreds by the blast waves. Many more tumbled into shipwreck debris, bones broken and flesh mangled, as blood dyed the surrounding ocean a thick crimson broth. Abyssal bone shark slain times 47 elite abyssal bone shark slain times 6 abyssal bone shark slain times 32. System notifications flooded across the screen like a cascading waterfall. The shark pack erupted into chaos. The surviving abyssal bone sharks wheeled around as one, surging straight toward the source of the missile fire. The sight of 300 to 500 bone sharks charging together filled the tactical sonar with a mass of red arrows, all pointed toward a single target, his submarine. Suhai held his ground. He engaged the torpedo firing switch. The 6-tube heavy torpedo launcher discharged in unison. 6 torpedoes formed a straight line, charging head-on into the vanguard of the shark horde. Then a second salvo of 6, a third of 6, a fourth of 6. 24 heavy torpedoes launched in less than 40 seconds. Detonations merged into an unbroken wall of fire across the shark front line. Shockwaves and underwater shrapnel obliterated the advance guard. Dozens of leading bone sharks were reduced to nothing, and the remaining pack fell into disarray from the concussive force. Abyssal bone shark slain times 68 elite abyssal bone shark slain times 9 abyssal bone shark slain times 41 abyssal bone shark slain times 55. Suhai pushed the submarine to full power, not to flee, but to turn sideways and open up distance while reloading the torpedo tubes. For compact torpedo launchers mounted on both sides of the hull, laid suppressing fire against sharks swarming in from the flanks. Each volley claimed 7 or 8 lives. The pack began to encircle him. Abyssal bone sharks possessed far greater group coordination than silver-toothed silvery fish. After losing over 100 kin, they rapidly adjusted their tactics. They abandoned frontal assaults and split into 7 or 8 smaller groups, launching coordinated strikes from all directions. On the sonar, red signals streamed inward from every angle, forming a spherical siege steadily closing in. Suhai fired missiles to tear open a gap on the southern flank of the encirclement, raced through the opening, then spun around and unleashed his last 10C Spear 3 anti-ship missiles into the closest pursuing group. Blinding explosions lit the entire wrecked graveyard. Shattered masts, twisted shipping containers, and shark bone fragments swirled amid the shockwaves. Continuous blasts strained the structures of sunken 10,000-ton freighters, drawing low, groaning metallic creaks. Suhai could hear nothing but the constant ding of system alerts and the thunder of torpedo launches. His hands darted between the control stick and weapons panel, every movement guided by cold, precise rhythm. All 54 heavy torpedoes expended. All 28 missiles expended. All 19 depth charges deployed. 2 anti-submarine torpedoes exhausted. 16 compact torpedoes gone. Every indicator on the ammunition rack blazed red. Yet the red signals on the tactical sonar had not diminished. They were more numerous than when combat began. It was no illusion. Suhai expanded the sonar detection range to maximum and witnessed a sight that sent a chill down his spine. More sharks were ascending from deeper waters. Not merely dozens, but hundreds. The scent of blood spreading outward from the abyss had drifted to the deepest seabed, drawing bone shark clans that dwelt in the abyssal zone. The count of red sonar signals jumped from over 400 to more than 700 and still climbed. He had slain at least 300 sharks, but the number ascending to take their place was several times greater. Suhai hesitated no longer. He shoved the control lever to its limit. The nuclear engine roared, boosting speed to 65 knots. The Orca-class attack submarine turned above the wreck graveyard and surged full speed toward the tunnel entrance. The shark pack gave chase. The shark tide formed by hundreds of abyssal bone sharks appeared on sonar like an advancing tsunami of blood, filling the full depth of the display. Suhai executed an extreme deceleration just before the tunnel mouth, sliding into the passage at 20 knots with pinpoint accuracy. Less than half a meter separated the hull from the rock walls on either side. Propeller turbulence erupted into clouds of white cavitation bubbles within the narrow space. Then the crashing impacts fell silent. He hovered midway through the tunnel and glanced toward the rear camera feed. Outside the tunnel entrance, hundreds of abyssal bone sharks churned like boiling crimson soup, colliding and biting one another as they jostled to draw closer to the opening. Not a single one managed to slip inside. Suhai exhaled heavily and leaned back into his seat. His heart hammered rapidly, not out of fear, but because adrenaline still coursed fiercely through his veins. He glanced down at his hands. His fingers trembled slightly after hours of intense weapons panel operation, and a red abrasion marked his knuckles from gripping the control lever. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing to slow. At that moment, a deep system notification echoed inside his mind. It was not the usual crisp chime. Deeper and more imposing, it rolled through his eardrums like slow-moving abyssal currents. System announcement private: you have accomplished a rare feat within the deep sea. Hidden achievement unlocked. You consecutively hunted 313 abyssal bone sharks in a single battle, setting a new regional record. You have earned the exclusive title, Shark Slayer Unique. This achievement remains visible only to you. and will not be broadcast publicly. As the first survivor to unlock this achievement, you receive an additional unique potion, Shark Heart Legendary Grade. The potion has been delivered to your storage space. Please check. Suhai opened his eyes. A red exclamation mark appeared above the storage space icon. He opened it. Inside the grid floated a transparent syringe filled with deep crimson liquid. The red was not the lifeless shade of artificial dye. It was alive. The fluid swirled and churned slowly within the casing, occasionally flickering with streaks of golden lightning, resembling boiling blood sealed behind glass. Potion name: Shark Heart Grade. Legendary unique effects: permanent bodily reconstruction upon injection, granting the following abilities. Abyssal adaptation, no diving gear required. You may freely breathe seawater at any depth. Internal oxygen circulation self-regulates, granting full immunity to extreme water pressure. 2. Shark's Might. All attributes double while in contact with water: stamina, strength, agility, spirit, including equipment bonuses. Shark's Swiftness. Underwater swimming and sprint speed elevated to match mutated shark specimens. Shark's Perception. Gain lateral line sensing akin to sharks, capable of detecting bioelectrical activity within a 1 kilometer radius in water. Effects stack with current seer hydrodynamic awareness for amplified range and precision. Notes: this potion holds the blood of the source of all deep-sea sharks, an abyssal shark emperor that no human has ever laid eyes upon. It will transform you into half-shark, yet it will not rob you of your humanity. At the very least, not in most circumstances. Warning: initial injection triggers forced physiological reconstruction. The process is excruciating and lasts 4 to 8 hours. You will lose the ability to move during transformation, and consciousness may grow hazy or temporarily fade. Administer only within an absolutely secure location. Suhai pulled the syringe out of storage and clutched it in his palm. The casing radiated gentle warmth, as if it contained a living creature rather than a chemical mixture. A legendary potion. Unrestricted breathing in the deep sea, doubled attributes, swimming speed matching sharks, plus stacked bioelectric and hydrodynamic sensing. Yet the warning weighed heavy in his mind. Unbearable agony, 4 to 8 hours of immobility, potential unconsciousness. He could not use it here. The tunnel was safe, yet not invulnerable. If small mutated creatures managed to slip inside, or seismic activity destabilized the tunnel structure, he would be defenseless while incapacitated. He needed to travel far away from these shark-infested waters first and find a truly secure shelter. Suhai returned the syringe to storage, gripped the control lever, and steered the submarine through the tunnel toward distant, safer waters. He traveled north along the abyssal plain, maintaining a steady 50-knot cruising speed for nearly 3 hours. On the sonar, abyssal bone shark signals grew sparser, eventually vanishing beyond detection range. The contamination zone boundary fell far behind him, and the massive whirlpool was no longer visible. He finally selected a quiet shelter beneath a submerged cliff as a temporary anchorage. The cliff rose roughly 30 meters high, dotted with naturally eroded caverns carved into the rock face. His submarine could conceal itself fully within the largest cave. Ocean currents were calm in this area, and sonar registered no mutated creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. It was as tranquil as a hidden haven deep under the sea. Suhai navigated the submarine into the cavern, shut down the main engine, and kept only life support and basic monitoring systems powered. He activated automated alert protocols and cranked sonar sensitivity to maximum. He also set auto-delivery for the trade channel to guarantee uninterrupted fulfillment of oxygen and mineral water orders while he remained unconscious. Afterward, he retrieved the crimson syringe from storage and lay flat across the command chair. The needle glinted coldly beneath the constant temperature cabin lighting. The liquid churned more violently than before, and the golden lightning streaks flickered more frequently, as if aware it would soon be unleashed. Suhai drew a deep breath, drove the needle into his upper arm, and depressed the injection plunger. First second, nothing. Second, he felt it. Not pain. Fire. A surge of molten flame burst outward from the injection site, racing explosively through his veins to every corner of his body. Every blood vessel burned. Every muscle convulsed. Every bone felt as though clamped and twisted by steel tongs. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. He could hear blood pounding against his eardrums. Cabin lights warped into blurred, colorful halos in his vision. His fingers clamped tightly around the armrest of the chair, knuckles whitening, his body arching like a fully drawn bow. Consciousness began to fray. It was not complete blackout. His awareness drifted, tugged back and forth across the boundary between wakefulness and darkness. He dreamed of sinking into an unfathomable abyss surrounded by sharks. These were not predators coming to attack him. They circled slowly, as if waiting for him to join their kind. He could sense the faint electrical impulses picked up by shark lateral lines, feel the rhythm of seawater flowing across gill slits, grasp the raw power of a tail fin slicing through the ocean. Time lost all meaning. His mind wavered between sharp perception and human awareness. Each time he thought he might surface, a greater force dragged him back into the depths. His body alternated between icy cold and searing heat. Bones felt as if they were reshaping, dissolving and reforming all at once. He could almost hear fascia beneath his skin tear, weave itself back together, and tear once more. The torment was relentless. The system had told him no lies. He endured countless fragmented, foggy stretches of time in a semi-unconscious state until, in an instant, the agony vanished, as if a switch had been flipped. Cold, then warmth, followed by startling clarity. Suhai opened his eyes. He lay across the command chair, soaked in sweat, his clothing clinging damp and cold to his skin. The thermostat read 24 degrees Celsius inside the cabin, yet his perception told him it was far cooler. It was not discomfort from cold, it was heightened sensitivity. His skin detected air currents far more acutely than before. He could distinguish subtle shifts in airflow between the circulation system's air vents and return ducts. He slowly sat upright. Every joint emitted a faint creak, not the sharp crack of pain, but a smooth, satisfying pop. Like precision machinery finishing recalibration, muscles flexed subtly with small movements, power surging through every limb, as though a long-dormant engine inside him had awakened. He stood and paused in surprise. His height seemed marginally changed. The shift was not dramatic, yet the proportional distance between his line of sight and the cabin ceiling was unmistakably different. He reached upward to touch the overhead surface. His hair remained, but the contours of his skull appeared more streamlined. Muscle definition along his arms stood out more prominently. It was not the bulky mass cultivated in gyms, but the elongated, compact musculature characteristic of sharks. Beneath his skin, he could feel a denser layer of connective tissue, similar to the lining of body armor. He walked to the metal counter in the galley and studied his reflection on its polished surface. His facial features remained his own, yet his eyes had transformed. His dark brown pupils deepened to an almost black crimson, ringed along the edge of the iris with an extremely fine band of gold. In dim light, the golden ring glowed faintly, reminiscent of the dark red eyes of abyssal bone sharks, tinged with amber. He stared at his silhouette for a moment before heading toward the airlock hatch. As the cabin drain cycle ran, he ran a test, holding his breath. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No tightness in his chest, no crushing sensation of oxygen deprivation. The sensations in his lungs shifted. Oxygen consumption plummeted, and his body automatically switched into some kind of energy-saving mode. He was not even certain if he needed to breathe at all right now. The cabin door opened. Suhai wore no diving suit, no face mask, and carried no oxygen tank. He only donned regular combat trousers and his thermostatic vest, strapped a pair of flippers to his feet, then stepped straight into the frigid seawater. Seawater surged into his nasal cavities and flooded his lungs. And then, he breathed. It was not the choking panic of drowning. It was genuine, unobstructed respiration, just as easy as breathing air. Seawater flowed down his throat, and a new physiological structure unfurled beneath it, gills. Not the external gills of fish, but fine hidden gill slits lining the inner throat. They drew oxygen directly from seawater and delivered it into his bloodstream, while expelling waste water through the sides of his neck. He glanced down at his neck. 2 rows of minuscule slits ran along either side. They stayed sealed normally, only parting slightly when he breathed underwater, barely visible to the eye. Then he felt the effect of doubled attributes. From the moment he exited the cabin and his body was fully submerged, explosive power washed over him. It was no hallucination. The enhancement was tangible. He clenched his fist underwater. His fingers tightened faster than they could above the surface, and the resistance of the water felt almost negligible. He kicked his flippers once casually. His body shot forward more than a dozen meters like an arrow loosed from a bow, far quicker than he had ever moved in his old diving suit. He halted, suspended amid the seawater, and closed his eyes. The current sense of the tidebreaker unfolded at that instant. Currents within a 1-kilometer radius spread across his mind like a holographic map, then sharp perception layered over top of it. He could sense not only shifts in the currents, but the presence of living things. 30 meters away, buried beneath seafloor sand, a shelled crustacean huddled and hiding. Its faint electric field lit up as a pale blue pinpoint in his awareness. 70 meters out, tucked within a reef crevice, a small lanternfish rested. Its electrical signal flickered like a beating heart. 500 meters distant, several sea urchins clung to a cliff face. With the two perception networks stacked, resolution, range, and information volume all doubled. Suhai opened his eyes beneath the waves. A faint fluorescence glimmered from the golden ring edging his dark red pupils. He turned and swam back to the submarine, sealed the hatch, initiated drainage, then stood on the cockpit floor and shook seawater from his hair. The moment air filled his lungs, the gill slits closed automatically, seamlessly switching his respiration back to air-breathing mode. He opened his personal stat panel. Player. Suhai. Titles. Tidebreaker, Shark Slayer, Stamina, 34 underwater, 68, Strength, 28 underwater, 56, Agility, 31 underwater, 62, Spirit, 30 underwater, 60, Abilities, Current Sense, Shark Heart, Evaluation, you are no longer a pure human. Deep-sea sharks will recognize you as one of their own, while humans will see you as a monster. You exist between two species. To be honest, in this world, that may not be a disadvantage. Suhai stared at the doubled values on the panel for a long while. He felt no fear, only awe. When he had just graduated university, he would gasp for breath halfway through a 1-kilometer fitness run. Now he could tear apart sharks with his bare hands beneath the waves. No tearing would even be required. With his underwater strength raised to 56 points, it surpassed the bite force statistics of most adult sharks. He closed the panel, walked over to the pilot's seat and sat down, drank a glass of water, then pulled up the map panel. During his nearly 6 hours of unconsciousness, the boundary of the contaminated zone had advanced substantially. Only roughly 8 hours of safety remained before it reached his current anchorage. It was not an immediate crisis, but he could not afford further delays. He started the engines, guided the submarine out of the cliffside cavern, adjusted course to sail away from the contaminated zone, and set a steady cruising speed of 50 knots. Switching piloting mode to semi-automatic cruise, he opened the world channel to catch up on events that had unfolded during his downtime. Messages scrolled rapidly as always, yet the tone differed sharply from his previous visits. Once, the channel had been flooded with cries for help and despair, starvation, thirst, oxygen shortages, pursuits by marine predators, hull breaches. Today, a new sentiment dominated: rage. The Wolf Alliance took out another squad. Coordinates region EC 7745. 3 submarines ambushed, 6 players dead, all supplies looted, and every vessel was blown up. I saw it too. They operate 4 modified military submarines, lying in wait near resource spawn points to strike after players retrieve crates. They don't just steal supplies, they kill without hesitation. They execute anyone who surrenders. A friend of mine was murdered by them. He piloted a beat-up civilian craft and had only just collected 2 crates of food. They forced him to stop using torpedoes before ramming and splitting his hull open. He floated in the water in his diving suit begging for mercy, yet they riddled him with assault rifle rounds. This group has lost all reason. They believe this game follows the law of the jungle, that the strong have every right to consume the weak. Their Wolf Alliance's motto is survival of the fittest. Anyone willing to team up and fight back? I've contacted squad captains to organize a joint force. We plan to establish a defensive front on the outskirts of EC 7745. The Wolf Alliance only controls around a dozen submarines. United, we outnumber them. Count me in. I'm near EC 7745 with a modified medium submarine fitted with 3 torpedo tubes. I'm joining too. My sub's battered, but I have an underwater sniper rifle. Suhai read post after post, his expression gradually shifting from relaxed to solemn. The Wolf Alliance. They were not merely scavenging for resources. They systematically and deliberately hunted other players as an end in itself, not just a means. Ambushes, torpedo interdiction, hull ramming, shooting down divers pleading for mercy. Every account reeked of blood, even through the screen. The channel seethed with anger. Some called for allied counterattacks, others shared coordinates to join the coalition, many cursed the Wolf Alliance. Yet a majority stayed silent, too afraid to fight, too wary to speak out, praying they would not become the next target. Suhai watched for a long time without posting a single message. He minimized the world channel, leaned back in the pilot's chair, and closed his eyes to massage his temples. It was not apathy. He understood his own condition clearly. Consecutive grueling battles, 6 hours of unconsciousness after injecting shark heart, and a transformation reshaping him at the genetic level. His boosted stats sustained his mental faculties, yet deep exhaustion lingered beneath the surface. He needed rest. True, high-quality rest. Suhai stood and walked toward the galley. He would not skimp on food today. From storage lockers, he retrieved frozen steak, iron crab legs, swordfish fillets, fawn-scale silverfish, plus a pack of deep-sea snow crab claws he had purchased expensively via the trade channel. The seller claimed they were caught near hydrothermal vents, sweeter in flavor than king crab from land. He set a frying pan on the electromagnetic burner and poured in oil. Once heated, he laid the whole steak down. High heat locked in juices, searing its surface to an appetizing brown. He flipped it, seasoned with sea salt, black pepper, and a touch of rosemary. He set the finished steak aside to rest, rich juices welling out when touched by a blade, and aroma filling the entire command cabin. Without cleaning the pan, he cooked crab legs next. The shells cracked with fine lines under heat, plump, white meat bulging from openings, turning golden and fragrant. He sliced swordfish fillets thickly, coated them lightly with starch, and pan-fried until crisp outside and tender within. He cut fawn-scale silverfish into strips, marinated them in chili powder and cumin for 10 minutes, then stir-fried them. The spicy, savory scent made Suhai sneeze. It was still not enough. He dug out a pack of spicy beef tallow hot pot base from the bottom storage compartment, one he had been reluctant to use. He placed a stock pot on the induction cooker, added the base and water, and brought it to a rolling boil. Red oil churned in the broth. Chili, Sichuan peppercorn, and beef tallow aromas blended, turning the cockpit into an underwater private dining room. Ingredients lined the counter: thinly sliced fish, fatty luncheon meat, rehydrated dried shiitake, freshly picked lettuce and bok choy, soft tofu, kelp knots, plus a bundle of handmade deep-sea vermicelli crafted from seaweed extract by another player, traded to him for 3 crates of mineral water. He prepared dipping sauces carefully: minced garlic, sesame oil, vinegar, light soy sauce, chili paste, and sesame paste, mixing 2 bowls, one spicy, one mild, and set them before himself. Suhai sat at the counter facing the spread of food and drew a deep breath. He began eating. With his first chopstick, he dipped a fish slice into the boiling red broth for a dozen seconds. The fish turned snow white, edges curling gently. Dipped in garlic sesame sauce, it melted on his tongue, layered with bold spice. He picked up a slice of luncheon meat, coated it in chili oil, and bit down. The richness and heat swirled in his mouth, and he sighed in satisfaction. As he ate, he opened the trade channel. Chopsticks in his left hand, he scrolled the panel with his right. Weapons. Ammunition. He needed to replenish every stock depleted during the battle at the shipwreck graveyard. The weapons market on the trade channel was far livelier than in previous days. Players had discovered sunken military installations and supply shipwrecks, increasing ammunition supply and driving prices slightly lower. While simmering beef slices, Suhai bulk purchased supplies. 6 standard torpedoes for 300 gold coins, purchased outright. For depth charges, the seller asked for 500 gold coins. He negotiated the price down to 420, and the deal closed. 8 small torpedoes for 200 gold coins. The seller threw in 2 older acoustic decoy torpedoes as a bonus. 2 vertical launch anti-ship missiles. The seller stated they had been recovered from a destroyer wreck, factory fresh, with a firm price of 800 gold coins. Suhai verified their authenticity via the panel and completed the purchase without hesitation. In one go, he spent nearly 2,000 gold coins restocking ammunition. Torpedo and missile counts rose steadily, yet he remained far from his target full loadout. Heavy torpedoes stayed scarce. Powerful ordnance rarely appeared on the market. Those who possessed them clung tightly to their stock, and any listed lots vanished within moments. Suhai thought for a moment, opened private chat, and selected the contact labeled Xiaomei. Her avatar was gray, offline, or set to invisible. Suhai sent a message. Xiaomei, do you have any ammunition left? Heavy torpedoes, missiles, depth charges. I'll take all you have. Same terms as before: oxygen, mineral water, food, steel, and rubber. Name your price. No immediate reply. Suhai did not rush her and continued enjoying his hot pot. He simmered crab claws for 2 minutes, cracked them open with tongs. Steaming white flesh tasted wonderfully sweet, dipped in ginger vinegar. He opened an iced cola, another 2 crates acquired via trade after his previous stock emptied. Fizz burst across his tongue, the perfect pairing for spicy hot pot, an immense luxury in this apocalyptic sea. Mid-meal, a notification chimed from private chat. Xiaomei's avatar lit up. Boss, I was moving cargo and storage and missed your message. I've got plenty. How much do you need? Suhai set down his chopsticks, wiped his hands, and replied. I'll take everything you have. Xiao Mei sent a wide-eyed emoji, then typed, deleted and rephrased her message repeatedly before sending a long list. Boss, I don't need oxygen or mineral water this time. I still hold stock from our last trade. I want 300 units of steel, 200 units of rubber, 50 evolution shards. I also need food. Instant noodles, canned goods, pre-cooked rice. Send whatever you can spare. Suhai read the list and quickly tallied the costs mentally. He held large reserves of steel and rubber looted from shark swarms. 50 evolution shards sounded substantial, yet he carried nearly 800 after slaying more than 300 sharks. This amount was trivial. As for food, his storage compartments overflowed with instant noodles, cans and self-heating rice, continuously restocked through trades for mineral water and oxygen. Deal, Suhai replied. 3 minutes later, the transaction finalized. Xiao Mei's ammunition transferred to his inventory simultaneously. As the weapons panel refreshed its data, Suhai stood by the counter chewing beef, watching ammunition counts climb. Heavy torpedoes increased from 4 to 46. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles increased from 2 to 32. Depth charges increased from 6 to 31. Anti-submarine rockets, newly added, 16 units. He had already restocked small torpedoes and acoustic decoys earlier. Total ammunition aboard now neared 150 rounds, nearly half more than his stock before the battle at the shipwreck graveyard. Satisfied, Suhai closed the weapons panel. He simmered his final fish slice, coated it thickly in sesame paste, and ate it. The hot pot reached its end. The broth had grown bitter from prolonged boiling, an inevitable trait of beef tallow base. It turned saltier and harsher the longer it simmered. Still reluctant to pour it away, he tossed in a handful of vermicelli. The noodles soaked up spicy broth, translucent and glossy, hot and fiery as he slurped them down. After finishing the last bite, he placed bowls in the automatic washer and stood to stretch. His stomach felt full. He patted his abdomen. This was the most satisfying meal he had eaten since entering the deep sea. Once full, powerful drowsiness washed over him. He inspected system status. The nuclear reactor operated normally, life support system stable, automatic trade delivery active, alert systems engaged, sonar sensitivity set to maximum. On the map panel, the contaminated zone boundary crept onward. Approximately 12 hours of safety remained before it reached his current coordinates. It was enough time. Suhai set an alarm for 6 hours later, flattened the pilot chair, retrieved a compressed blanket from storage, and covered himself, closing his eyes. 30 seconds passed, and he fell asleep. 6 hours later, the alarm sounded precisely on schedule. Suhai opened his eyes, pushed aside the blanket, and sat upright. His body felt strange. Though he had slept 6 hours, there was no grogginess or mental fog typical after waking. His mind felt crisp, as if rinsed with cold water. Muscles brimmed with strength, and his senses sharpened to the point where he could distinguish the faint flow of seawater against the submarine hull. The modifications brought by Shark Heart extended beyond underwater performance. Even within the dry cockpit, his physical condition vastly exceeded his state before the injection. His stamina surged, reaction speed improved, and his vision grew clearer. Staring out the viewport into dim seawater, he could discern finer details farther away than before. He stood, stretched his neck, walked to the galley, and poured a cup of warm water. Before he could take a sip, the familiar cold system tone echoed inside his mind. Ding, daily intelligence system. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Time remaining until next refresh. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Please select your intelligence category for this draw. A translucent pentagram selection panel unfolded before him. 5 colored cursors rotated slowly, each glowing with distinct light. Holding his water cup, Suhai's gaze swept repeatedly across the 5 options. His eyes settled on hunting intelligence. It would mark traces, locations, weaknesses, threat ratings, and loot previews for all mutated creatures within a 30-kilometer radius. The effect lasted 6 hours. His ammunition stock was abundant. His submarine upgraded to Tier 2 with an indestructible hull. His personal attributes doubled, and sharp perception stacked with current sense. His combat power ceiling had reached the peak achievable at this stage. It was time to take the initiative to hunt. Suhai stretched out a finger and pressed down on the red option labeled Hunt Intel. The other 4 cursor lights faded away at once. The red cursor burst forth with a dark crimson wave of light. Right after that, the tactical sonar screen in front of Suhai lit up automatically. It was no longer the original detection interface, but an entirely different holographic hunting map. Centered around his submarine, the underwater terrain within a 30-kilometer radius was rendered as dark line work on the display. Wreckage fields, reef clusters, underwater cliffs, kelp forests, rift valleys, hydrothermal vents. Every landform was clearly marked. Yet what made Su-Hai's heart race were the dense biological signatures scattered across the map. He zoomed in on a nearby gathering zone. Hunt Intel immediately pulled up detailed information, regional coordinates, EC 7782 NW terrain, underwater rift zone depth 1370 m, 1520 m. Mutated creature horde, abyssal bone shark tier 1 times 53 elite individuals, 2 tier 2 mutated individuals, 0 threat level, high. Horde weaknesses, gills physical weak point. Vulnerable to high-frequency, sound waves may be temporarily dispersed via sonar pulses. All remaining individuals fall into a state of chaos for 30 seconds once the Horde leader is slain. Elimination difficulty, moderate with sufficient firepower loot preview. Evolution shards times 180, 250 gold coins times 800, 1200 steel times 100, 150 rubber times 80, 120 bone shark hide times 8, 15 bone shark vertebra times 5, 10 standard torpedo times 6, 12 compact torpedo times 8, 16 depth charge times 2, 6. Su-Hai's pupils narrowed slightly. 53 abyssal bone sharks, including 2 elite specimens. No Tier 2 variants. In scale, this group was merely a patrol unit compared to the more than 300 sharks he had encountered at the ship graveyard, though the pair of Tier 2 elites added extra danger. However, his firepower far surpassed what he had back then. 46 heavy torpedoes, 32 missiles, 31 depth charges, 16 anti-submarine rockets. Total ordnance amounted to nearly 150 rounds. Taking on 50-odd sharks would be a fight fought with overwhelming resources. The prospective loot also looked promising. This would serve as good combat practice. Su-Hai set down his water cup, flexed his fingers, and gripped the control lever tightly. The nuclear power engine rumbled lowly. The Orca-class attack submarine slid out from the cliff cavern, its bow aimed toward the rift zone marked on the hunting map. Time to depart. The submarine cruised forward at 45 knots. Roughly 10 minutes later, scattered signatures of small creatures appeared on the tactical sonar screen, schools of Tier 1 mutated fish wandering across the abyssal plain. Su-Hai avoided alerting them, slipping past on the flank as he continued toward the rift zone. Another 5 minutes passed, and the outline of the rift zone sharpened on the sonar. It was a massive fissure cutting across the seabed, ranging several hundred meters to multiple kilometers in width and over 200 meters deep. The steep, jagged rock walls lining the rift were blanketed by vast stretches of glowing kelp and tube worm colonies, casting a faint, eerie emerald glow through the darkness. And the signatures of the abyssal bone sharks lay deep within the rift. The real-time tracking function of Hunt Intel sprang into action. All 53 orange signatures were tagged one by one, with each creature's movement path, speed, and current behavioral status updating constantly on the holographic map. The signatures of the 2 elite specimens burned brighter and larger. One lingered at the entrance of a cavern in the northern section of the rift, while the other patrolled slowly among reef formations in the southern stretch. The remaining 51 ordinary bone sharks were scattered across the rift, roaming in small groups. Some hunted tiny mutated fish, some scraped their bodies against the rock faces, and others hovered in mid-rift currents to rest. Su-Hai drew a deep breath and rested his thumb on the firing switch. Engage. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the final orange signature vanished from the sonar screen. Abyssal bone shark eliminated. 53 of 53 horde annihilated. Su-Hai leaned back in the pilot's chair, his expression calm. A large portion of the indicator lights along the ordnance rack had dimmed. Over 50 rounds of ammunition had been expended in this battle, but it had been worthwhile. He opened the loot tally panel, where the system had automatically compiled the total gains from the hunt. Loot summary: evolution shards, 241 gold coins, 1350 steel, 142 units rubber, 105 units bone shark hide, 18 sheets bone shark vertebra, 12 pieces standard torpedo, 18 rounds compact torpedo, 22 rounds depth charge, 8 rounds. He then opened the hatch, donned his diving suit, and headed down into the water personally to collect any leftover loot orbs. The seawater within the rift remained murky, with shark bone fragments and flesh suspended throughout the water column, limiting visibility to less than 5 meters. But Su-Hai possessed the combined senses of current perception and shark instinct. The location of every loot orb within a 1-kilometer radius lit clearly in his mind, like streetlights in the dark. He spent nearly 20 minutes gathering every orb scattered through the rift. The numbers on his system panel climbed once more, His stock of evolution shards neared 260. Gold coins broke past 2,500, and his reserves of steel and rubber returned to comfortable levels. Just as he picked up the last orb and prepared to swim back to the submarine, at the edge of his current perception, an enormous biological signature abruptly surfaced. It was no school of Tier 1 fish. No ordinary Tier 1 bone shark. This signature was vastly larger than an abyssal bone shark, moving far quicker. What's more, its electric field signature blazed like a searchlight within shark instinct. Suhai's pupils constricted. He spun around and swam at maximum speed toward the submarine. Boosted by the shark heart trait, he surged through the hatch within seconds. He slammed the drainage valve shut, rushed into the cockpit, and settled into the pilot's seat. The image displayed on the tactical sonar drew a sharp gasp from him. Deep within the rift, a creature nearly 12 meters in length rose slowly. Its shape resembled an abyssal bone shark, yet dwarfed them by several magnitudes. Its skin was not teal black, but an inky shade of deep violet, covered in bony plate armor. Faint dark crimson light seeped out through gaps between the plates. Each spine running along its back measured over 3 meters long. Rather than standing upright, they folded against its body like switchblades, now unfolding one after another. Its eyes were not dull crimson. They burned blood red. 2 glowing scarlet searchlights piercing the darkness. Hunt Intel automatically pulled up the creature's information panel, marked in glaring red text. Mutated creature. Abyssal bone shark lord threat level. Tier 2 mutated creature behavior. The ruler of abyssal bone shark hordes. Normally dormant within a lair in the deepest reaches of the rift, it awakens only when the scent of massive numbers of slain kin fills the water. Extremely territorial. Once a target is locked on, it can pursue prey for dozens of kilometers. Carapace durability. Extremely high direct hits from standard torpedoes only inflict minor abrasions. The spinal armor can deflect small and medium-sized torpedoes. Speed. Extremely high sprint speed exceeds 80 knots, far outpacing most submarines. Attacks. Volley spine barrage launches 12 3-meter spines simultaneously, penetration power comparable to military anti-submarine missiles. Tail slam massive bony tail club capable of crushing the hull of a medium submarine. Bite teeth 3 times harder than ordinary abyssal bone sharks, able to pierce standard military armor plating. Weaknesses. 1. Gill's physical vulnerability. Thinner armor plating can only be struck effectively with fire coming upward from below. 2. Eyes unprotected by armor, yet an extremely small target. The bone shark lord will instinctively guard its head. 3. Armor gaps when spines extend once spines fully unfurl, 0.3 to 0.5 centimeter gaps open between armor plates. High explosive armor piercing warheads striking these gaps can penetrate into internal organs. Elimination difficulty. Extremely high combat recommendation. Direct confrontation is not advised. If battle is unavoidable, all of the following conditions must be met. Deploy sonar decoys to divert its attention. Strike the gills or exposed armor gaps from below as its spines extend. Utilize armor-piercing torpedoes or anti-submarine rockets. Ordinary torpedoes will prove ineffective. Loot preview. Evolution shards times 150. 300 gold coins times 800. 1500 abyssal bone shark lord hide times 1 abyssal bone shark lord vertebra times 1 bone shark lord spine times 6. 12 submarine tier 2 evolution blueprint times 1 submarine tier 2 evolution blueprint. Suhai stared at that line of text, his gaze shifting. Hesitation melted into calm, and calm hardened into resolve. He had to fight this beast. But how? The guidance from Hunt Intel was clear. Use sonar decoys to distract it, strike the gills or armor gaps from underneath, and rely exclusively on armor-piercing ordnance. He still held 4 anti-submarine rockets, the shipment obtained from Xiaomei, boasting twice the explosive power of standard depth charges, explicitly labeled as armor-piercing. He also had 6 compact torpedoes. While lacking sufficient destructive force, they could serve as distractions. Additionally, he had spotted something along the rift floor. Beside the remains of the bone sharks he had destroyed earlier lay several intact torpedoes, not wreckage. No, they were not debris. Several torpedoes he had fired earlier had ricocheted off rock formations without detonating, diverted by blast shockwaves and wedged into fissures. Suhai pulled up the tactical sonar and completed his final ammunition inventory. For armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 6 compact torpedoes, 18 standard torpedoes recovered from loot, 8 depth charges. It was enough to wage this fight. Yet the bone shark lord could reach 80 knots in a sprint, 15 knots faster than his submarine. He could not outrun it. His only chance was to strike its weak points with lethal force before it closed in. The Bone Shark Lord rose slowly from the depths of the rift, its blood-red eyes locking onto Su-Hai's submarine. All 12 spines stood fully extended, spreading into a fan-shaped killing array along its back. Unlike ordinary bone sharks, it did not charge immediately. It hovered at the center of the rift, swaying its tail slowly, seemingly assessing whether the metal hull contained prey worth expending effort to hunt. Su-Hai assessed it in turn. The Bone Shark Lord's silhouette was precisely outlined on the tactical sonar. Its gill region glowed bright red, marking the primary weak point. Yellow dashed lines traced the armor gaps revealed once its spines unfolded, the secondary vulnerability. Tiny green lights flickered where its eyes sat, the third weak point, yet an extremely difficult target to hit. His plan was straightforward. First, deploy sonar decoys. He possessed 2 decoy rounds, to be launched port and starboard simultaneously, simulating the sonar signatures of 2 separate submarines. Intelligent as it was, the Bone Shark Lord was still a shark and would be misled. Second, while it pursued the decoys, dive the submarine to the rift floor and approach from directly beneath. Both the gills and armor gaps could only be reliably targeted by ordnance ascending from below. Third, launch all 4 anti-submarine rockets at once. 2 locked onto the gills, 2 aimed at the armor gaps. Then execute an immediate full-power withdrawal to avoid counterattack. 2 major risks existed: the Bone Shark Lord ignoring the decoys, or the armor-piercing rounds failing to deliver a fatal blow. But Su-Hai was willing to take the gamble. He pressed the firing switch for the sonar decoys. 2 decoys ejected from the side launch tubes, 1 drifting left, 1 right. Upon submerging, they immediately began broadcasting the complete acoustic signature of an Orca-class attack submarine, matching propeller rotation speed, engine frequency, and hull echo perfectly. The massive head of the Bone Shark Lord tilted slightly. Its blood-red left eye tracked the left decoy, while the right fixed upon the decoy to starboard. Its body hesitated for less than a second before taking an action Su-Hai had not anticipated. It pursued neither decoy. It charged straight towards Su-Hai's submarine. What did 80 knots feel like underwater? On the tactical sonar, the Bone Shark Lord's signature swelled as if teleporting. Su-Hai's pupils constricted violently. He jammed the control lever all the way forward, sending the submarine diving downward at its maximum speed of 65 knots. It was not fast enough. The Bone Shark Lord closed to within 200 meters in 3 seconds. Through the viewport, Su-Hai watched the pair of blood-red eyes rush out of the darkness, its 12 spines standing rigid along its back, their tips glinting coldly. He spun the rudder hard to starboard, forcing the submarine into an extreme turn beside the rift wall. The Bone Shark Lord's charge barely grazed the stern. Its colossal body slammed into the rock face, shaking the entire rift. Rock fragments and glowing kelp showered down against the submarine's hull, yet the hull integrity held unbroken, bolstered by its permanent durability trait. The Bone Shark Lord pulled free from the rock wall, shook its head, and refocused its blood-red gaze on Su-Hai. This time it did not sprint. It unfurled its array of dorsal spines. 12 3-meter spines launched all at once. 12 anti-submarine missiles firing in unison. The spines carved white cavitation trails through the water, traveling faster than torpedoes and covering every possible evasion vector Su-Hai could take. Su-Hai reacted quicker than the spines. It was not conscious thought, but pure instinct. The shark heart awakened within him. In that instant, he sensed the subtlest shifts in the water currents, able to trace the trajectory of every single spine with perfect clarity. Dodge left, veer right, dive, emergency stop. His hands blurred across the control lever. The submarine pulled off a string of seemingly impossible maneuvers amid the spine barrage. 7 spines skimmed the hull, 2 passed between the bow and stern, and 3 slammed into the rock wall, blasting massive craters upon impact. He evaded every strike. The Bone Shark Lord appeared stunned. Its blood-red eyes widened further, likely having never witnessed a submarine maneuver with the agility of a fish. Still, its predatory instinct swiftly returned, and it began coiling energy for a second spine volley. Su-Hai denied it the chance. While evading the barrage, he had maneuvered the submarine directly underneath the Bone Shark Lord. Looking upward from below, the creature's gills came clearly into view, 5 pairs of gill slits lining either side of its massive head, protected only by relatively thin bony plating. Fresh spines were growing through gaps in the armor where the previous volley had been fired, exposing narrow bands of soft tissue, registering faint electric field signatures on shark instinct. Now, all 4 anti-submarine rockets launched simultaneously. 2 streaked upward straight for the gills, while the other 2 locked precisely onto the spine roots within the exposed armor gaps. The bone shark lord sensed the incoming threat. It twisted its body sharply, attempting to shield itself with its dorsal carapace. Yet it hovered horizontally in the water. Its armor covered its back and flanks, and the rockets ascended vertically from directly beneath. 2 armor-piercing warheads detonated against the gills. The explosions tore through the thin bony plating, shredding the gill slits. Dark crimson blood billowed out like ink into the seawater. The bone shark lord let out a roar inaudible to Su-hai, sending vibrations rippling through the entire water column. The other 2 rockets struck the spine roots within the armor gaps at the same moment. Armor-piercing tips cut through soft tissue and burrowed deep inside the bone shark lord's body, detonating within its vital organs. The bone shark lord's body went rigid. Its tail thrashed wildly through the seawater, the bony tail club slamming repeatedly against the rift walls and carving new craters into the rock. 12 newly forming spines snapped off at the base and drifted lifelessly through the water. Its blood-red eyes flickered erratically, dimming and brightening again. But it was still alive. It summoned its final strength to twist its torso, opening its maw lined with jagged fangs, and lunged to bite down on Su-hai's submarine. Su-hai launched all 6 compact torpedoes straight into its open mouth. Boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled detonations echoed from inside the bone shark lord's jaws. Its lower jaw shattered, half the bone structure splintering, teeth scattering like shrapnel. The massive body convulsed one last time, then lost all tension, sinking slowly and heavily down into the darkness at the bottom of the rift. Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Tier 2 mutated creature eliminated ×1. Su-hai leaned back into the pilot's chair, his chest heaving rapidly. It was not exhaustion, the physical aftermath of surging adrenaline. His hands remained clamped to the control lever, knuckles taut from excessive strain. Those 30 seconds of combat had been far deadlier than wiping out 300 ordinary bone sharks earlier. Yet he had prevailed. He accessed Hunt Intel and opened the loot panel. Loot summary. Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Evolution Shards. 247 gold coins. 1350 Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Hide ×1 Abyssal Bone Shark Lord Vertebra ×1 Bone Shark Lord Spine ×9 Submarine Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint ×1. Su-hai stared at the loot list, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting upward. He immediately exited the submarine, swimming down personally to collect all loot orbs dropped by the Bone Shark Lord. He also swept up any remaining orbs left by the ordinary bone sharks scattered throughout the rift before returning to the vessel, sealing the hatch, and settling back into the pilot's seat. He retrieved the Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint and unfurled it on the interface. Submarine Tier 2 Evolution Blueprint Grade, Tier 2. Evolution Requirements. Evolution Shards. 500, Meteorite Iron. 100 units, Mithril. 100 units, Adamantite. 100 units, Premium Rubber. 100 units, Tier 2 Evolution Energy Core, 1. Su-hai read the material list on the blueprint twice from start to finish, then began searching the trade channel. No one was selling any of these supplies. He leaned back in the pilot's chair and pondered. Just as he was planning to seek new resources after the resource intelligence refreshed tomorrow, an alert blared from his private communication channel. It was Xiaomei, but her message lacked the casual tone of her previous offers of ammunition. She sent a voice clip. Su-hai tapped to play it, hearing a trembling voice kept to a hushed whisper. Boss, are you there? I've been targeted. 3 refitted military submarines are chasing me. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Please, can you come rescue me? She paused. Faint rumbles of explosions and the shrill screech of twisting metal echoed in the background. I've got ammunition, plenty of it. All of it will be yours if you come get me. I'm begging you. A set of coordinates popped up right after the message. Su-hai opened the map and glanced at the location. It lay roughly 17 kilometers from his current position, within the 30-kilometer coverage of his hunting intelligence. He sent a 2-word reply. Coordinates received. Transfer your ammunition first, so I can check the quantity. Xiaomei did not hesitate. A trade request arrived within seconds. Instead of haggling or sending partial shipments, she listed every last round of ammunition she owned on the trade panel all at once. Su-hai's eyes widened slightly when he opened the trade list. Heavy torpedoes, 60. High-mouth 3 anti-ship missiles, 40, depth charge bombs, 30, armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 24, compact torpedoes, 50, sonar decoy rounds, 20, underwater assault rifles, 10, with 5,000 matching rounds of ammunition. The note field on the trade panel held only a single line. No price was listed. The other party had already confirmed, waiting solely for his approval. It was an unconditional gift. Xiaomei had staked everything she possessed on the gamble that he would come. Suhai tapped confirm. Ammunition flooded into his weapons panel. Rows of indicator lights on the ammunition racks lit up green. His total ammunition stockpile surpassed 250 rounds. This was the best resourced he had been since venturing into the deep sea. He cranked his tactical sonar to maximum range and unfolded the holographic map from hunting intelligence. The coordinates Xiaomei sat roughly northeast, 17 kilometers away. Hunting intelligence clearly marked all creature signatures and terrain features across the zone. His gaze swept over the waters, then halted on one marker. Near that area, hunting intelligence flagged 2 groups of mutated creatures. Each swarm contained a Tier 2 mutated shark, sized comparably to the Bone Shark King. The shark packs were modest, numbering 20 to 30 individuals apiece. Suhai's gaze turned cold. He pushed power output to maximum. The nuclear reactor of his Orca-class attack submarine rumbled deeply. Its speed surged from stationary to 60 knots in 3 seconds. The bow cut through seawater as it charged full speed towards Xiaomei's coordinates. 17 kilometers at 60 knots would take less than 10 minutes. Suhai slowed early, concealing the submarine in the shadow along the edge of a dense kelp forest. The battle unfolding ahead became crystal clear on his tactical sonar. 3 refitted military submarines marked with a wolf's head emblem formed a triangular formation surrounding a medium research submarine. The research vessel's hull bore several blast indentations. Half the protective cover on its rear propeller had been torn away, drastically limiting its maneuverability. The 3 Wolf Alliance submarines toyed with their prey. Instead of sinking her instantly with torpedoes, they alternated firing compact torpedoes to batter her hull. They forced evasive turns while blocking every escape route. One porthole window on the research sub had shattered, and seawater steadily seeped inside. Hunting intelligence pulled up data on the 3 enemy vessels. Vehicle: 3 times refitted military submarine, Tier 1. Threat level: Tier 2. Weaknesses: outdated sonar systems, detection range limited to 300 meters, easily disrupted by decoys. Externally mounted torpedo tubes exposed on the hull and vulnerable to direct destruction. Thin side hull armor, only 150 durability, breached by 2 hits from heavy torpedoes. Armament: each vessel equipped with 1 quadruple torpedo tube mount, standard torpedoes, estimated remaining stock of 4 to 6 torpedoes per submarine. After reviewing the information, Suhai formulated his plan. He sent a message to Xiaomei over the private channel. Do exactly as I say. Dive at full power in 10 seconds, to a depth no less than 1,500 meters. Do not stop, and do not look back, no matter what you hear. Hold position once you reach that depth, and wait for me. Suhai closed the chat window and refocused on the 2 shark swarm markers on his hunting map. The first swarm lay roughly 1 kilometer northwest of the Wolf Alliance formation, 28 abyss-bone sharks, including 1 Tier 2 elite specimen. The second swarm sat 800 meters east-southeast, 22 abyss-bone sharks with another Tier 2 elite. Hunting intelligence highlighted data for both Tier 2 sharks, speed, hull durability, and weaknesses matching the Bone Shark King he had defeated in the rift. The only difference was their size. At roughly 9 meters long, they were noticeably smaller than the Bone Shark King, yet genuine Tier 2 mutated predators, all the same. Suhai pressed the torpedo launch button. He did not target the Wolf Alliance submarines. 2 heavy torpedoes streaked toward each shark swarm respectively. The warheads locked onto no specific targets. They cruised slowly toward the center of each pack and detonated automatically upon arrival. Boom, boom. 2 muffled blasts rippled outward through the seawater. The explosions lacked the force to kill any bone shark, but the shockwaves and noise were more than enough. Both swarms were startled simultaneously and moved away from the blast sources, directly toward the 3 Wolf Alliance submarines. Suhai launched 2 more sonar decoy rounds from his flank. The decoys traced a semicircle behind the enemy formation, simulating the acoustic signature of multiple large incoming submarines. Spooked by the explosions and drawn to the false acoustic signals, both shark swarms accelerated toward the Wolf Alliance vessels. The 3 enemy submarines finally sensed danger. They attempted to spread out, with one trying to turn away, but it was already too late. The first wave of sharks charged into combat from the northwest. 28 enraged abyss-bone sharks, driven into a frenzy by the detonation. The first large metallic objects they spotted were the Wolf Alliance submarines. The leading Tier 2 bone shark struck first. Its 9-meter body surged forward at 80 knots, slamming into the nearest refitted submarine. Spines lining its back snapped fully outward on impact. Dozens of 3-meter bony spikes pierced the vessel's side armor in a single blow. The 150 durability hull offered no more resistance than paper against a Tier 2 bone shark. The submarine was impaled. Its hull tilted violently as seawater flooded the ruptured compartment. Crew members screamed as emergency escape pods ejected, only for the pods to be intercepted and crushed by several bone sharks moments after launching. The remaining 2 enemy submarines frantically fired torpedoes. Their outdated sonar suffered terrible targeting accuracy. Torpedoes veered wildly through the water. Most glanced harmlessly off the sharks' bony carapaces, sparking faintly. A stray hit or 2 struck gill slits and killed a handful of ordinary bone sharks, yet failed to halt the onslaught. The second shark swarm rushed in from the east-southeast. The 2 Tier 2 bone sharks coordinated their assault on the next enemy submarine. One shredded the rear propulsion system with its spines, while the other smashed the portholes with its massive tail. Suhai watched as the signals for all 3 enemy submarines vanished one after another on his sonar screen, his expression impassive, as if observing footage irrelevant to himself. Meanwhile, Xiaomei poured full power into her propellers. The research submarine dove vertically at maximum speed. It passed through a murky sediment cloud to settle onto the abyssal plain 1,500 meters below sea level. While the shark swarm tore apart the wreckage of the Wolf Alliance vessels, Suhai glided silently out from the edge of the kelp forest. Silent cruise mode rendered his submarine nearly undetectable at low speed. The sharks paid him no mind. He circled around the battlefield and located Xiao Mei's research submarine at 1,500 meters depth. "Stay close behind me," Suhai messaged over the squad channel. "Keep your lights off, maintain radio silence." Xiao Mei complied. The 2 submarines navigated side by side through total darkness, crossing the abyssal plain and winding around reef clusters. They halted beneath a remote underwater cliff. On sonar, the shark swarm signatures were now more than 10 kilometers away. Suhai held position and signaled Xiao Mei to stop as well. Over private comms, Xiao Mei's voice still shook, though far less frantically than before. "Boss, thank you. Truly, I thought I was going to die out there. Our transaction is complete. Farewell." Suhai replied coldly, preparing to depart without delay. Xiao Mei grew anxious at once and spoke quickly. "Boss, the hull durability of my research sub is down to only 12 points. The propeller guard is destroyed, and there are cracks in the propeller blades. The hull could collapse at any moment. I cannot remain on this vessel. Can I board your submarine?" Suhai answered without hesitation, his tone unyielding. "No." Xiao Mei fell silent for a moment, but refused to give up. "Boss, taking me aboard brings many advantages. First, I know the location of an armory, not the supply ship that supplied those earlier rounds, a far larger one. I only managed to retrieve a fraction of its stock last time. Massive ammunition reserves remain, and I can lead you there. Second, I am formally trained in submarine operation. My university major was ocean engineering, and I hold a civilian submarine pilot license. I am familiar with both research and military submarine control systems. I have also awakened the submarine pilot talent. Operating a military-grade submarine alone must be exhausting for you. I can share piloting duties. You handle combat, and I can steer during cruising. Third," her voice paused, growing solemn, "I am willing to sign a subordinate agreement. The subordinate must follow all orders from the leading party. If you grant me passage, everything I own belongs to you." Suhai blinked. The subordinate agreement. He had glimpsed the term in the game rules earlier, but never read the details. He opened his system panel and searched for the keyword agreement. A full rule description popped up. Vessel Crew Agreement System. When a player allows another player to board their submarine, one of the 3 following agreements must be signed. 1. Equal agreement. Both parties hold equal standing, share resources, and participate in joint decision-making. Either party may terminate the agreement and disembark at any time. Subordinate agreement. The leading party holds full command authority and the power to allocate resources. The subordinate must obey all orders issued by the leading party. Termination requires consent from the leading party. Slave agreement. The leading party gains absolute control over the subordinate, including property, movement, and even life and death. The slave cannot terminate the agreement independently. Strict in-game regulations govern this contract. Signatures require voluntary consent from both sides. Note: once signed, agreements are bound by system rules. Violations will result in system penalties. Choose carefully. Suhai tapped his fingers against the armrest as he processed the terms. Xiao Mei's offer was genuine, a subordinate agreement, with her promising full obedience in exchange for passage. Furthermore, her Her two offers held tangible value. The armory meant access to more ammunition, and her piloting skills would lift the burden of solo operation. The Orca-class attack submarine was designed for a 4-person crew. Managing it alone had grown increasingly taxing. During combat, juggling steering, weapons systems, sonar, and decoys left his fingers trembling after every engagement. With a trained operator to share piloting duties, his combat efficiency would at least double. After brief consideration, he sent 3 words over the private channel. "Come aboard." Suppressed excitement filled Xiao Mei's voice. "Thank you, boss. I'm on my way immediately." The airlock hatch opened. Xiao Mei swam out of her submarine carrying a small waterproof backpack, clad in a worn wetsuit. Her diving mask bore several cracks, and her headlamp flickered erratically. She looked thoroughly worn down. When Xiao Mei reached the Orca-class attack submarine, the boarding hatch opened to receive her. She climbed inside, removed her cracked mask. Damp hair clung to her face as she stood on the floor of the cockpit, slowly turning to take in her surroundings. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers. The cockpit of the Orca-class attack submarine stretched out before her, a spacious cabin lined with instrument panels on 3 walls, a massive holographic tactical display, leather pilot and co-pilot chairs, a built-in electric kitchen, and a temperature regulator holding a steady 24 degrees Celsius. A faint spicy aroma, left over from hot pot broth, lingered in the circulated air. "This," Xiao Mei swallowed hard, sweeping her gaze repeatedly across the cabin. "This is your submarine? You operate this all by yourself?" My name is Suhai. What should I call you?" "Zhao Tianmei." Suhai walked past her, hanging the wetsuit on a hook before settling into the pilot's seat. He pulled up the weapons panel and reviewed his ammunition inventory. Zhao Tianmei remained stunned. Her gaze drifted from the tactical display to the pot of unfinished hot pot broth on the kitchen counter, then toward the half-open storage compartment door. Neatly stacked inside were instant noodles, canned food, self-heating rice, cola, Leogama chili sauce, and several unopened bottles of red wine. She glanced down at her own waterproof backpack. It held nothing more than a few packs of compressed biscuits and 2 spare oxygen canisters. "Boss," Zhao Tianmei spoke in a dazed tone. "This hardly feels like end-of-the-world survival. It's like you're on an ocean vacation." Suhai did not reply. He pulled the sonar feed onto the main display and used the remaining duration of hunting intelligence to scan the surrounding waters. He asked Zhao Tianmei to pull up the coordinates for the armory. It lay roughly 25 kilometers northeast, within the ruins of a sunken military base. "The armory is 25 kilometers away. We will arrive in approximately 40 minutes at cruising speed." Suhai stood and gestured toward the co-pilot seat. "Take a seat and familiarize yourself with the control interface first." Zhao Tianmei hesitated, glancing down at herself. Her hair hung matted and damp against her skin, and her wetsuit was coated in sediment and seaweed debris. She was covered in grime. Her cheeks flushed. "Could I wash up first? I don't want to dirty your spotless cockpit looking like this." Her voice softened toward a murmur. She twisted the strap of her backpack nervously between her fingers. Suhai glanced at her. She was indeed in a messy state, hair clumped in wet strands, with a dark smudge streaked across one cheek from an unknown scrape. He nodded. "The shower is at the far end of the corridor on the left. Hot water is available." Zhao Tianmei froze for a second, surprised to find there was even a shower. She clutched her backpack and hurried down the corridor with hurried, unsteady footsteps, like a drenched cat finally finding a dry shelter. Suhai paid her no further mind. He returned to the pilot's seat and continued studying creature distribution around the armory on the hunting map. His sonar reached 3 kilometers, and combined with the 30-kilometer coverage of hunting intelligence, he had a complete view of terrain and threats surrounding the military base. The ruined base rested on an underwater plateau, surrounded by open plains with unobstructed visibility, but that also meant zero cover. The main armory structure was a semi-submerged concrete bunker. Half its entrance was blocked by collapsed rubble, leaving only a ruptured opening overhead for entry. 3 notable signatures marked the surrounding waters. First, a school of small mutated fish patrolling east of the base. Tier 1 threat, roughly 40 specimens. Negligible danger. Second, 2 ordinary Tier 1 abyss bone sharks lingering 1 kilometer north of the base, posing little risk. Third, Suhai's gaze lingered on this marker. Hunting intelligence flagged a Tier 2 mutated creature signature 2 kilometers southwest of the base. The information panel popped open. Mutated creature, 3 times abyss bone shark king Tier 2. Note: the 3 bone shark kings maintain loosely overlapping territories but operate independently. Disturbing one will not summon the others instantly. However, if combat lasts longer than 5 minutes, the scent of blood will draw the remaining 2 to the fight. 3 Tier 2 Sharks. The 3 Bone Shark Kings claimed the military base as their territory and would attack any moving vessel that drew near. Yet Suhai now held abundant ammunition. Over 250 assorted ordnance, including 24 armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, the most effective weapon against Bone Shark Kings. He began mapping out his assault route as the sound of running water ceased at the end of the corridor. Moments later, footsteps echoed down the passage. Suhai did not turn away, his gaze fixed on the sonar screen. Footsteps halted behind him, followed by silence. Suhai swiveled around. He froze on the spot. Zhao Tianmei stood in the entryway of the cockpit, clad only in an oversized military shirt she had retrieved from her waterproof backpack as a spare change of clothes. The hem of the shirt fell midway down her thighs. The loose collar gaped slightly, revealing a stretch of collarbone. Sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, exposing fair forearms dotted with damp water droplets on her wrists. Her hair was half-dried, falling softly over her shoulders, carrying the faint scent of shampoo. The dark smudge on her face had been washed away, unveiling sharp, exquisite features, high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, a straight nose, and full lips pressed tight with unease. In one hand she clutched her soiled clothes, fingers twisting nervously at the fabric. I don't have many spare clothes, she murmured, eyes darting, unable to meet Suhai's stare. This shirt is all I have that's clean. My trousers got soaked and dirty. I washed them, but they haven't dried yet. Suhai studied her for several seconds. Color rose across Zhao Tianmei's cheeks, spreading to her earlobes, and then down her neck. She shifted awkwardly, bare-legged, wearing only lightweight submarine slippers. She tugged at the shirt hem self-consciously. She spoke barely above a whisper, hesitating to finish her sentence. Suhai read the uncertainty in her expression and tone. After a short silence, he stood and walked toward the galley area. You must be hungry. He opened the refrigerator and pulled out leftover crab legs, fish fillets, and canned luncheon meat, then fetched a new packet of hot pot base stock from storage. There's still some broth left. I can add extra water if needed. We don't have much produce, but there's enough for 2. He switched on the induction cooker. The hot pot broth came back to a rolling boil, spicy red oil swirling as rich mala aroma filled the cockpit. He rinsed some lettuce, sliced more fish fillets, arranged the luncheon meat on a plate, and mixed a fresh dipping sauce, setting it on the small console before the co-pilot seat. Dig in. Suhai gestured toward the hot pot. Oh right. Zhao Tianmei snapped out of her daze, cheeks flushed, and hurried to sit down. She picked up her first chopstickful of luncheon meat, dipped it briefly in the boiling broth, coated it with sauce, and took a bite. Her body stiffened as if jolted by electricity. It's hot, she mumbled with her mouth full. Obviously, hot pot is meant to be served hot. Suhai tossed more fish fillets into the pot. No, what I mean is, she swallowed quickly and grabbed another portion of fish. Ever since I entered this game, every meal has been cold compressed biscuits. The other day, I ate canned luncheon meat straight from the tin without heating, and I thought that was a luxury. This is real hot pot with dipping sauce, with spicy chili oil. She grabbed crab legs and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a squirrel's. She kept reaching for more fish, beef, and vermicelli. Her chopsticks moved so fast they blurred. Her bowl of dipping sauce, once full, was emptied in barely 2 minutes. Suhai turned the heat down on the hot pot and activated tactical sonar, projecting a holographic map of the ruined military base onto the main display. As he laid out their battle plan, the armory is here, the core zone of the base ruins, a semi-underground concrete bunker. The main entrance is blocked by rubble, so we can only enter through the opening overhead. 3 threats lie nearby. A school of Tier 1 mutated fish to the east can be ignored. 2 ordinary bone sharks to the north pose little danger. The real hazard is these 2 kilometers southwest, 3 Tier 2 bone shark lords. Zhao Tianmei paused with her chopsticks upon hearing the name Bone Shark Lord. That's where they ambushed me last time. She set down her chopsticks, her tone turning serious. The supply vessel ammunition depot has 3 subdivisions. I only cleared the smallest one. The other 2 hold torpedoes and missiles deep inside the armory. The 3 Bone Shark Lords have claimed the territory. They spotted me the moment I drew near, and I barely escaped alive. This is no research vessel. We're aboard a military submarine. Suhai pulled up the weapons panel on the main screen. Zhao Tianmei stared at the ammunition tally, showing more than 250 rounds, stunned once again. Suhai continued outlining the operation. The 3 lords share territory loosely. Alerting one won't immediately summon the others. But blood from prolonged combat, Any fight lasting longer than 5 minutes will draw the rest. We need to eliminate them within that window. Lure and kill one, then the second, and finally the third. Their weak points are their gills and gaps in their armor plating when they extend their spines. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets can strike those vulnerable zones from below. I have 24 armor-piercing rockets, more than enough for all 3. Zhao Tianmei listened intently, her eyes growing brighter by the second. What do you need me to do? She asked. Handle navigation. During combat, you control heading, depth, and submarine attitude. I will manage weapons systems. Understood. Take your station. We will reach target waters in 15 minutes. Zhao Tianmei stood, popped the last slice of fish from her bowl into her mouth, and settled into the co-pilot's seat. Her hands rested on the control panel as her fingers swept across the touchscreen, familiarizing herself with navigation and piloting interfaces. Her movements were fluid and professional, a stark contrast to Suhai's self-taught, unrefined techniques. Suhai glanced at her, finished the last of his cola, and pushed power output to maximum. The nuclear reactor of the Orca-class attack submarine rumbled deeply, its bow cut through dark blue seawater, surging full speed toward the sunken military base. Suhai noted her disciplined piloting habits, scanning depth and speed gauges every 30 seconds, checking sonar contacts each minute, verifying course deviation every 2 minutes. These were ingrained reflexes forged through formal training, impossible for someone like him, surviving by instinct and system rewards to match. On the tactical sonar display, the outline of the ruined military base sharpened. It was a submerged seafloor facility spanning roughly 3 to 4 square kilometers, surrounded by open abyssal plains. Most base buildings had collapsed, eroded into jagged debris blanketed by sediment and seaweed. Yet the core concrete bunker remained intact, a rectangular semi-submerged structure, roughly 50 meters on each side. Only one level jutted above the seabed. Most of its mass lay buried beneath silt. Sonar penetration scans partially revealed internal layouts. 3 large warehouses sat side by side deep within the bunker, each fitted with independent blast doors. The outermost warehouse stood empty, the one Zhao Tianmei had cleared previously. The other 2 remained sealed with intact blast doors, small mutated fish circling outside. Southwest of the bunker, 3 massive red contacts drifted slowly. Abyssal bone shark lords, 3 in total. Hunt intelligence projected their live data directly into Suhai's mind. Abyssal bone shark lord tier, 2 mutant creature times 3. Status, patrolling. Lord 1 roams slowly 1.8 kilometers due west of the base. Lord 2 rests 2.1 kilometers south-southwest. Lord 3 hunts small mutated fish 1.6 kilometers west-southwest. Body length. Lord 1 to 11 meters. Lord 2 to 9.5 meters. Lord 3 to 10.2 meters. Range, sector southwest of the base. Each holds an 800-meter radius territory, with a 200-meter overlapping zone. Vigilance, low. None have detected anomalies. Suhai halted the submarine 3 kilometers from the base, holding position behind a cluster of low reefs. He opened the weapons panel and assigned firepower precisely. Target Lord 3 first. Closest to the base, distracted while hunting. Suhai traced an attack path on the tactical display. I will approach directly beneath it. 4 armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 2 aimed at the gills, 2 at armor gaps. We must kill it on the first strike, denying it the chance to send alerts. What comes next? Zhao Tianmei asked. Lord 2 is resting, lowest vigilance and slowest to react. As soon as Lord 3 falls, turn to engage Lord 2 with identical tactics. Lord 1 last. It is the largest and most alert. It will likely detect trouble as soon as the second Lord is attacked. We will lose the element of surprise and face open combat. Zhao Tianmei studied the plotted assault routes, falling silent for a moment before speaking. If we fight Lord 1 head-on, it will fire its spine barrage, then pull back to recharge. I have observed their behavior patterns. After unleashing spines, they enter a roughly 10-second vulnerability window while new spines grow through their armor. Those 10 seconds are their weakest moment. Suhai shot her a look. How do you know that? When it chased me, it fired 1 spine volley, then paused to regenerate. I tracked the cycle on sonar, around 10 seconds. I was too busy fleeing to counterattack back then, Zhao Tianmei explained. You will get your chance this time. Suhai switched weapon locking mode to precision targeting, designating gill zones and armor fissures. For anti-submarine rockets allocated to each Lord. During Lord 1's 10-second recovery window, that will be your task. Keep the submarine directly underneath it. Attack angles cannot shift. Shots must strike the gills from below, Misaligned rockets will bounce off its bone plating. Understood. Zhao Tianmei rested her fingers lightly on the control stick. Ready. I am set. Suhai set power output to 30%. The submarine glided out from behind the reefs under silent cruising mode. Noise suppression reduced propeller turbulence to a minimum, letting the vessel slip through the dark depths like a ghost. Lord 3's sonar contact drew nearer. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 600 meters. Lord 3 was feeding. Live feeds from Hun intelligence showed it opening its massive jaws, swallowing schools of lanternfish along with seawater, before expelling excess water through its gill slits. Predators hunting food maintain low vigilance. Its lateral line systems focused entirely on struggling prey, slow to respond to distant low-frequency noise. Suhai brought the submarine 80 meters beneath Lord 3, tilting the bow upward as hatches on the 6-tube torpedo array slid open. He selected 4 anti-submarine rockets with armor-piercing warheads, powerful enough to tear internal organs apart on impact. Targets locked, Suhai said flatly. Fire. For rockets launched simultaneously, trailing thin white wakes as they raced toward Lord 3 at nearly 70 knots. Lord 3 sensed abnormal water flow at the final instant. Its colossal body twisted sharply, attempting to roll and shield itself with dorsal bone plating. But its feeding posture left its underbelly exposed, gills unprotected. 2 rockets slammed straight into its left gill slits. Armor-piercing warheads tore through thin bone shielding, burrowing deep into soft tissue before detonating. Shockwaves shredded all 5 pairs of gills. Dark red blood surged outward like an underwater fountain. The other 2 rockets struck gaps between extended spine armor. With its dorsal spines half unfurled to hunt, fissures between plates widened. Rockets penetrated and exploded close to its spinal column. Lord 3's body stiffened violently before thrashing wildly. Its tail hammered the seabed, churning clouds of silt. It emitted no roar. Shattered gills robbed it of the ability to draw breath. Abyssal bone shark Lord 3 eliminated ×1. First target down. Without pause, Suhai turned the submarine toward Lord 2's coordinates. Lord 2 is resting. We have a 3-minute window. Maintain depth. Approach from underneath. Receive. Zhao Tianmei adjusted the control stick. The Orca-class submarine executed a fluid turn. Bow aligned on Lord 2's position at a steady depth of 1,400 meters. Lord 2 was wedged between 2 massive basalt boulders southwest of the base in a reef cluster, in a state of semi-dormancy. Sharks never fully sleep, yet rest drastically slows their metabolism and awareness. Suhai halted the submarine roughly 500 meters away. It is trapped in rock. Its gills are shielded by the cliff face. Suhai frowned at the sonar feed. We cannot strike effectively directly below. Adjust course, circle forward to its head, then descend to line up shots on exposed gills. Zhao Tianmei was already maneuvering. She altered heading 20 degrees, guiding the submarine past the reef less than 10 meters from the rock edge. Through the viewport, Suhai saw the giant basalt formations, black rock encrusted with tube worms and bioluminescent algae, glowing pale blue in the shadowy depths. Lord 2's shape grew clear through the glass. The 9.5-meter body jammed within the rock crevice, dorsal spines folded flush against its armor. Gill slits expanded and contracted slowly as it breathed. Its eyes remained half-closed, thin streaks of crimson light seeping through the lids like dim red lamps. The submarine circled to the front of Lord 2's head and descended until level with its gills. Targets locked. Suhai's thumb hovered over the firing trigger. Fire. For rockets streaked forward once more. Lord 2 jolted awake only when the rockets closed to 50 meters. Its eyes flew open, and it strained to pull free of the rocks. The boulders held fast, and its desperate writhing only exposed the gills further. 2 rockets struck the gill slits head-on. The other 2 pierced lateral armor gaps. Blast shockwaves tore Lord 2 apart along with sections of the trapping reef. Rock shards and chunks of shark flesh billowed outward in a debris cloud dozens of meters wide. Abyssal bone shark Lord 2 eliminated ×2. Second target down. Suhai immediately swung toward the final contact. Lord 1. It is already alerted. On tactical sonar, Lord 1's blip surged toward them at 80 knots. Though Suhai had eliminated the other 2 rapidly, blast shockwaves and blood had spread through waters surrounding the base. Lord 1 had been roused. It advanced in full combat readiness, unlike its unsuspecting kin. All 12 dorsal spines stood erect, tail thrashing, blood-red eyes leaving streaks of scarlet light through the darkness. It's coming. Zhao Tianmei's voice sharpened. Suhai made no attempt to evade. Meet it head-on. He unlocked all remaining anti-submarine rockets on the weapons panel. Zhao Tianmei, lure it directly beneath us. We will wait for the 10-second recovery window after its spine barrage, then unleash all 8 rockets into its gills at once. Are you insane? Simultaneous detonation of 8 rockets will send shockwaves straight toward our submarine. Suhai stayed calm. The blast wave cannot breach our hull, but 8 concentrated armor-piercing rounds hitting its gills will tear its head clean off. Zhao Tianmei gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the controls. Very well, let's do this. 300 meters out, Lord 1 unleashed its first spine volley. 12 3-meter bone projectiles launched in unison, covering every possible evasion vector for the submarine. The spines traveled faster than standard torpedoes, 12 pale cavitation wakes weaving into a lethal net. Zhao Tianmei's piloting displayed expertise forged through 4 years of university studies plus naval base internships. She did not rely on instinct alone. She calculated every movement. She broke down the trajectory of each bony spike in her mind, parsing velocity, angle, distance, and time. Her fingers made a string of millisecond-precise fine adjustments on the control sticks. The submarine heeled 15 degrees to port. Its bow dipped 7 degrees downward, and cruising speed instantly dropped to 10 knots. 7 bony spikes whistled past the hull. 3 struck home. 2 slammed against the side of the bow, and 1 hit the rear deck. The moment the spike tips made contact with the hull, a shrill screech of metal on metal friction erupted. Then the spikes snapped cleanly. Eternal durability. Not even a faint white mark was left on the submarine's hull. The blood-red eyes of Bone Shark King number 1 widened further. It had likely never witnessed such an outcome. It had unleashed all 12 bony spikes, yet its target had not evaded a single strike and had shattered its projectiles outright. Suspended in seawater, new spikes began sprouting from gaps within the armor plating covering its back. Stagger period. Now, Suhai pressed the launch button. 8 anti-submarine rockets fired simultaneously from multiple launch tubes, 4 from the bottom 6 torpedo tube array, 2 from the rear vertical launch silos, and 2 from smaller side-mounted torpedo tubes. 8 trails cut through the water, converging on a single target from varied angles. The exposed gill slits of Bone Shark King number 1. Bone Shark King number 1 twisted its body in an attempt to evade, but the stagger induced by regrowing spikes drastically slowed its reaction speed. 8 armor-piercing warheads bored into its gill slits from different directions and detonated deep within its head and thoracic cavity all at once. Boom, 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 boom. A 2-meter-wide gap was blown open in Bone Shark King number 1's skull, its gills obliterated entirely. Half its cranium shattered, and its blood-red left eye torn free from its socket by the shockwave. The 11-meter colossal body twitched suspended in seawater for several seconds before slowly sinking. Abyssal Bone Shark King number 1 times 3 eliminated. Silence hung in the cockpit for a few heartbeats. Then Zhao Tianmei exhaled heavily, slumping back into the co-pilot's seat, and releasing her grip on the control sticks, her fingers still trembling faintly. 3. Her voice came hoarsely. 3-second order Bone Shark Kings. In under 15 minutes. Suhai did not pause to rest. He maneuvered the submarine above the 3 fallen Shark Kings, opened the hatch, and moved to collect drops. Zhao Tianmei remained in the cockpit, watching through the viewport as Suhai wove through murky seawater, moving as swiftly as a genuine shark. Suhai gathered every loot orb left by the 3 Bone Shark Kings and swept up spoils from ordinary bone sharks killed by stray blast waves nearby. He swam underwater for nearly 20 minutes. When he returned, nearly 1,000 evolution shards, 2,000 gold coins. Piles of shark hide and bony spikes had been added to his storage space. Suhai signaled to steer the submarine directly above the armory, hovering over the blasted opening. The breach measured roughly 8 meters across, wide enough for the Orca-class attack submarine to pass through. Yet he chose not to pilot the craft inside. Instead, he prepared to exit the vessel, stay on watch in the cockpit, maintain sonar monitoring, and keep communications open. Suhai donned his advanced diving suit, strapped the micro-torpedo pistol to his waist, and double-checked his headlamp and comms gear. Alert me the instant you detect any anomalies. Understood. Zhao Tianmei had retaken her position in the co-pilot seat, hands resting atop the control panel. As she slipped back into operational mode. Comms channel active, sonar detection range set to 3 kilometers, automatic alert system engaged. Suhai pushed open the hatch and slid into the seawater. The armory breach sat atop the fortress, torn open either by a past submarine earthquake or external impact. Twisted steel rebar jutted from the concrete lining the opening, draped in rust and seaweed. Suhai swam down through the breach, the beam of his headlamp cleaving the darkness inside the fortress. The interior space was far larger than he had anticipated. A vast open chamber lay within, partitioned by blast-resistant bulkheads. The outermost warehouse had already been cleared by Zhao Tianmei. Racks stood empty, scattered with discarded open crates, whose lids still bore traces of silvery light film. White stenciled lettering marked the wall. Ammunition Depot C7. Capacity, 200 tons. Further inward stood a heavy blast door stamped with Torpedo Depot B4. The door hung ajar. The previous earthquake had warped its track, wedging it halfway open to leave a gap just wide enough for one person to slip sideways through. Suhai squeezed through the opening. The beam of his headlamp illuminated the interior of Torpedo Depot B4. A smile tugged at his lips. Rows upon rows of torpedo racks filled the space neatly, each rack holding 6 heavy torpedoes, coated in military camouflage paint. Most torpedoes were shrouded in translucent system-generated light film, marking them as collectible supplies rather than ordinary scrap metal. Suhai walked to the first rack and reached out to touch it. XM9 heavy torpedo ×6 automatically added to storage space. Second rack. XM9 heavy torpedo ×6 automatically added to storage space. Third rack, fourth rack, fifth rack, sixth rack, seventh rack, eighth rack, ninth rack, 10th rack. Suhai moved steadily from rack to rack. System notification chimes rang non-stop, and ammunition counts on his weapon panel jumped wildly. It took him a full 10 minutes to clear Depot B4. 82 torpedo racks holding a total of 492 heavy torpedoes. Though some had degraded with age and were tagged by the system as degraded ammunition 30 reduced damage. The sheer volume spoke for itself. Even weakened, this stockpile was enough munitions to sustain a minor naval engagement. Past Torpedo Depot B4 stood another blast door, labeled Missile Depot A2. This door was fully shut, yet its lock had rusted solid. Suhai fired 2 close-range shots from his micro-torpedo pistol and blew the lock apart. The missile depot was even larger than the torpedo depot. Instead of racks, rows of waist-high metal crates lined the passageways. Suhai pried open the first crate. 6 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, factory fresh with intact military seals. The second crate held identical ordnance, 6 missiles in total. The third crate matched the pattern once more. He stopped prying open crates individually and strode along the corridor, brushing both hands against every crate he passed. Streaks of white light flashed continuously, and system alerts scrolled endlessly across his vision. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sonar decoy ×20. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missile ×6. Sonar decoy ×20. Depth blast charge ×12. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket ×8. Suhai spent nearly 20 minutes inside the missile depot. Once the final crate was emptied, he pulled up his weapon panel for a glance and drew a slow breath without realizing it. Heavy torpedoes, 576. Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles, 348. Depth blast charges, 256. Armor-piercing anti-submarine rockets, 184. Compact torpedoes, 142. Sonar decoys, 180. Total ammunition count, 1686. 1,686 ordnance units. The number glared sharply on the panel. Suhai stared at it for several seconds before closing the interface and turning to exit the warehouse. Suhai swam out through the fortress breach and returned to the submarine. He had barely removed his diving suit and settled down when the tactical sonar alarm blared. The shrill warning echoed through the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei's tone sharpened with urgency. Bearing southeast. Range for 0.3 kilometers. 3 submarines approaching at high speed. 45 knots, heading straight for us. Suhai strode quickly to the main pilot's seat, narrowing his eyes at the display. 3 modified military submarines advanced in arrow formation, 2 forward and 1 trailing, closing in on the ruined military base in an offensive posture. The Wolf Alliance. Suhai's voice turned cold. His Hun intelligence buff still had more than 2 hours remaining. It automatically marked detailed data for the 3 hostile vessels. The readouts were more comprehensive than last time. Vessel, modified military submarine ×3 first order. Threat level, second order. Wolfong 1 flagship, equipped with 1 × 6 tube torpedo launch array, 2 times vertical missile silos. Hull durability 450 to 450. Weakness. Missile silo hatches require 4.7 seconds to fully open. Launches are impossible during this window. And silo interiors lack armor. Direct impacts trigger magazine detonation. Wolfang 2 Escort. Equipped with 2 times 4-tube torpedo launch arrays. 1 times sonar jammer. Hull durability 380/380. Weakness. Torpedo tubes are externally mounted on the hull. Precise strikes can destroy launch arrays and disable combat capability. Wolfang 3 Escort. Equipped with 2 times 4-tube torpedo launch arrays. 1 times depth charge dispenser. Hull durability 360/380. Minor damage to port hull. Sustained in prior combat. Weakness. Damaged port hull has weakened armor. 2 heavy torpedo impacts will breach the vessel. Combined weakness. All 3 submarines rely on Wolfang 1's command system for coordinated operations. If Wolfang 1 is destroyed, coordination efficiency of the remaining 2 drops by 60, forcing them to fight independently. Watching the incoming wolf-headed submarines draw closer, Zhao Tianmei grew anxious and asked quickly, "What's our battle plan?" Suhai did not reply immediately. He studied the 3 approaching vessels on the sonar screen, running calculations at high speed. The enemy fielded 3 submarines, estimated to carry between 40 and 60 torpedoes alongside assorted missiles and depth charges. His submarine possessed an eternal durability hull. Their standard torpedoes would not even scratch its paint. Yet his weapon panel held a full arsenal of 1,686 assorted munitions. He required no intricate tactics. He only needed overwhelming fire coverage. Zhao Tianmei. Suhai transferred primary weapon control to his console. "You handle navigation. Combat is mine. No evasion, no stealth. Advance straight toward them. Head on." Zhao Tianmei blinked in surprise. "Head on." Suhai rested his thumb atop the torpedo launch switch. On the tactical sonar, the 3 Wolf submarines closed to 2 kilometers. Wolfang 1 led the advance, flanked by Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3 to form a standard triangular assault formation. They had clearly detected his submarine. The Orca-class attack submarine was not running silent, and its engine noise stood out on sonar. A communication signal from Wolfang 1 lit up the public channel. A gruff male voice crackled through the speaker. Thick with contempt and menace. "Submarine ahead. Listen closely. This is the 3rd hunting team of the Wolf Alliance. Halt your vessel. Cut all engines. Open your hatch for inspection. Hand over all supplies, and we will spare your lives. If you dare resist." Suhai turned down the volume of the public channel to a minimum and pressed the missile launch button. Hatches covering the rear vertical missile silos slammed open. First salvo. 12 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles ignited at once, dragging 12 white trails underwater as they arced toward the 3 Wolf submarines. The voice on the public channel cut off abruptly. The Wolf Alliance crew had likely never seen such a sight. Their tactical manuals covered torpedo salvos, flank interception, encirclement, and intimidation, yet contained no guidance for facing an opponent greeting them with 12 missiles as an opening strike. Wolfang 1's missile silo hatches began to rise, verifying the 4.7-second opening window. Before the hatches fully cleared, the first wave of missiles arrived. For Sea Spear 3 missiles slammed into Wolfang 1's hull. 1 flew straight into the partially open missile silo. Magazine detonation. For missiles stored within the silo exploded simultaneously. The blast tore Wolfang 1's hull in 2. The forward section holding the cockpit tumbled away in the shockwave, while the rear segment, housing engines, sank to the seabed. Wolfang 1 destroyed. No survivors. The blast shockwave threw Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3 off their formation. They began firing torpedoes frantically. Dozens of torpedoes streaked through the water, most veering off course, though several headed for Suhai's submarine. Suhai made no attempt to evade. 3 standard torpedoes struck the hull of the Orca-class attack submarine. Boom, boom, boom. Flashes of detonation lit the viewport, and shockwaves made the cockpit lights flicker. When the fire faded, not a single mark marred the hull. Eternal durability. Seated in the co-pilot's chair, Zhao Tianmei watched 3 torpedoes detonate outside the viewport, then watched the hull emerge unscathed. She parted her lips to speak, but only let out a sharp, trembling exhale. "You really don't need to dodge." Astonishment colored her tone. "I told you as much." Suhai locked the second strike onto Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3. "Target the second vessel now." Second salvo. 8 heavy torpedoes and 6 missiles split into 2 waves, surging to blanket Wolfang 2 and Wolfang 3. Wolfang 2 activated its sonar jammer to disrupt torpedo guidance systems. The jammer proved partially effective. 3 torpedoes lost lock and exploded against seabed reefs. Yet the remaining 5 torpedoes and 6 missiles were not all neutralized. 2 missiles and 1 heavy torpedo broke through the interference and impacted Wolfang 2's hull at the same time. Wolfang 2 destroyed. Watching both companions eliminated in under 2 minutes, Wolfang 3 abandoned all will to fight. It spun around to flee, pushing its speed to maximum as it raced southeast. While retreating, it deployed depth charges, hoping blast waves would mask its sonar signature. Suhai did not give chase. He locked his final firepower onto Wolfang 3's escape route. 4 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles launched along a predicted trajectory, intercepting the fleeing vessel 300 meters ahead. Wolfang 3 lacked time to alter course, for missiles impacted its bow and port hull simultaneously. The port side held the earlier damaged section where armor was weakened. 2 missiles penetrated the breach and detonated inside the vessel. Wolfang 3 destroyed. No survivors. The battle concluded. From the first missile launch to the sinking of the last Wolf submarine, barely 5 minutes had passed. Suhai closed the weapon panel, stretched his fingers, and turned toward Zhao Tianmei. Bring us over there. I'm going to collect the spoils. Zhao Tianmei navigated the submarine above the wreckage of the 3 Wolf submarines, and Suhai suited up once more to exit the vessel. Zhao Tianmei maintained sonar watch inside the cockpit, observing Suhai move through the wreckage zone. Debris from the 3 Wolf submarines scattered across hundreds of meters of seabed, fractured hull plating, twisted piping, blasted ammunition crates glinting with cold metallic light beneath his headlamp beam. Loot orbs hovered amid the wreckage, some wedged between steel bars, half buried in silt, or drifting with currents. Suhai collected them one by one. Evolution shards, steel ingots, rubber, gold coins. Rewards he had grown familiar with from previous battles. The moment his fingers touched each orb, items transferred automatically into storage, accompanied by constant chiming system alerts. His pace slowed only when he spotted several orbs glowing pale gold. The first pale gold orb was trapped within the cockpit wreckage of Wolfang 1. Suhai reached out to touch it, and a fist-sized lump of pitch-black metal ingot settled into his palm. The metal felt rough and cold to the touch, yet shimmered with a faint dark gold halo, scattering pinpricks of starlight under the headlamp. Meteoric iron times 3. Suhai raised an eyebrow and continued searching. The second pale gold orb lay amid shattered ammunition crate fragments of Wolfang 2. Upon contact, a silvery metal ingot appeared in his palm. Far lighter than meteoric iron, its surface was mirror smooth, radiating soft luminescence in the ocean darkness. Mithril times 2. The third pale gold orb rested deepest within Wolfang 3's wreckage. Suhai pushed aside a tilted armor plate and found it. This orb sat in the most concealed spot, its glow the brightest of all. Adamantite times 1. Suhai stowed all 3 materials away. His expression remained calm, yet calculations raced through his mind. He remembered the material list required to upgrade to a second-order submarine clearly: 500 evolution shards, 100 units of meteoric iron, 100 units of mithril, 100 units of adamantite, 100 units of refined rubber, and 1 second-order evolution core. He possessed nearly 800 evolution shards, enough to satisfy that requirement. Refined rubber could be acquired via trade channels. Yet meteoric iron, mithril, and adamantite were rare materials. He had scoured the trade marketplace without finding a seller. Now he held 3 units of meteoric iron, 2 of mithril, 1 of adamantite. He was still far short of the quota, but at last he had a starting point. He swept the wreckage zone one final time to confirm no orbs remained unclaimed and turned to swim back, when a glint in the corner of Wolfang 1's cockpit wreckage caught his peripheral vision. It was not a loot orb. It was a sheet of paper. Real paper. Finding a sheet of paper thousands of meters beneath the sea was deeply incongruous. Water pressure, salt corrosion, microbial decomposition. Any ordinary paper ought to turn to pulp. Yet this sheet remained intact. It was slightly yellowed, its edges creased, with no trace of seawater erosion. It drifted slowly in the water, shielded by some invisible force. Suhai swam over and reached out to grasp it. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, a faint warmth spread up his hand, not physical heat, more like residual energy ripples. He flipped the paper to its front, and the beam from his headlamp fell upon it. It was a hand-drawn map. The drawing was crude. It was not printed, nor system-generated. Every line had been drawn by hand. The lines wobbled, and the scribbled handwriting suggested it was done hastily. Still, whoever drew this map knew these waters well. Topographical markers were detailed: mountain ranges, shipwreck, graveyard, kelp forest, Multiple red crosses marked danger, and 2 underwater rifts Su-hai had passed through earlier. At the very top of the map, furthest from all other markings, sat a narrow inlet enclosed within a thick outlined box. Rows of jagged symbols lined both sides of the inlet, likely mountain peaks or sheer cliffs, leaving only an extremely thin passage in the center. Beside the inlet, the cartographer had scribbled a line of small text. All will converge here eventually. Su-hai stared at those words for a long time. He folded the map, tucked it into the waterproof pocket of his diving suit, then turned and swam back toward the submarine. The hatch opened, water drained, and he removed his mask. Zhao Tian-sweet had already read something from his movements and expression. She twisted around from the co-pilot's seat and looked at him curiously. "Boss, what treasure did you find?" Her tone was far lighter than before. After eating her fill, cleaning up and resting, her mental state had improved dramatically. Su-hai hung his diving suit on a hook, walked over to the pilot's seat, and sat down. He pulled up the panel log recording the collection of meteorite iron, mithril, and adamantine, and turned it toward her. "Nothing especially remarkable," he said. "Just some meteorite iron, mithril, adamantine. Exactly the materials needed to evolve our second-tier submarine. They'll prove useful." Zhao Tian-sweet's eyes widened. "Meteorite iron? Mithril? Adamantine? Do you know how valuable these materials are on the market? I saw someone post a reward of 500 gold coins for a single chunk of meteorite iron on the trade channel. And not a single piece turned up. You picked up 6 chunks at once." "Pure luck," Su-hai replied calmly. He then pulled the hand-drawn map out of his waterproof pocket and spread it across the control console. "But this is what truly deserves our attention." Zhao Tian-sweet leaned forward and gazed down at the rough hand-drawn map. Her eyes swept rapidly across all the markings, and her brows slowly furrowed. She traced a circle along the narrow inlet at the top of the map with her finger. "This terrain," she paused, seemingly sorting through old memories. "I've heard of this place before. Speak. When I was aboard the research submarine, I chatted with people on the global channel once. Someone sent me a private message offering to sell me a map." Zhao Tian-sweet's voice turned solemn. He claimed this map marked the ultimate convergence zone for this region. The contaminated zone was closing in from behind, forcing everyone forward. But the waters ahead stretched on forever. Eventually, every survivor would be driven to the entrance of this narrow strait. Only by passing through that inlet could they enter the next stretch of ocean. Su-hai leaned back in the pilot's chair, tapping his fingers gently against the armrest. "That person said the mapmaker was a reborn soul," Zhao Tian-sweet went on, a hint of incredulity creeping into her tone. "I thought he was just trying to scam gold coins back then. Rebirth? Who would believe such overused web novel tropes? I was worrying about oxygen and food supplies at the time, so I ignored him." "A reborn soul." Su-hai repeated the phrase flatly, yet his gaze deepened. "The deep-sea survival game. Over 7 billion people transported here all at once. Mutated creatures. The expanding contaminated zone. The daily intelligence system. Now talk of reborn souls had surfaced. If rebirth were real, it meant someone had already lived through the entire game from start to finish. From the first sea zone all the way to the end, across every stretch of ocean. That person would know every hidden resource node, every monster's weakness, the method to clear every stage. They might even know the ultimate purpose of this game. Of course, it could all be a lie. In this apocalyptic environment, swindlers and opportunists outnumbered mutated fish. Anyone could scribble a fake map. Anyone could claim to be a reborn soul. As long as the story sounded convincing, desperate survivors would gamble their gold coins. Su-hai thought about the daily intelligence system granted to him by the system. This ability let him receive one set of precise intelligence each day: resource distributions, survival routes, hunting targets, locations of ancient ruins, all clearly marked. The existence of this power alone proved that knowledge, not meant to be known, existed within this game. And he was the one permitted to access it. If he possessed such an ability, why could others not wield different powers? "What do you think?" Zhao Tian-sweet asked. "Could reborn souls truly exist?" "I cannot confirm." Su-hai folded the map and stowed it back into the waterproof pocket. "But if this map is authentic, that means we are all heading for the same destination. That straight inlet will become a natural slaughter zone. The more survivors arrive, the fiercer the conflicts will grow. The contaminated zone presses from behind, and the strait blocks the path forward. Everyone will be trapped together." Zhao Tian-sweet's expression darkened. "Therefore," Su-hai continued, "if any faction wants to seize dominance in this region, now is their best window. Before reaching the strait inlet, eliminate competitors and stockpile supplies to secure an absolute advantage at the convergence zone." The Wolf Alliance's tactics are not entirely foolish. But you wiped out an entire hunting squad of theirs, Zhao Tiansui said, which means they will strike again. As Suhai finished speaking and prepared to analyze more details on the map, a deep, rumbling system alert boomed inside his mind. It was not the usual crisp chime, but a heavier, more authoritative sound, as though the entire deep sea trembled. Immediately, a massive translucent announcement panel unfolded before Suhai's eyes. Bright scarlet characters flickered at its center, every word carrying unyielding pressure. System Announcement Region EC-7724. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Massive signals of contaminated creatures emerging along the contaminated zone boundary, advancing towards safe waters. Estimated arrival, 6 hours and 48 minutes from now. Traits of contaminated creatures. Players and mutated beasts consumed by the abyss contamination retain their original forms and partial abilities, with greatly enhanced strength and speed. Regional main quest issued, the Abyss Defense Line. Quest objective. All surviving players 4,305,192 must reach their assigned defense coordinates within the time limit to build defensive battlements and block the advance of contaminated creatures. Contaminated creatures must not cross the defense line into safe waters. Quest duration, 6 hours. The area behind the defense line will serve as a safe zone for the mission. The frontline combat zone is designated the engagement area. Mandatory rules. 1. Any player refusing to participate in combat will be executed immediately. 2. Any player fleeing from battle will be executed immediately. 3. Any player attacking allies will be executed immediately. The system will automatically establish a command structure along the defense lines based on player combat power and battle records. Squad leaders hold tactical command authority. Squad members must follow orders. Disobeying commands will be treated as desertion. Reward rules. Upon mission conclusion, the system will rank all players by contribution value. Contribution can be earned through actions including, but not limited to, number of contaminated creatures eliminated, threat tier of eliminated targets, ally protection, medical support, tactical command. The top 10 ranked players will receive generous rewards including rare materials, legendary affixes, evolution blueprints, special titles, and more. The top 3 individual players or squads will earn additional hidden rewards. Special warning: contaminated creatures wield mental attack capabilities. Close contact or prolonged eye contact with contaminated creatures triggers mental corruption, inducing hallucinations, irrational fear, and violent frenzy. All players are advised to prepare mental defenses in advance. Defense coordinates have been delivered to each player's mailbox. Please check immediately. Countdown initiated. 6 hours 47 minutes and 59 seconds. 6 hours 47 minutes and 58 seconds. 6 hours 47 minutes and 57 seconds. Once the announcement faded, Zhao Tiansui's voice broke the silence. Contaminated creatures? Mental attacks? Instant execution. This. Her sentence trailed off as notification chimes erupted from the regional channel at the exact same moment. Suhai opened the regional channel. Messages scrolled so fast across the screen, he could barely read single entries. Dense, frantic, panicked text surged upward like breaking floodwaters. Holy hell. Contaminated monsters. I've seen them. I've seen them. I encountered one too many days ago near the shipwreck graveyard. I spotted something wreathed in black mist moving across the seabed. I thought my eyes were tricking me, until it turned and charged straight at me. I barely escaped. My teammate, the creature touched him once, and he lost his mind. He slammed his skull repeatedly against the porthole until he died. A first-tier contaminated monster can easily overpower second-tier players like us. I witnessed it firsthand. A top second-tier player piloting a heavy submarine had a first-tier corrupted entity breach the hull. The submarine lost all control in less than a minute. A first-tier monster slaying a second-tier player was as simple as slaughtering livestock. How are we supposed to fight this? We're marching to our deaths. We get wiped if we skip the mission, and we still die if we join. What difference is there? Panic. Raw, unmasked, pervasive panic. Suhai skimmed through the flood of messages without posting a single reply. He remained calm. Shortly afterward, another player spoke up in the regional channel. Everyone, stay calm and listen. A player named Old Zhang sent a voice message, his voice rough, yet steady. Has anyone noticed? The system assigned defense positions to group people who have teamed up before. All 4 members of my squad were placed on the same defense line without exception. This means the system accounts for existing teams. If you want to survive, form alliances quickly. Solo players stand no chance. The channel fell quiet for several seconds after his words. Then message volume exploded once more. The tone had shifted, however. Pure wailing and terror gave way to urgent, desperate calls to organize. Right afterward, multiple alliance recruitment notices popped up simultaneously, pinned and bolded at the top of the channel like beacons igniting within the deep sea. The first notice featured pink floral borders topped with an icon of a fully bloomed rose. Rose Alliance, official recruitment. Sisters, this is the Rose Alliance. We are no cold, regimented faction. Just women seeking mutual comfort amid the deep sea. The Alliance spokesperson, Rose's sister Lynn, left a voice recording beneath the announcement. Her tone was gentle yet resolute, carrying a reassuring power. We believe that within this world adrift inside metal hulls, the natural empathy and understanding shared between women are the rarest, most precious resources. No deception, no ruthless survival of the fittest politics here. If you are hungry, sisters will share crates of rations. If oxygen runs low, sisters will pass you spare tanks. If your vessel sustains damage, sisters will help with repairs. But we are no weaklings. Roses grow thorns. Anyone who tries to bully us will face our retaliation. All sisters struggling with supplies, low oxygen, or hardship, come join the Rose Alliance. We will survive together until the final circle. The second notice had green borders with an icon of two clasped hands. Mutual Aid Alliance, official recruitment. Alliance spokesperson Mutual Aid Old One's voice message lasted merely 20 seconds. Simple and earnest like a construction foreman. The darkness of the deep sea is already cold enough. We need not stab one another in the back. The Mutual Aid Alliance opens its doors to all peace-seeking players. It does not matter if you pilot a military submarine or only wear a basic diving suit. If you are a seasoned combatant or a rookie fresh from the starting zone. If you are willing to lend others a hand and accept aid when you reach your limits, you are family to us. He paused, his voice thickening faintly. On the day we founded the Alliance, one member nearly fought another to the death over a single oxygen tank. After joining us, that same member used his rationed oxygen to save a stranger last night. He said finding people who treat you sincerely down here is worth more than discovering epic tier inscriptions. We share food, fresh water, intelligence. We fight threats side by side and overcome hardship together. We may not be the strongest, but we are numerous. Join the Mutual Aid Alliance, and we will cling together to stay alive. The third notice bore blue borders and an icon of a wind-torn banner. Freedom Alliance, official recruitment. The spokesperson, Freedom Lone Wolf, sounded nothing like the previous two speakers. There was no warmth or sentimentality, only crisp, detached sternness. Freedom Alliance. 3 rules, memorize them. First, we accept no charity, and we offer none. Second, we explore the most dangerous ruins, tackle the hardest challenges, and hunt the strongest beasts. Third, our goal is to clear this game, uncover the truth, and return to sunlight. If you refuse to live an ordinary life, if you refuse to hide within safe zones, relying on others' pity to scrape by, join the Freedom Alliance. We do not shelter idle members, yet we reward every capable fighter fairly. There is only one entry requirement. Do you possess the resolve to stand firm? The fourth notice had golden borders and an icon of a lightning bolt piercing a clenched fist. Thunder Alliance, official recruitment. No voice recording accompanied this notice, only cold, oversized bold text saturated with unhidden arrogance and dominance. Unqualified survivors need not read this. Thunder Alliance accepts only the strong. We do not discuss emotions, philosophies, or disputes of right and wrong. We ask only one question. Are you powerful enough? Entry assessment. Single-handedly slay no fewer than 10 first-tier mutated creatures, or survive at least one one-on-one battle against a second-tier mutated beast. Anyone failing this standard should not waste our time. If you believe you possess sufficient strength, if you aim to stand atop this world, if you strive to be the last survivor standing, join Thunder Alliance. The weak are eliminated, and only the strong survive. That is Thunder Alliance's law. The 4 pinned announcements lined up at the top of the regional channel. Pink, green, blue, and gold. Sharply divided like 4 banners planted in the deep sea, each calling out to different followers. Panic continued to spread across the global channel, yet beneath the comment sections of these 4 notices, players were already asking about entry requirements and meeting coordinates. Arguments erupted too. Some claimed the Rose Alliance favored specific groups, others called Thunder Alliance ruthless. Many dismissed the Mutual Aid Alliance as overly idealistic, and some labeled the Freedom Alliance a disorganized rabble. Despite all the bickering, Alliance applications poured in. Zhao Tian Sweet read through all 4 recruitment postings, then turned towards Su Hai. Hesitation lingered in her gaze, overshadowed by curiosity. Boss, she gestured toward the screen. What do you make of all this? Suhai leaned back in the pilot's chair, glanced across the screen, and shook his head. I know almost nothing about these alliances, he said. I will not hastily join any group I fail to understand. This was no evasion. It was the plain truth. He had only been inside this game for a handful of days, occupied non-stop gathering supplies, upgrading the submarine, and hunting for materials. He knew nearly nothing about the internal dynamics of each major alliance. Who held grudges against whom? Which factions formed secret partnerships? Which groups had good reputations? Which would stab allies in the back? He lacked all such intelligence. Rushing to join any alliance without adequate information meant turning his back to complete strangers. Beyond that, he was not traveling alone. Zhao Tiansui sat beside him. While her combat ability was limited, she could share piloting duties. Rather than seek shelter within an unfamiliar alliance, it made more sense to push his submarine and equipment to maximum capability first. Zhao Tiansui nodded and asked no further questions. She had already guessed Su Hai would give such an answer. Check the mailbox first. Su Hai opened the system mailbox panel. A red email titled Defense Mission Assignment, EC 7724 Zone, 47th Defense Line, sat at the very top of the inbox. The sender was labeled System Command Center, and a red mandatory reading tag marked the title. Su Hai opened the mail. Defense Line Mission Assignment, Sector EC 7724N, Defense Line 47. Captain, Su Hai Orca Class Attack Submarine, Tier 2 Vehicle, Combat Rating S. Vice Captain, Lu Mang Modified Heavy Armored Submarine, Iron Titan. Tier 2 Vehicle, Combat Rating B+. Crew Members, Zhao Tianmei Research Vessel, Tier 1 Submarine. Remarks, Shared Vessel Crew, Synchronized Defense Coordinates. Zhou Xiaoming Light Assault Submarine, Lightning, Tier 1 Submarine. Zhao Sanduo Modified Medium Cargo Submarine, Sanduo, Tier 1 Submarine. Hihai Heavy Submarine, Sea Ox, Tier 1 Submarine. Defense Coordinates, Sector EC 7724 in 047, located rearward of the current sea area, approximately 5.2 kilometers from the polluted zone boundary. Coordinates synchronized to navigation systems. Terrain, undersea plain flanked by low reef clusters, with an 800-meter wide flat sandy stretch through the center. Polluted creatures are expected to advance from true north. Reef clusters can be utilized to set up flanking firing positions. Command Authority. Su Hai holds tactical command over this defense line and may issue combat orders to crew members. The vice captain shall assume command if the captain becomes incapacitated. Special notice, a civilian evacuation passage lies roughly 1.2 kilometers behind the defense line. Polluted creatures must not be permitted to cross the defense and enter this zone. Holding the defense line secures the entrance to this evacuation route. Mission success condition, maintain an unbroken defense line for 6 hours. Mission failure condition, the defense line is breached or all combat units within the defense zone lose operational capacity. Su Hai read the full message twice from start to finish. 5 combat units, including himself and Zhao Tianmei aboard his submarine. He was the captain. A bald man named Lu Mang served as vice captain, with 3 more crew members, Zhou Xiaoming, Zhao Senduo, and He Hai. Counting himself, there were 4 submarines and 5 personnel in total. The defense coordinates lay to the rear, meaning they would need to turn back. Instead of fleeing forward, they would draw closer to the polluted zone and hold the coordinates to face the hordes of monsters head-on. He pulled up the navigation system. The defense coordinates were already marked automatically on the map panel. His current position was roughly 14 kilometers away, not an overwhelming distance. On the map, the defense line sat upon a narrow undersea plain bordered by low reef formations. Terrain perfectly suited for establishing crossfire positions, just as the report stated. Zhao Tianmei. Su Hai closed the mailbox panel, his tone returning to its usual calm. The defense coordinates have synced to your navigation as well, correct? Synchronized. Zhao Tianmei had reclaimed the control stick, her knuckles taut from tension. Rearward heading, we're turning back. We turn back, Su Hai confirmed. Zhao Tianmei asked no further questions. She pushed the control lever, and the Orca-class attack submarine executed a fluid pivot, angling its bow toward the defense coordinates and accelerating. While underway, Su Hai opened the trade channel, hoping to stock up on additional ammunition. His arsenal held nearly 1,700 ordnance rounds of various types, yet the foes ahead, polluted creatures, remained entirely unknown. Capable of psychic assaults, physically augmented, and deadly enough to slay Tier 2 operators with ease. These enemies possessed combat strength far beyond anything he had previously encountered. Extra ammunition could only work in his favor. But the view on the trade channel made him frown. The weapon category listings were nearly empty. It was not a shortage of goods, everyone was buying. Within 10 minutes, standard torpedoes had surged from 50 gold coins apiece to 380, with prices still climbing. Depth charges rose from 150 gold to 700, and missiles jumped from 200 to over 1,000 gold each. Demand far outstripped available supply. Every newly posted weapon listing was snatched within seconds. Sellers were scarce, while buyer want lists stretched endlessly. Wanted, torpedoes. All models, any condition. 500 gold each, unlimited quantity. Buying depth charges. 800 gold, urgent purchase. Anyone with missiles? I'll trade evolution shards. 50 shards per missile. Don't sell. Anyone who sells now is foolish. If we lose tonight's battle, gold coins become meaningless once we're dead. Those selling weapons are people who won't live long enough to use them anyway. Suhai scrolled through multiple pages of won ads before silently closing the trade channel. No purchases could be made. Every operator in the region was arming themselves for the upcoming defense mission. Weapons had become scarcer than oxygen and fresh water. Fortunately, the ammunition stockpile he had gathered from Zhao Tianmei alongside the submarine's original reserves was ample. It ought to sustain him through 6 hours of sustained positional combat. Boss, Zhao Tianmei spoke while steering, her gaze fixed on the forward sonar screen. I've seen chatter on the regional channel about psychic attacks. Word is, if these polluted monsters lock eyes with you at close range, they trigger hallucinations. People report seeing deceased loved ones, their deepest fears, or visions of drowning. One operator suffered such severe psychic erosion that he harmed himself in the cockpit, biting his own hand until bone showed through flesh. Suhai fell silent for several seconds. He did not underestimate psychic attacks. The system announcement had flagged this danger in bold red text, so it was no trivial threat. His submarine bore the legendary trait Eternal Durability Hull. The enchantment blocked physical strikes, yet it offered no guaranteed protection against mental erosion. He needed additional means of psychic defense. En route to the defense coordinates, Suhai glanced at the mission countdown timer on his map panel, scanned the undersea terrain visible on the sonar display, and mentally weighed his options. Nearly 6 hours remained before the mission officially commenced, and the Orca-class attack submarine required less than 20 minutes to reach the coordinates at cruising speed. That left him with a generous window of spare time. In the deep sea, time was a resource. Every wasted second counted as a loss. He vaguely recalled intelligence reports from earlier. Scattered red blips dotted the navigation route. Some sat isolated, half-buried in silt, while others clustered densely around sunken wrecks and ancient undersea ruins. Zhao Tianmei. Suhai rose from the command seat and walked toward the hatch. Adjust course 3 degrees east. There's a dense resource zone in that direction. Steer the submarine there and hold position once you arrive. I'm exiting the vessel to collect supplies. Zhao Tianmei twisted in her co-pilot seat, surprise crossing her features. Exiting the sub? Boss, the mission starts soon. We have sufficient time. Suhai began donning his advanced diving suit, moving with practiced ease. Remain aboard and maintain sonar surveillance. Alert me to any anomalies immediately. Deploy torpedoes to cover my retreat if necessary. Zhao Tianmei parted her lips to argue. Yet when she watched Suhai strap a miniature torpedo pistol to his waist and crank his headlamp to maximum brightness, she simply nodded. Understood. Communications stay open continuously. Upon reaching the designated zone, the hatch opened and seawater flooded inward. Suhai slipped into the dark blue ocean. His gill slits flared open, and the shark heart activated instantly. Explosive power surged through every limb as all his attributes doubled. Shark perception layered atop current perception, rendering the undersea landscape within a 1-kilometer radius completely transparent. Every reef, ravine, and small creature hiding beneath the silt stood sharply defined within his senses. He began gathering resources. The first cache lay upon the undersea plain, 7 or 8 silver resource crates half buried in sediment, shrouded by translucent energy membranes. Suhai dove downward, hands moving swiftly. The instant his fingertips made contact with the energy barriers, each crate dissolved into white light, and a cascade of system notifications chimed nonstop. Steel times 12, rubber times 8, evolution shards times 5, gold coins times 120. He did not pause. A kick of his flippers sent him arcing smoothly toward the next resource concentration zone. His movements were fast and precise. Every touch landed squarely on crate lids. No wasted motion, no hesitation, as if traversing an undersea supermarket and clearing every shelf. The second group of resource crates was tucked within gaps between low reef formations. Suhai squeezed through a narrow passage between basalt boulders. His headlamp beam illuminated the crevice ahead, 3 crates wedged between rock and silt, draped in thin seaweed. He stripped away the vegetation and touched each crate in turn. One after another, they dissolved into white light and transferred into his storage space. The third resource cache rested within the cargo hold of a sunken vessel. Suhai swam through a ruptured hull opening. His headlamp lit overturned shipping containers and rusted bulkheads. Resource crates littered the cargo hold corners, trapped beneath collapsed shelving or floating in overhead compartments. He collected every last one. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Tianmei watched the tactical sonar screen, tracking Suhai's beacon darting between undersea resource zones. Her expression shifted from initial worry to confusion, then settled into undisguised disbelief. She watched him emerge from the wreckage and head straight southwest, an area appearing empty on sonar, merely flat sandy seabed. Yet after swimming there, he knelt and dug through silt, retrieving a half-buried resource crate. She then witnessed him pass above a reef cluster, halt abruptly as if drawn to something, then plunge downward to retrieve a fist-sized miniature resource crate wedged between 2 rocks. Crates of that scale were nearly invisible on sonar. She would never spot them while piloting her research submarine past this area. Boss, Zhao Tianmei could no longer hold back, curiosity thick in her voice over the comms channel. Are you running some kind of detection enhancement? Suhai was clearing scattered small resource crates along the edge of a kelp forest when he replied flatly. Pure luck. Zhao Tianmei asked no further questions. Everyone guarded their unique hidden abilities. After clearing the resource points bordering the kelp forest, Suhai prepared to swim back toward the submarine, when reverse stream perception picked up an extremely faint signal roughly 30 meters to his rear left. It was no biological signature, a metallic reflection, extremely weak, buried beneath at least half a meter of silt. Without the combined power of reverse stream perception and sharp perception, he would never have detected it. He turned and swam toward the signal source. This was an ancient sunken ruin, a site whose outline he had observed earlier on the holographic hunting intelligence map. Collapsed city walls, tilted towers, archways draped in seaweed, and stone streets carpeted with shell fragments spread before him. The architecture carried a heavy, archaic style. Stone pillars bore twisted spiral carvings, matching the design of ruins Suhai had discovered elsewhere. The metallic signature flagged by reverse stream perception originated beneath a half-collapsed temple-style building at the far end of the main avenue. Half the temple roof had caved in, stone pillars toppled across the ground, and an altar stone platform lay buried beneath thick sediment. The signal rose from silt directly underneath the altar. Suhai swam beside the platform and knelt to dig. Layers of silt billowed into murky clouds beneath his headlamp beam. After excavating roughly half a meter, his fingertips brushed against a smooth, hard surface. He quickened his pace, clearing surrounding sediment, until a silver resource crate peeked out. This crate differed from every other cache he had collected out on the open seabed. The energy membrane across its lid was not plain translucent silver, but pale violet, flickering occasionally with faint golden arcs of electricity. The membrane held far more intricate textures, resembling miniature runic arrays sealed across the hull, pulsing gently in rhythm with the seawater currents. These were the markings of legendary quality. Suhai's heartbeat quickened slightly, though his movements remained steady. He freed the crate fully from the silt, gripped both sides of the lid, and heaved upward to open it. No burst of radiance, no shockwave, not even a sound. Only a quiet, soft violet glow ascended from within, tinting the seawater several meters surrounding the crate in dreamlike lavender. Suspended at the center of the light hovered a palm-sized translucent trait card. Dense golden runes flowed across its surface like liquid luminescence, shifting slowly beneath the surface. The runic arrangement was extraordinarily complex. Suhai had seen fine and rare grade trait cards, as well as legendary grade eternal durability and nuclear engine. Yet this card bore a higher density of runes than eternal durability itself. He reached out and touched the card. The instant his fingertips contacted the surface, a gentle, strangely vibrant wave of energy spread through his body, as countless invisible fine tendrils brushed lightly across his skin. An information panel automatically unfolded. Trait name: Infinite Fusion. Quality: Legendary. Type: Special Ability Trait. Attribute: grants the target the Infinite Fusion property. allows fusion of two or more identical items to create a higher-grade new item. Fusion follows the principle of homologous ascension. The higher the quality and quantity of input materials, the greater the quality of the resulting product. Fusion consumes the host's mental power. Consumption scales with the quantity and quality of fused materials. Remarks. All things may be fused. All things may ascend. 2 rusted daggers combined might form 1 serviceable dagger. 100 serviceable daggers fused together. Who can predict what emerges? Remember, fusion is not free. Every fusion draws upon your soul, literally. Overuse will lead to death. Infinite fusion? Suhai's eyes lit up. All things may be fused. All things may ascend. He mentally reviewed the secondary evolution materials he urgently required. Meteorite iron, mithril, adamantite, premium-grade rubber. These were his most pressing shortages. If fusion could refine low-tier materials into higher tiers, 2 meteorite iron ingots might merge into 1 mithril ingot, and 2 mithril pieces could form adamantite. The exact fusion ratios and energy costs remained unknown, yet this possibility alone resolved his biggest current bottleneck. Beyond raw materials, fusion clearly applied to far more. Weapons, ammunition, equipment, even trait cards. If matching items could be fused, the quality and stats of the output would vastly surpass the originals. He had only planned to clear nearby resource points while waiting for the mission to begin. He never expected reverse stream perception to uncover this silt-buried crate tucked within such an unremarkable corner. Stumbling upon a trait of this caliber was pure unexpected fortune. Looks like I ought to spend more time scavenging out here, Suhai muttered to himself, clutching the card and tugging up the corner of his mouth. The deep sea hides far more treasure than I imagined. He selected Activate. The card transformed into a soft violet stream of light, flowing through his palm into his chest. The process bore no resemblance to the searing flame that burned through his bones when he injected the shark heart. The infusion of fusion power felt almost unnaturally gentle. Violet light spread throughout his body, penetrating every muscle, fascia, and cell. He could sense a new ability taking root deep within his consciousness. Not a physical enhancement, but an abstract awareness of the fundamental essence of objects. Infinite fusion activated. Current fusion eligibility. Any identical items. Mental command, fuse, opens the fusion interface. Suhai clenched his fist underwater. No outward change was visible, yet he understood. From this moment onward, he possessed another trump card comparable to eternal durability and the shark heart. He turned and swam back toward the submarine, moving faster than he had on the way out. Securing the legendary trait had made this impromptu supply run far exceed his expectations. Now it was time to return to the vessel and focus on critical preparations. Back aboard the submarine, Suhai hung up his diving suit and settled into the command seat to check the time. Less than 20 minutes remained until mission commencement. The window was tight, yet he could run initial tests during transit. Zhao Tianmei maintained full speed along the planned route toward the defense coordinates. He stood from the command seat and headed for the storage hold. I'll conduct some experiments in the storage compartment. Alert me once we arrive. Zhao Tianmei acknowledged, placing both hands back on the control levers. She noticed Suhai returned empty-handed, yet his eyes shone brighter than before he went out. She knew instantly their captain must have found some valuable loot underwater. She did not press him for details, simply pushing the speed up to cruising velocity. The Orca-class attack submarine steadily headed toward the defense line. Inside the storage compartment, Suhai retrieved 2 standard torpedoes from the ammunition rack and set them on the workbench. Taking a deep breath, he silently uttered the word fuse. A translucent fusion interface popped up in his vision, 2 frames suspended side by side above the workbench. The design was starkly minimalistic, devoid of fancy flourishes, featuring only 2 item slots and a confirmation button. Suhai placed 1 torpedo into each frame and tapped Confirm Fusion. Soft purple light surged from his palms, enveloping both torpedoes. Within the glow, the ordnance broke down into countless tiny specks of light. He could clearly see every component, structural layer and weld inside the torpedoes disassembled down to their most fundamental material state. Then the specks began to converge, compress, and reconstruct. Unlike fusing raw materials into new substances, ammunition fusion preserved its core identity as a weapon, elevating only its quality tier. The entire process lasted roughly 3 seconds. When the purple light faded, a single torpedo remained on the workbench, slightly longer than the standard variant. Its hull had shifted from off-white to dark silver, with faint golden energy runes etched along the warhead. Fusion complete. Standard torpedo times 2 advanced torpedo times 1. Advanced torpedo, approximately 80 increased destructive power, enhanced penetration, optimized fuse sensitivity, blast radius expanded by 30. Suhai picked up the advanced torpedo, hefted it briefly, then set it back on the bench. He walked over to the material rack and retrieved 2 pieces of meteorite iron. Time for the second test. He placed both meteorite iron chunks into the fusion interface. Purple light flickered. Meteorite iron times 2 mithril times 1. Staring at the silvery, faintly luminescent mithril on the workbench, his pupils widened slightly. 2 meteorite iron ingots yielded 1 piece of mithril. The conversion rate proved far more practical than he had anticipated. With unlimited fusion at his disposal, he could forge hard to obtain high-tier materials using easily gathered low-grade resources. Third experiment. 1 evolution fragment and 1 meteorite iron were placed into the interface. Purple light washed over them. Evolution fragment times 1 plus meteorite iron times 1 meteorite iron times 1. The evolution fragment vanished, and the meteorite iron remained unchanged. Fusing items of different categories of equal tier simply wasted 1 material. The system classified the evolution fragment as excess impurity and discarded it entirely. Fourth experiment. 2 evolution fragments. Evolution fragment times 2 evolution fragment times 1 slightly improved quality, energy equivalent to roughly 1.5 ordinary fragments. Suhai leaned against the storage compartment wall, rapidly sorting through the rules uncovered by these trial runs. Fusion only worked effectively for items of the same category. Torpedoes merged to superior torpedoes. Meteorite iron combined to produce mithril. Pairing meteorite iron with evolution fragments only wasted resources. Fusion followed a strict principle. Only like materials could yield enhanced results. Cross-category fusion was ineffective. The quality of the fused product depended on the quantity and original grade of input materials. 2 standard torpedoes made 1 advanced torpedo. What about 10? 100? What tier of equipment would emerge if he fused 10 advanced torpedoes as raw materials? He resolved to conduct a far more aggressive trial. Opening the trade channel, he searched for axes. Hardly anyone wanted such items deep underwater. Fire axes, survival axes, breaching axes, all melee weapons that seemed primitive and absurd. Many players picked them up casually from loot crates and listed them on the trade channel for mere gold coins, often failing to sell at all. Suhai found over 100 axes available and purchased every single one. More than 100 axes of all varieties piled into a mound atop the workbench. Fire axes, breaching tools, survival hatchets, engineer axes, and even a butcher's cleaver some player must have brought from a galley, its blade still flecked with leftover fish scales. Suhai opened the fusion interface and selected all 100 axes. A warning flashed across the panel. Warning: this fusion involves 100 items. Significant mental energy consumption expected. Proceed? Proceed. Purple light erupted. No longer the soft glow wrapping a pair of torpedoes. A blazing purple pillar of lightning surged through the storage compartment. All 100 axes disintegrated simultaneously. Shards of metal swirled, collided, melted, and reformed within the purple radiance. Suhai felt a powerful pull emanating from the center of the light. It did not tug at his body, but drained his mental energy. It felt as though an invisible straw had been inserted directly into his mind, steadily siphoning away something intangible within him. The sensation differed sharply from the searing pain of injecting the shark heart. There was no physical agony, only profound weariness. His vision blurred, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his fingers clamped tight to the edge of the workbench. The purple light persisted for nearly 20 seconds before abruptly dying away. The 100 axes on the bench were gone. In their place rested a single axe, a solid black battle axe. Its handle stretched roughly 1.2 meters long, crafted from a composite of carbon fiber and metal. The grip was wrapped in fine black textured leather. The broad, asymmetrical trapezoidal blade glowed with frigid indigo light along the cutting edge. Dark, golden runic patterns were embedded along the axe's spine, trailing onto the haft, pulsing faintly beneath the overhead lamp. Suhai reached out and grasped the handle. It settled steadily in his grip. It weighed far less than he expected, only around 10 kilograms. Yet when he swung it, the blade hummed low as it sliced through the water, carving airflow with remarkable smoothness. Fusion complete. Ordinary axes times 100 unnamed axe times 1 epic tier. Attributes: extremely high base attack power. Grants: armor piercing. Deals an additional 200 damage against armored targets. Bony carapaces and energy shields. Grants: shockwave. Releases a shockwave upon impact, inflicting splash damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Grants self-repair. Blade damage gradually regenerates over time. Suhai twirled the axe in his hand, barely suppressing a laugh. 100 unwanted scrap axes had yielded an epic tier weapon. Amusement faded quickly. However, he felt thoroughly drained. A massive portion of his mental energy had been depleted. His mind felt stuffed with waterlogged cotton, heavy and foggy. His temples throbbed, eyelids weighted as if filled with lead. The sensation resembled 3 straight days of all-nighters, not simple sleepiness, but complete mental exhaustion. He leaned against the storage compartment wall, closing his eyes to recover for nearly 2 minutes before he felt marginally better. Mental energy warning. Current mental energy levels are critically low. It is recommended to halt all fusion operations and rest for a minimum of 30 minutes before resuming. Excessive depletion may cause blurred consciousness, impaired judgment, or even temporary unconsciousness. It appeared fusing 100 axes neared the limit of his current capacity. Attempting to fuse 100 torpedoes was theoretically possible, yet he would likely collapse unconscious in the storage compartment afterward. Unable to command the defense mission scheduled for that night, Suhai hung the epic battle axe on the compartment's weapon rack, massaged his temples, and headed back to the cockpit. Zhao Tianmei turned from the co-pilot's seat, noticing his pale complexion, and immediately frowned. "Boss, you don't look well. Did something happen?" "Ran some experiments." Suhai settled into the pilot's seat and took a long drink of water. The toll was heavy, nothing serious. He glanced at navigation data on the tactical sonar display. Approximately 6 kilometers remained to the defense line coordinates, with an estimated arrival time of 10 minutes. They had ample leeway. "Hold a steady course. Wake me once we arrive." Suhai reclined the pilot chair and closed his eyes. "I need to rest," Zhao Tianmei acknowledged, subtly adjusting speed to make the submarine's movement smoother. She chose not to press him for details. Ever since boarding this vessel, Suhai had remained perpetually occupied, hunting the Bone Shark King, clearing armories, wiping out the Wolfman Alliance, scavenging supplies, and conducting experiments, scarcely allowing himself real rest. Suhai closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. 15 minutes later, Zhao Tianmei's soft voice broke the silence. "Boss, we've reached the zone." Suhai opened his eyes and sat upright. They had arrived at the defense line coordinates. On the tactical sonar screen, signals from several submarines appeared near the designated position. He counted them, including his own vessel, for submarines, exactly the 4 combat units listed in the message. The Orca-class attack submarine drifted slowly into position and hovered at the assigned defense coordinate. Through the viewport, Suhai caught sight of his temporary allies who would fight alongside him. Closest by was a modified medium cargo submarine, crudely painted with 3 white characters, Sanduo. The vessel had a robust, stocky hull. Its cargo hold had been converted into external weapon platforms fitted with 4 torpedo tubes and 2 depth charge launchers. Weld patches and reinforced armor plating covered its exterior, as if assembled by a powerful craftsman with rough workmanship. Sanduo's hatch opened, and a burly middle-aged man leaned halfway out, clad in worn diving gear. He waved vigorously towards Suhai's submarine. He had dark skin and a square jaw, his bright white teeth standing out vividly in the deep sea as he smiled. Zhao Sanduo's booming voice echoed across the squad channel. "The captain's here." "Greetings, Captain. I'm Zhao Sanduo." Suhai replied on the squad channel. "Hello." Beside Sanduo sat a light assault submarine, sleek and streamlined with gray camouflage paint. The designation Lightning was marked on its bow. Its design prioritized speed, twin propellers, a narrow hull, armed with 4 compact torpedo tubes paired with 2 underwater rapid-fire cannons. Its sustained firepower was unremarkable for static defense, yet its maneuverability was exceptional. A narrow crack opened on Lightning's hatch. A small figure flickered briefly in the doorway before retreating inside. A timid young girl's voice came through the squad channel, barely audible above background sonar noise. "See, Captain, good day. I'm Zhou Xiaoming." Suhai felt a flicker of surprise. Zhou Xiaoming. The name and voice suggested an underage girl. Yet in this deep-sea game, outward appearance and age meant little. Anyone who survived this long, child or adult, possessed their own unique strengths. "Hello," Suhai responded, his tone gentler than usual. The final vessel was the heavy submarine Sea Ox, the largest craft present, nearly matching the size of Suhai's Orca-class boat. Thick hull plating layered with additional ceramic composite armor lent it the appearance of an armored Sea Ox. Its armament was formidable: 6 forward-facing torpedo tubes and 4 vertical missile launchers mounted on its upper deck. Sea Ox's hatch remained sealed, its crew making no attempt to initiate contact like the other two captains. The squad channel fell quiet for several seconds. Then a gruff male voice spoke briefly. "Hi, I've arrived." No further words followed. Last to appear was Lu Meng's vessel. A heavily modified assault submarine approached from the rear flank. Its hull painted with a massive bald skull emblem and bold red lettering across the bow, Iron Head. Its armor thickness was immediately obvious, layered with 3 distinct sheets of plating. Steel ramming spikes jutted from both sides, giving it the look of a mechanical rhinoceros. It carried 8 torpedo tubes and 6 rear missile launchers, an even heavier weapons loadout than High Seahawks. Iron Head cut roughly into position on the right flank of the defense line, nearly colliding with Zhou Xiaoming's Lightning. Zhou Xiaoming let out a sharp cry over the squad channel and quickly maneuvered her submarine several meters away. A loud, gruff voice rattled the communications device. "Everyone here? I'm Lu Meng, captain of Iron Head. The system named me vice captain, so I'll speak plainly. No one's command is set in stone yet." Zhao Tianmei took offense immediately and spoke over the squad channel. "The system designated my boss as captain. What are you implying? Are you trying to defy orders?" "Your boss." Lu Meng's tone dripped with disdain. "What makes him qualified? Just that fancy submarine of his. I've killed more mutated sea creatures than you've eaten fish rations. Look at that hull of yours. Barely any reinforced plating. How's it supposed to withstand the corrupted monsters? Cardboard." Suhai's expression turned cold. The man was spoiling for conflict, yet the system forbade infighting between teammates, with erasure as the penalty. Wasting energy provoking this troublemaker served no purpose. He cut in calmly. "The system assigned command authority based on its own assessments, not whoever shouts loudest. Time is limited. Instead of arguing over leadership, we should establish our defense perimeter first." Zhao Senduo hurried to mediate. "Exactly what the captain says. Let's set up defenses first. Don't get heated, Brother Lu. The system wouldn't make this assignment without reason." Hihai rumbled on the channel. "I'll follow the captain's orders." Zhou Xiaoming timidly echoed. "I'll listen to the captain too." Lu Meng fell silent for a few seconds, then snorted loudly over comms. "Fine, I'll give him this chance. But don't lead us into a slaughterhouse with bad plans. I won't stand for it." Suhai ignored the veiled threat, filing the remark away for later. He activated tactical sonar and performed a precise terrain scan of the defense zone. Defense Line 47 occupied a narrow underwater plain. The corrupted zone boundary stretched 5 kilometers to the north. Low reef clusters lined both sides of the plain. Dense reef formations 3 to 5 meters high on the left could conceal medium and small submarines. Reefs on the right were sparser, though several massive isolated rock outcrops could serve as fixed firing positions. An 800-meter stretch of flat sand formed the center of the plain, the most likely avenue of advance for corrupted creatures. 1 kilometer behind the defense line lay the entrance to the civilian evacuation corridor, marked by the system as a safe zone. If corrupted monsters crossed the defense line to reach this area, the mission would end in failure. Suhai activated squad video communications, then drew lines across the tactical map to assign defensive posts. "Zhao Sanduo, your Sanduo boasts the strongest frontal firepower. Hold the central position. Set your depth charges to proximity fuses and deploy them across the sandy plain to form the initial explosive barrier." Zhao Sanduo and Hihai responded simultaneously over the channel. "Hihai, station Seox behind the left reef cluster. Use your missiles to cover the left flank of the central plain, forming crossfire with Zhao Sanduo. Zhou Xiaoming, your Lightning is fast and unsuitable for frontline endurance combat." Suhai traced an arc behind the right reef cluster on the map. "Patrol the outer edge of the right reef zone. Use your speed to harass enemy flanks, prioritizing any hostiles that break through the main firing line. Keep moving constantly. Never hold the same position for longer than 30 seconds. You understood?" Zhou Xiaoming's voice remained quiet, yet carried a new trace of resolve. "What about me?" Lu Meng's voice carried obvious sarcasm. "Am I supposed to hang back and do nothing?" "You and I will provide mobile support behind the central defense line," Suhai replied. "Iron Head carries the heaviest firepower. Avoid expending all ordnance in the initial waves. Reinforce whichever sector faces the greatest pressure. I will coordinate combat alongside you on the front lines." The arrangement was reasonable. Properly utilized, Lu Meng's overwhelming firepower could turn the tide of battle. Lu Meng huffed once more over the channel, but maneuvered Iron Head to the assigned position. Defense placements complete, every submarine took station. Suhai scanned the seabed 500 meters forward of the defense line once again. marking several hidden routes corrupted creatures might exploit and sharing the data with all squad members. Once preparations concluded, he adjusted the pilot chair into combat posture and rested both hands on the control levers. Through the viewport, the underwater plane stretched endlessly northward. Deep blue seawater resembled a massive slab of amber, freezing the entire battlefield in place. At the far edge of the plane, the corrupted zone boundary loomed, a sprawling dark red curtain, resembling a slowly writhing bloody wound separating uncontaminated waters from polluted territory. On the other side of the light curtain stretched pitch-black darkness. Yet this darkness was not static. It moved. Suhai cranked the sensitivity of his tactical sonar to maximum. Sonar echoes revealed that beyond the pollution zone's light curtain, countless biological signals gathered, surged, and waited. The number of signals kept rising, growing denser by the second, as if something was welling upward from the very bottom of the abyss. A countdown ticked in the upper right corner of his vision. 2 seconds, 1 second midnight. The cockpit fell silent save for the faint hum of instrument panels. Zhao Tianmei gripped the control sticks with both hands. Her breathing remained steady, yet her chest rose and fell faster than usual. Suhai leaned back in his pilot's chair, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the sonar screen. Then the countdown hit 0. The dark red light curtain, marking the pollution zone boundary, blazed to life, its brightness surging more than tenfold. The harsh crimson glow lit the entire submarine plane as bright as day. Countless fine cracks spread across the curtain's surface, just like glass moments before being struck by a heavy blow. The fissures snaked outward from the center, multiplying thicker and denser. Then the light curtain shattered. It did not break into large fragments. In a single instant, the entire barrier exploded into countless tiny shards of light, resembling a reversed red snowstorm. The fragments swirled, drifted, and dissolved amid the seawater. Pouring forth through the broken gap was pure blackness. It was not discolored seawater. It was gas. Thick, roiling black vapor coiled around every shape, flooding out of the pollution zone breach like a bursting levee. Shapes wrapped in the black mist emerged through the opening, not swimming, walking. They strode across the seabed on 2 legs, moving faster than a sprinting human. Black gas twisted around their bodies, alive, like flickering flames or writhing tentacles. Headlamp beams locked onto them. Suhai saw clearly. They were humans. Once human. Their silhouettes still bore the shape of mankind, yet twisted and warped beyond recognition. Some hunched forward, vertebrae piercing through skin to form rows of bony spurs. Others possessed disproportionately elongated limbs, fingers transformed into razor claws. Gill slits split the necks of several, their mouths lined with dense, shark-like fangs. Half of some faces still retained human features, while the other half was swallowed by black pollutant. Every one of their eyes burned blood red, the same crimson hue seen on the abyss-bone sharks. Black gas clung to their forms, crawling and pulsing across their skin. With every step, the seabed sand beneath them turned charred black under the mist, leaving spreading dark imprints. These were not mutated creatures. They were players swallowed by the pollution zone. Their corpses, reanimated by corruptive power after death, shrouded in black vapor, vacant blood-red eyes, marching toward the defensive line with eerie, synchronized strides. The first wave numbered at least several hundred. Over the squad comm channel, Zhou Xiaoming's voice trembled violently. They used to be people. Hai's tone stayed gruff, though he spoke faster than before. They are not anymore. Zhao Sanduo let out a dry chuckle over the line. Damn it, the dead ought to rest peacefully. Getting up to scare folks is out of line. No one responded to his joke. The hollow laughter faded after 2 seconds. Zhao Tianmei said nothing. She bit her lower lip, knuckles whitening around the control sticks. All units, Suhai's voice cut through the squad channel. Engage freely once enemies enter firing range. Watch the black mist. Do not let corrupted creatures close in on the hulls. Lu Meng roared over comms. Quit dragging your feet. Charge in. Whoever racks up the most kills earns the highest contribution points, and better rewards come with higher points. No more deliberation. Let's fight. The moment he finished speaking, the Ironhead opened fire first. 8 torpedoes launched simultaneously from its torpedo tubes, trailing white wakes as they slammed into the densest front line of corrupted entities. Shockwaves from the blasts carved 8 massive craters into the submarine plane. A dozen of the leading corrupted creatures were torn apart. Black vapor billowed outward in the explosions, dismembered limbs swirling downward in the seawater. Corrupted entity tier 1 times 11 eliminated. A system notification popped up. You see that? Pride edged into Lu Meng's voice. That's all they are? just a horde of low-tier trash. One torpedo salvo wipes out dozens. Stick with me, and you'll all reap huge rewards. The remaining submarines opened fire one after another. Zhao Sandua's Sanduo dropped depth charges onto the central plane as planned. Proximity fuses ignited, unleashing successive blast flares amid the horde of corrupted entities. From behind the left reef cluster, Hehai's Manatee launched missiles to carpet the left flank of the mob. Zhou Xiaoming's lightning weaved swiftly between reefs on the right, using rapid-fire cannons to pick off stragglers breaking through the firing line. Every shell struck the corrupted targets, sending sprays of black blood billowing outward. The battlefield descended into chaotic uproar. Explosions, artillery fire, submarine engine roars, and the silent shrieks of shattered corrupted entities blended beneath the waves into an unaccompanied symphony. The first wave of corrupted entities quickly thinned under concentrated fire, yet countless more poured out from the pollution zone breach behind them. Amid surging black mist, the second and third waves tramped over the remains of their fallen kin, advancing steadily toward the defensive line. Suhai's Orca-class attack submarine joined the fight. He cranked the torpedo tube firing rate to maximum, every salvo cutting down swathes of corrupted targets. On the tactical sonar, red signals within the firing zone kept diminishing, while more red blips continued to emerge on the periphery. Just then, a new signal appeared on the sonar display, far larger than ordinary corrupted entities. From deep within the pollution zone breach, an enormous figure nearly 8 meters tall stepped forward slowly. Black vapor wrapped around it far thicker than the mist covering lesser corrupted creatures, almost completely shrouding its torso, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. In its right hand dragged a massive bone longsword, not scavenged weaponry, forged from its own mutated forearm bone, its edge lined with jagged bony spurs. An identification prompt popped up on the tactical sonar. Corrupted Entity Tier 2, Threat Level, High, Traits, Extremely Fast Speed, Capable of short bursts of sprinting. Bone longsword can cleave standard submarine armor. Dense black vapor. Close contact inflicts moderate mental contamination. Lu Meng spotted the Tier 2 corrupted entity as well. He shouted over comms. A Tier 2. Leave it to me. The Ironhead turned, 6 missiles locking onto the creature at once, arcing forward on white trails. Boom, 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 boom. 6 detonations slammed into the Tier 2 corrupted entity. Sand and black mist churned into a thick fog. The large signal on sonar shook violently amid the explosions. As the haze cleared, the Tier 2 entity stood its ground. The black vapor cloaking it had thinned, revealing its warped, mutated body beneath, but its advance never slowed. It lifted its head, blood-red eyes locking onto the Ironhead, then burst forward. Sprinting, the 8-meter-tall body charged across the seabed at nearly 70 knots. The bone longsword dragged behind it, gouging a deep trench along the seabed. Black mist trailed along its sprint path, spreading endlessly, as if tearing an open wound through the seawater. Lu Meng's torpedoes raced to intercept head-on, yet the Tier 2 entity twisted its body in an inhuman maneuver mid-sprint, folding like a boneless creature to slip between 2 incoming torpedoes. A third torpedo struck home. It was not a fatal blow. The blast tore away a huge chunk of flesh from its left shoulder. Black vapor gushed furiously from the wound, yet the sprint continued unabated. It closed in on the Ironhead. The bone longsword rose overhead. It struck downward. The moment the blade bit into the Ironhead's triple-layer composite armor, a shrill, teeth-grating screech of tearing metal echoed through the water. The first armor layer sliced apart like cardboard. The second buckled, twisted, and ripped open. The third barely halted the blade's advance, but the tip pierced the hull, carving a half-meter gash into the wall of the Ironhead's cockpit. Seawater flooded inward through the crack. Lu Meng's roar exploded over the squad channel, born not of rage, but terror. While patching the breach with backup armor plating, he screamed, "Damn it! This monster cuts through my armor. Blast it to pieces." Every weapon aboard the Ironhead poured fire onto the Tier 2 entity at point-blank range. Torpedoes and missiles detonated inches from its body, shockwaves forcing the creature backward repeatedly, yet it refused to fall. The bone longsword lifted once more, swinging for a second strike. Lu Meng's face drained of all color. The Tier 2 entity's blade sliced into the Ironhead's missile silo, striking loaded missiles inside. The ordnance detonated within the launch bay, the explosion ripping outward from inside the submarine. The blast hurled the corrupted entity away from the hull, yet it also tore apart the Ironhead's cockpit. Lu Meng was killed in action. Suhai had foreseen Lu Meng's fate from the start and paid it no heed. His gaze remained fixed on the tactical sonar, watching ever more signals pouring forth from the pollution zone breach. Not merely low-tier Tier 1 corrupted entities, new Tier 2 signatures emerged as well. Not one, three. Three massive red blips surfaced deep within the breach, their black vapor signatures glowing on sonar like three burning black suns. Suhai's voice echoed across the squad channel, unyielding. Zhou Xiaoming, ignore the stragglers on the right for now. Fall back behind the central position to reload. Zhao Tianmei, he paused briefly. Unlock all weapons panels. Full firepower. Target, the Tier 2 corrupted entities. Zhao Tianmei's pupils constricted slightly. Boss, even direct missile hits from Lu Meng failed to take one down. Then we unleash more fire. Suhai's tone turned cold. Strike weak points, eyes, joints, neck, all areas thinly covered by black vapor. Program missiles and torpedoes to predict its evasion paths. Coordinate strikes from multiple angles simultaneously. What about ammunition consumption? We have enough. 2 words, no extra explanation. Every weapons system aboard the Orca-class attack submarine activated at that instant. Hatches on its vertical rear missile silos slammed open. Safety locks disengaged on the 6 forward heavy torpedo tubes. 4 secondary side torpedo tubes switched to rapid fire mode. Green indicator lights lit in a row across the ammunition rack, marking 1,686 rounds ready. Through the viewport of the Sanduo, Zhao Sanduo watched Suhai's Orca-class submarine surge out from the center of the defensive line. It did not linger behind the reefs to strike from safety. It charged straight toward the 3 Tier 2 corrupted entities emerging from the pollution zone breach. 1 submarine against 3 Tier 2 monsters. He's lost his mind, Zhao Sanduo shouted within his vessel. Suhai was perfectly lucid. These Tier 2 entities shared striking physical similarities with the Bone Shark King he had slain previously. Joints bore thinner black vapor coverage, obvious soft tissue fissures lined their necks, and their eye sockets lacked protective plating. Armor-piercing rounds penetrating these areas could inflict lethal damage. One critical difference remained. These corrupted entities possessed far greater evasive agility than the Bone Shark King. They could contort and shift direction mid-sprint in uncanny fashion, making standard torpedo targeting unreliable. Saturation strikes were required, launched from countless directions and angles, leaving no viable escape route regardless of which way they fled. The first Tier 2 corrupted entity closed to less than 500 meters from the Orca-class submarine, raising its bone longsword. Suhai pressed the missile launch switch. 8 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles surged forth at once. Then another 8. Then 8 more. 24 missiles carved a dense ballistic network through the seawater. Not all locked directly onto the entity itself. Instead, they targeted 6 separate vectors it might use to evade. Whichever direction it fled, at least 4 missiles would intercept its path. The Tier 2 entity twisted into an extreme evasive maneuver, dodging 6 missiles heading straight for it. But the direction it chose placed it squarely within the predicted trajectory of 4 side-mounted missiles. 2 struck the neck fissure, 1 slammed into its left eye socket, and another impacted its right leg joint. For simultaneous bursts of flame erupted across its body. Black vapor covering its neck ruptured, revealing rotting vertebrae beneath. Its left eye socket shattered, half the crimson glow fading away. Its right leg joint blew apart. The 8-meter-tall figure lost balance and dropped to one knee on the seabed sand. It was still alive, yet it could no longer stand. Suhai fired a supplementary armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket, which burrowed through the neck wound and detonated deep within its spinal column. The Tier 2 corrupted entity's body convulsed violently several times before falling motionless. Black vapor dispersed widely from its wounds, exposing decayed human remains beneath. Corrupted entity Tier 2 × 1 eliminated. First one down. Suhai's voice sounded calmly over the public squad channel, as if he had not just slain a monster capable of wiping out the defensive line, but merely tallying bottles of merchandise sold for the day. Silence hung over the squad channel for a moment. Then Zhao Sanduo's voice burst out. Captain, you killed it. You took it down single-handedly. A flicker of emotion colored Hai's tone. Impressive. Zhou Xiaoming could barely form coherent words, only sending a string of indistinct trembling noises over comms, overcome with excitement. The second and third Tier 2 corrupted entities charged forward at the same time. 2 8-meter monsters advanced side by side, attacking from separate flanks in a pincer maneuver. Both wielded bone longswords, their black vapor churning thicker than that cloaking the first creature, evidence of longer exposure to corruption within the pollution zone and greater combat strength. Half a human face still lingered on the forehead of one, a middle-aged man's features. One side corroded away by black mist, the other still retaining the contours of his living face, the corners of his mouth frozen in a twisted expression that seemed half smile, half sob. Suhai's pupils narrowed slightly. He hesitated not a second, unlocking every remaining missile and torpedo on his weapons panel. Full firepower. He did not target just one. He engaged both simultaneously. First volley. 16 Sea Spear 3 anti-ship missiles split into 2 groups, 8 veering left, 8 right, blocking the advance paths of both Tier 2 entities. Second volley. 24 heavy torpedoes launched sequentially from the 6 forward tubes, weaving a crisscross fire grid across the submarine plane. Third volley. 12 depth charge ordnance streamed from the secondary side torpedo tubes, detonating between the 2 corrupted entities to create a shockwave barrier, severing their coordinated assault. 3 successive volleys unleashed nearly 50 rounds of ammunition in under 30 seconds. This was no precision strike. It was carpet bombing. Continuous explosions lit the seabed plain ahead of the defensive line bright as daylight. Sand, rock fragments, black blood and shredded flesh churned into a turbid cloud amid shockwaves, blanketing the sonar screen with static interference. When the smoke cleared, the second Tier 2 corrupted entity had been blown to pieces. 4 missiles and 2 torpedoes struck it from divergent angles, breaching its black vapor shield in at least 6 locations. 1 armor-piercing shell bored into its chest and detonated amid its vital organs. Its body shattered into chunks. Black vapor poured out from the wreckage, revealing decaying human bones within. Corrupted entity Tier 2x2 eliminated. The third Tier 2 corrupted entity, the one bearing half a human face on its forehead, still lived. Its left arm had been torn off, half its right leg blown away, and its bone longsword lay discarded dozens of meters away amid the sand. It dragged its broken form forward across the seabed, pushing itself up with its remaining arm towards Suhai's submarine. No trace of pain or fear lingered in its blood-red eyes, only pure killing drive forged by corruptive power. Its jaw stretched open in a silent roar. Black vapor surged up from its throat, spreading into tentacle-like smoke within the seawater, drifting toward the Orca-class submarine. A psychic assault. Suhai felt a cold, alien awareness trying to burrow into his mind. It was not physical pain, but something far deeper, akin to someone scraping the inner surface of his skull with fingernails. Dark shadows warped the edges of his vision, faint whispers humming in his eardrums. He could not distinguish the words, yet every syllable cut as sharp as a blade. The passive effect of the shark heart activated instantly. His mental attribute of 60 formed an invisible barrier within his body. The frigid intruding sensation weakened drastically upon hitting the barrier. The whispers grew distant and blurred, as if spoken by someone kilometers away on the ocean surface. A dark silhouette struggled at the edge of his vision a few times before being forced back by an invisible force. Suhai shook his head, casting off the last trace of that invasive sensation. Then he pressed the firing switch for an armor-piercing anti-submarine rocket. Trailing a thin trail of white smoke, the rocket slammed straight into the center of the half-human face on the forehead of the third Tier 2 corrupted entity, the spot where mental contamination energy was most concentrated. The armor-piercing warhead tore through the already fragile black aura barrier, penetrated its skull, and detonated. The half-human face twisted for an instant amid the explosion, before bursting apart along with the entire head. Thick black mist gushed from the severed neck. The 8-meter-tall mangled body twitched one final time, then crashed to the ground. Tier 2 corrupted entity, slain ×3. Silence briefly fell over the battlefield. Then the squad communications channel erupted. Zhao Sanwa's voice came out almost as a roar. 3 Tier 2 foes. The captain took down all 3 by himself. Am I dreaming? He-Hai, pinch me. He-Hai's tone remained gruff, yet his hurried pace betrayed his excitement. You're not dreaming. All 3 are dead. Zhou Xiaoming's voice had completely shifted, changing from that of a timid young girl to an ecstatic fan's shriek. Captain, 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 you're incredible. Ah, Captain, you're unstoppable. Suhai did not reply. On his tactical sonar, more signals were surging out from the breach in the contamination zone. Though the 3 Tier 2 corrupted entities had fallen, the number of Tier 1 entities had not dwindled. If anything, it kept rising. Now bereft of their Tier 2 leaders, they had grown far more feral. Abandoning their orderly advance formation, they swarmed toward the defensive line as one mass. Suhai told Zhao Tianmei to keep the fire constant. Launch all missiles, torpedoes, and depth charges. Don't hold back ammunition for my sake. Zhao Tianmei gritted her teeth and held down the firing switch all the way. The fire systems of the Orca-class attack submarine unleashed fire at maximum sustained output. Ammunition poured endlessly from every launch tube, forming an almost unbroken wall of explosions ahead of the defensive line. Zhao Sanduo and He Hai cranked up their firepower as well. Zhou Xiaoming's lightning weaved continuously along the flank, using rapid-fire cannons to pick off stray corrupted entities that broke through the blast barrier. Ammunition consumption climbed rapidly, yet Su Hai paid no mind to the ammunition tally. Seated in the pilot's chair, he closed his eyes and breathed slow, deep breaths, his mind racing over another matter. Fusion. Slaying those 3 Tier 2 entities head-on had cost him nearly 200 rounds of ammunition. Though his magazine stock could still hold out, he could not sustain this rate of consumption. Combat would continue for another 4 to 5 hours. If he kept relying on saturation strikes to deal with high-tier monsters, his ammunition would eventually run dry. More importantly, that corrupted entity bearing the remnant human face on its forehead, the mental assault it unleashed at the last moment, had been blocked by his powerful mental strength. But if he faced 3 or 4 such mental contamination attacks at once, or encountered an even higher-tier corrupted entity, he had no guarantee he could endure it. He needed more effective weaponry and methods to defend against mental intrusion. Yet fusing 100 axes earlier had nearly drained his mental strength, and he had not fully recovered to this moment. His mind felt like an elastic band pulled taut, then suddenly released. It did not exactly hurt, but it hung loose and slack, slowing his reaction speed and dulling his focus. Zhao Tianmei, Su Hai opened his eyes. Keep up the bombardment. Ensure the defensive line holds. I'm heading to the storage hold. Zhao Tianmei asked no questions and took over control of the weapon systems. Su Hai rose from the pilot's seat, walked into the storage hold, and stopped before the workbench. He opened the trade channel and searched for items that restore mental strength. Very few results appeared. Several sellers listed goods such as mint tea, deep-sea coffee, and calming seaweed extract. Their descriptions noted minor mental strength restoration, priced anywhere from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. Su Hai bought every single one, 6 items in total, costing several hundred gold coins. After stowing the goods in his spatial storage, he posted a message on the global channel. Wanted, food or potions that rapidly restore mental strength and stamina. Price negotiable. Message me if you have stock. He waited for a while after sending the message, but received no replies. It was not that no one had seen it. Panic-filled messages flooded the global channel as everyone discussed the defense mission. His buying request was buried beneath countless scrolling lines of chat almost instantly. The handful of private messages he received were only weapon sales pitches, which he turned down. Su Hai closed the global channel and rubbed his temples, ready to begin the fusion process. Just then, a notification chimed from his private chat channel. It was not the global channel, but the squad channel, the temporary team communication group automatically created by the system when assigning defense sectors. The message came from an account with a cute pink jellyfish avatar, ID, Zhou Xiaoming. Captain, I saw your post on the global channel looking for mental strength restoratives. Did you burn through a lot of mental energy? I have plenty of food that offers fast recovery. I'll bring them over to you.